Hi, hello, good evening. Welcome to another one of these things. It's content. And we're doing Lilly Orchard stuff. Say hi, everybody.
This is the first time I'm saying hi.
Look, hey, at the very least, it was like the first 2 minutes, and we weren't like an hour in, and I fucked up.
Hi, buddy, every.
This is Unbridled Miracle Whip. Say hi, Unbridled Miracle Whip.
Hi, Unbridled Miracle Whip.
Ex- Good. Yes. Yes. This
Oh,
is his
so
first.
this is what these are what Birdman was talking about when saying parrots.
Well, I prefer the term corvid myself, but anyways, we're doing Lilly Orchard stuff today. So
Yay.
Yes.
we're gonna try and
Woo.
watch as much as this media literacy isn't dead video, and then go over her writing tips. I don't know how long it's gonna be to get through all of it, or we might just tap out halfway through because Lilly Orchard is fucking insufferable. But regardless, would you guys say that media literacy is dead?
No, but it's taking a big hit every year, and that the amount of people that just keep recognizing shitty movies is like these absolute works of art. Like, it still amazes me that people think Knives Out is a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
All right, glad I'm talking to myself.
Oh,
I was
sorry,
taking,
was
I
that
was
by the way?
and I was taking a bite of egg roll.
Yeah, no, I also think that it's not dead, but it's not in great hands at the moment. Just hope that that changes soon.
Yeah, but without any further ado, let's get started.
Working a job on YouTube has always felt like working the drive-thru at a McDonald's that every Karen in the Maritimes is all piled into and taken an obscene amount of cocaine. But even then, I still find myself reminiscing about the period of about 15 years ago, back when we all said butthurt and the worst someone could do to you was go bitch and moan on 4chan. But since the rise of Twitter and drama YouTube, it seems...
What do you mean? Like, would you?
That's still happening now.
Yeah,
It's a constant.
but more importantly, like old YouTube. Well, maybe not old YouTube. Old internet was like the wild fucking west.
Well, I was going to say with old YouTube, but like there are parts of me that just misses it. Like
Oh,
where
definitely.
it wasn't where everything was a bit more of like okay, hold on. To preface this, I understand things have gotten better for YouTube when it comes to technical services and ways to monetize. However, a lot of the individuality of what YouTube used to be is just gone now. Like, does anyone remember the custom backgrounds that you
Oh
could
my
have with the
god.
YouTube channel?
Oh, that was so good.
Like, does anyone remember the actual like square profile pictures so actually you could properly fit a photo in there instead of just constantly having to figure out where's the center in this fucking circle?
Yep.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Remember the video response function?
Remember the fact that YouTube had its own little editor if you made like little mistakes that you didn't catch in the main one, so you could just do some like light trimming.
It
Yeah.
has that
Or
now.
yeah, so it's not as functional anymore, or at the very least, it's harder to get to. I remember it used to be like this was all the way back with just 2015. I remember you finding the editor was like one of the first choices you could do when uploading into the studio. God, we're old.
Remember
We are
even
old.
even like back in the not even too long ago, you could choose how many ads, mid-roll ads you wanted. If you could choose if you wanted unskippable ads or not. You could choose if you wanted mid-rolls or not. Now it's just like select ads in video. You don't get to choose what kind of ads are in your videos or what types of ads.
So, the internet being, yeah, as Jake was saying, this Wild West was very much contributed because there was so many ways to express like oneself creatively. not just through YouTube. Everybody had their own website at some point. And then a little we had little machinimas popping up, like a little brand that would be known as Rooster Teeth,
Mm-hmm.
with a little Halo show. We would have, this is also still while we were in the age of, televised game reviews. A lot of things like X-Play or, other gaming, channels, television channels. And that was slowly being replaced by YouTube because they would pull clips from the internet.
Mm-hmm.
While that's gone down as as places get more and more restrictive, that simple mentality of trash talking on the internet has not gone away, Lily.
No, trash talking internet has been around since the internet's inception. It will be here until the internet's death.
Seems we have industrialized abuse, where tons of slop channels run by the most disgusting men you've ever heard of churn out screeds and rants of dubious credibility about every single human being who looked at them funny. And if
Yes, only men do that, Lily. Only men do that, Lily. I mean, look in the mirror, Lily. Look in the fucking mirror. You will see someone that is a fucking piece of shit.
Well, you get it in what we used to call chat rooms with MSN and various other things. You still get arguments, still get Karens there. It's just that now it's just completely exploded, just because it's so accessible to people. Back in the day, when you went on these kind of chat rooms, it was kind of not a stigma, but it was, oh yeah, you didn't really tell everyone about it, I guess. But now it's just like everyone and their mothers just got in for each other, especially since Twitter was invented.
Hey, Lily, weren't you lambasting a YouTuber in that last video that we responded to you? Just kind of showing thumbnails of their video, how they were complaining and kind of giving some valid concerns about the state of anime. Just saying. Also, industrialized abuse. That doesn't. What do you mean by industrialized abuse? What the fuck are you on about?
Abuse that has been industrialized.
How do you industrialize abuse on the internet?
I think what Lily meant to say was industrial strength type of abuse, but essentially it's abuse everywhere. It's just
Why not,
times a million.
My issue with using industrialized, because it sounds like, fuck it, we're gonna make abuse machines to turbo out abuse even more. We're gonna replace we're gonna replace Keemstar.
I was gonna make a child labor joke saying they weaponize the 12-year-olds.
The fucking Fortnite players, we're just weaponizing them.
I was actually thinking of Team America, and it's 9/11 times 1,000.
91 billion.
It's bad intelligence, very bad intelligence. I'm sorry.
We have no intelligence.
Speaking of no intelligence.
Yes.
Drama YouTube is a smog-spewing factory of harassment and human excrement, then might I welcome you over to the tech bros of this dystopian nightmare. Back in 2008, Lindsay Ellis, this is not a video about Lindsay Ellis being bad, I need to set the scene here, was hired by Channel Awesome to basically take a gender swap brand name and proceed to run circles around.
What the fuck does this have to do with media literacy? What does it have to do with media literacy?
Okay, so first off, Lindsay Ellis started off as a Tolkienized version. I'm sorry, a tokenized. Sorry, I was pulling a South Park there for a moment. A tokenized version of the Nostalgia Critic as a woman. But no, Lindsay did not. She did not run circles around Doug. If we want to talk about the creators that were. Here's the thing. Doug took top fucking priority when it came to the formation of Channel Awesome. It's so weird that I'm able to sort of use this knowledge. And there were only a few people that were actually on par with him when it came to their likability. Spoonie, Linkara,
Angry Joe.
Angry Joe. Like these guys worked together so often because they were at the top of their game at that point in YouTube.
He might just be
Lindsay
talking about the
Ellis-
quality of her videos, which I never really watched any Nostalgia Chick videos.
She's fine like it said. It's just a general. These are just general reviews, and they have their own gags, just like how Nostalgia Critic has like his own gags.
Also, isn't Lily's channel a gender swap name?
No,
No.
Okay.
she was never part of that guy with the glasses. Which, by the way, it was originally called That Guy with the Glasses because Doug Walker was literally on the front fucking page.
Yeah, and that's why it created various personas, like that guy with the glasses, or in Linkara's case, that guy with the hat.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it created all these characters of like Dr. Insano with Spoonie.
I miss Spoonie.
So
He was my favorite.
He's still around, just not as much.
I really wish he would start making some more reviews. I'm still waiting for Final Fantasy 13 2, Spoonie. You said it was in the render queue. Why'd you lie?
I'm hitting play.
The guy who ran it. Then in 2014, after some things happened, she left and went independent. During that time, Lindsay Ellis and a handful of other creators basically pioneered the modern video essay, which was a genre that had all
No. So first off, like
Wasn't
I
that
don't
every
really...
frame of painting that did that?
No, every frame of paintings videos aren't. Actually, because we have the internet, we can see his channel and see how far it goes back. But it was I do not believe what she's saying. The idea that because that her movie Bob, because that's who that is. That's Game Overthinker. Yeah, don't think I didn't notice that, Lily. These eyes don't miss anything. Every frame up, pause. No, painting.
Painting.
Tell me, Wyatt, what do your autistic eyes see?
It's just Legolas on top of that rock. Would you start hearing? 10 years ago. Which would be past, no, actually would be at 2014.
Okay.
Like, he's one of the staples we use for video essayists, but they've probably been going on for as long as we could put video on the internet.
Just that the video essays were a lot shorter. I would assume they were shorter, and I'm sure you could find, like, the issue is like that maybe they popularized them rather than pioneered them.
Yeah, because there's a lot of Star Trek
Which-
essays that I've seen that are like literally 30 minutes long. When I hear essay, I think because when you're in school and you write an essay, you think, oh my god, this is like a really long thing, and you got to put so many words and stuff. So I associate essay with being a really long piece of content. Not like say a couple of hours or something, not like half an hour. It's only like I say recently that it's gone to smaller levels where it's gone to like freaking 6 hours now.
Would you count History of Power Rangers as a video essay, or is that just like a generic retrospective?
No, it's a video essay series. He is looking back, like in long form content. He is looking back and seeing like how it fares, like, and how it relates into the history of the show.
And History of
And
Power
this
Rangers,
franchise.
came out in like 2010.
Yeah, but it'll be out when it's out.
Well, History of Power Rangers is finished. It's done because Power Rangers has ended.
I mean, is he gonna cover the specials?
He already covered the Once and Always special in his Cosmic Fury review.
Oh, and his we are talking about that last thing that they posted on Netflix, right?
The last thing they posted on Netflix, I think, was, I mean, if there was a special, he might have mentioned it.
Mm-hmm.
the Once and Always 30th anniversary special, excuse me, he did cover.
Okay. Did not know that.
Yeah.
Always been around on YouTube, but was in its larval state at the time. We used to call it the
Why?
Then they
Why
didn't
are you-
pioneer it.
Yeah, then they didn't pioneer it. They popularized it. But first off, would you say that Movie Bob used to do video essays, very short ones? Because remember when he was talking about how the Covenant were really cool because they were super diverse, even though they were a religious, theocratic, oppressive empire.
Oh, but there's multiple kinds of aliens
that utilized
like the
slave
grunts.
labor and whose entire purpose was built upon a lie.
But look at the engineers. Another race that's also been enslaved because they have bombs strapped to them. But that's not important.
slideshow. Or the rant video. But in the 16 years, fucking really? But in the 16 years since then, the video essay rose to prominence, with mostly Ellis to thank for making it popular in the first place. Unfortunately, her work had an unintended side effect. Now every drooling yahoo had a whole box of academic terminology to throw at people whenever they were in a rage. And thus began the death of media literacy, and
Okay, so let's see who here. I don't know any of these people.
I recognize
Oh,
that
let's
as a
have a look.
thumbnail.
Yeah, I recognise the Dune one as well.
Oh, there's also so media literacy with the Senator Armstrong.
That's
Into the center.
Overly sarcastic
Yeah.
productions. Yeah.
Yep. Problem is I can't see this image very well. Hold on. Let me see if
One
I can.
of them could be Emergency Awesome. Not 100% sure.
That Joker one looks very familiar.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it does.
We were literally seeing, like, it's funny how that video, that the Avatar one, is actually either buried in this. I think it was in this video's recommended. Like when we put it into the watch together, I had to get rid of that. The more videos. Yeah, the more videos thing, that Avatar: The Last Airbender essay is right
Mhm.
there.
hysterical moral panic through which entitled brats would find increasing ways to overreact to someone expressing a contrary opinion over something that doesn't matter. Did you
Nope. I will not for a split second accept the "it doesn't matter" clause or fucking fallacy, because this shit matters to somebody.
Well,
In fact, it should matter to you because you're the one fucking talking about it.
and not only that, if you have if enough of a people within any given discussion about a piece of art effectively say that it's X, Y, and Z, you know how all the people were complaining about Joker, about how it's the incel fantasy and all of that stupid retarded shit.
And they were worried it was gonna cause shootings. And
No, they weren't worried. They were hoping. Let's be fucking real. They were hoping that happened.
Oh yeah, just so they could lambast the film.
Exactly. They were hoping it happened. But excuse me. But if now granted that didn't really take over the discourse of it, because enough people that were talking about it understood that was absolutely retarded. But the way that people view but if the side that overtook it said that it's this horrible piece of weird propaganda stupid shit, if those people took over the conversation due to their lack of understanding what Joker is, what it represents, its story and its themes, then that poisons the perception of the movie. People will, rather than watch it themselves, believe it's the incel fantasy racist movie or whatever the fucking leftoids would say about it, and thus they wouldn't watch it, and it would the perception of it being repugnant and stupid and evil or whatever would be the dominant thought, and as such that the people would not be exposed to what is essentially an absolutely fantastic movie. So yeah, it does matter. It ruins the perception of a piece of art, and especially with people's inability to understand it.
No, we're living in an unprecedented time of media illiteracy. The proof is all around you. I mean, I'm telling you in confidence, but like, I heard that someone doesn't like your favorite show. I also heard that they think it's bad.
Okay, so, wow. So that's Dragon Age Inquisition. I recognize that tattoo because it's literally the one that's on my character's face.
Oh, wait, but I'm not at that part yet. The video's not at that part yet for me.
Oh, like I paused it just at the right moment, so it's between frames.
Yeah.
So somebody says that they don't like my show. All right, fine. That's their subjective take. When they say it's bad, however, they better have some fucking evidence.
Oh yeah, I go. You think it's? But I think it's bad. Okay, present the arguments.
And if it turns out it's bad, then it's bad, Lily.
Yeah.
And it's also one of the reasons why I really detest people like Organized Chaos, where they put this kind of weird soundbite into the argument, saying, "Oh, this piece of content is rubbish." Okay, why? And then they say whatever, and then you present your arguments like. Because this is great and the story's great, blah blah blah, whatever, and then they're kind of like, "Oh, I didn't realize what they were saying." It's like, wow, why is it so important to you? You're the one who brought it up. It's just putting something in there just to hook you, you know?
Yeah.
So, you guys just reminded me of a very stupid argument I got on when talking about Baldur's Gate 3. A game we're playing, the videos that will surely be releasing on Yarp anytime soon. Isn't that right, me? Yeah, you sure are right, me.
You should release 3 videos a week with that.
God, fuck.
just edit enough of them to where like get enough of a head of it. Edit them. It doesn't have to be anytime soon. And then when you have enough, 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
We gotta keep the content train going though. That's why we keep doing the weekly at the very least.
Yeah, I have to keep yeah.
So as we were talking about Baldur's Gate 3 in relation to Dragon Age, I'll just post what he said to me when I was talking about Baldur's Gate 3 should be the fucking standard because of how it is on an objective level. And this man responded, "I don't think it's great. So the objectively is certainly not true. Everything people are bootlicking Baldur's Gate 3 for can be debated."
So it can be debated that your choices matter. I mean, I guess.
Well, not even that. Hold on. You missed the first part. He basically said, "Well, I didn't like it, so therefore it's not objective."
That's the fucking just right shit. That's all that takes me back to the just right debate.
We're still, yeah. This is why I say that it's been like not mortally wounded, but it's taken a severe fucking stabbing to the stomach, because critical thinking is at this fucking level. Where we're reverting back to just right tactics because I didn't like it, therefore it's not objective.
But and the thing is, he's saying that about a video game, and video game is the most objective form of art.
A lot of people still just don't think that.
But like, I'm sorry, the gameplay aspect is something that can be factually measured. If there is a 5-second delay in a hack and slash game or like a character action game like a Metal Gear Rising or a DMC, 5-second delay between button inputs, that's objectively factually shit controls because because it has to do with dodging and quick attacks and combos.
Right, you can still also hate something because something's subjectively bad, but the fact that you don't like it is subjective.
Yeah.
The actual emotion is subjective.
Yeah, but like in terms of video games, like they're the most objective form of art because they're the most they're the most easily measured because of the gameplay aspect.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing: even while there are objective like values to everything, especially when it comes to video games, your ability to pick it up could also just be entirely subjective, mainly because you just might not see it. The flaw is still there, but you're not noticing it.
True.
Mhm.
That's why we have groups like these, so we can discuss and see if, like, okay, are we encountering an actual, like, gameplay issue, or is your controller busted?
Or is it that maybe you're just not good at these kinds of games? Because Baldur's Gate 3, again, going to the example, I'm like, again, like these kinds of games where it's like, while it's not like necessary, well, it still is necessary. Like heavy exploration will get you more gear, more experience and stuff. I did do exploration, but I didn't do like the amount that we're doing in our joined playthrough. So I am just kind of under leveled and kind of under geared.
And that's why you install the double XP mod.
No, I'm not doing that. But like in a game like that, or like a strategy game, right? I'm not very good at strategy games because like I don't. That's that kind of stuff. Like it's a bit too over my head. I mean, like I'm pretty sure I could pick it up, but if I were to like play Total War or something like that, right? I don't know. Like, I don't think I would do particularly well because that's just not my kind of game. It's something that I'm just not particularly good at, and something I'm just not particularly interested in. So I wouldn't put in the time and effort to get good.
Exactly.
Or something like Dark Souls. Or granted, Dark Souls has, I think, some like gameplay issues, for like from what I've heard and understood. But like, just like it is very much you can't really throw your face at the wall and hope it breaks all the time. So, because like I think you can do it for some bosses, but for others it's like no, you can't just throw your face at the wall and hope it sticks.
I mean, especially for later Souls games, like you can't just like there are some ways to cheese like Sekiro's bosses, but for the most part, they have like it's a rock paper scissors mentality, meaning like the boss can pretty much only be really killed in like a set manner.
Yeah, you can be like Asmongold and not understand how to use blade mode, and therefore because you don't understand how to use blade mode, you literally cannot beat the game.
Oh yeah, that was the flaw we were seeing in his playthrough.
Yeah, and again, like going back to Asmongold, there's just some people that refuse to engage with the game fully because for whatever reason, you know, again, because maybe they don't understand it, or the fact that it's like, well, I can brute force my way through it, so I will.
It could also just vary like on how you consume the media in general. Like for instance, I kind of have that classic mentality of if I'm playing by myself, that's the heavy narrative games where I'm experiencing a world, and then the second I'm playing with others, like it pretty much is just like the game almost takes a back seat for me.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Yeah. But
So-
anyways, but
Okay, so this isn't anything.
Yes.
No, okay.
New, if we're
Keep
being honest, core
my
fans of basic-
game's name out your fucking mouth. Don't you dare
Literally
bring up
everything
Dragon
I've always
Age.
that someone doesn't like your favorite show. I also heard that they think it's bad. Okay, so this isn't anything new, if we're being honest. Hardcore fans of basically everything have always shouted down contrary opinions with shit like, you just don't get it, or you need to spend at least 100 hours, or BRB reporting this for promoting terrorism for years. It's been...
Okay, but what if you genuinely don't understand it though? What if these people are positing like opinions about the thing that they don't understand? Like Superman is a big example. People don't understand Superman. It's a constant thing that we like, that Wyatt and I, as Superman fans, see all the time.
Yeah, just a fundamental misreading of the character. And not
He's-
even like when talking about their interpretation of it, because it's fine when they're just trying to say like, oh yeah, this is our Superman. It's when they like try to find relation to their Superman to the main one and saying that's what it's always been.
Yeah. Like I, Snyder trying to make Superman Jesus. Trying to equate him to Jesus. Like
Or
it do-
or the basic concept that a lot of other people have, which is that a man with that amount of power can just never be a good person.
yeah, it's not like one of the fundamental aspects of why Superman is a good person is because he had good parents that taught him and instilled him instilled him with a very strong set of moral values. It's not
Yeah,
that
that's
that's the crux of every
That's what-
almost every evil Superman story, both like alternate universes of Clark Kent or just characters like a Homelander or a Brightburn or in a slightly lesser case Omni-Man, because later he does get a lot better. It's that the environment in which they grew up in shapes who they are and how they utilize their powers and whether or not they will abuse them.
Yeah, and then also let's not forget that while Omni-Man does like redeem himself later on, like his way of thinking is it is just set up by his environment,
Yeah.
just like with Superman.
Yeah. And then of course when people say he's unrelatable, it's like, well, you've never engaged with a Superman story in your entire life. Like the whole idea of Superman is like maybe the symbol of Superman and what Superman with the suit and like what that persona represents may not necessarily be relatable, but Clark Kent is immensely relatable.
Yeah, it's why a lot of some of my favorite Superman media is just something that most people wouldn't say. Like there's a lot of people would say the Christopher Reeve version, or in some fucked up cases they'd say Man of Steel. Uh, but in my case, it was always Lois and Clark: The Adventures of Superman.
Agreed.
That was a that was a fantastic interpretation of Superman.
Superman the animated series as well.
Yeah.
That was, like, my
live
big
live action. That was the one that really resonated with me.
I guess
Yeah,
Superman
that was my Buffy. That was
Superman and Lois for me then if we're going live action. Because a lot of it there is a lot of like, superhero shenanigans, but a lot of it has to deal with Clark being a good dad, which by the way, your superpowers aren't really going to help with that much if at all.
Yeah.
But the point
The
is,
status-
sometimes there is a fundamental misunderstanding of the thing you think is bad, and like, it may not be it may not be every case. Heck, it might not even be most cases, but there are cases where people just don't understand a thing, and that muddies their perception of it.
I mean, that often can happen with creators.
Mm-hmm.
What we thought was like their original view of something, like they then say was something completely different. Like that weird interview with George Lucas and James Cameron, where he was like, "I'm gonna like a lot about of Star Wars is the Vietnam War," and I'm just sitting here just going like,
why.
"No."
And
Like,
and Alan Moore with Rorschach. He doesn't understand why people really like and empathize with Rorschach, and it's like, you wrote a character that has a strong set of morals. While he is incredibly brutal, maybe he is right wing. I don't give a shit. Maybe he does take things too far. He has a very strong sense of what is right and what is wrong, and he's
never compromise, not
Mhm.
even in the face of Armageddon.
Exactly. And that's why people really resonated and liked it, because despite this whole fucking plan with Ozymandias that is going to unite the world together, which is a good thing, he is like, what you've done is wrong. You've killed people I've worked with. You're doing all of this horrible shit. You better kill me now or else I'm going to expose it all.
Yeah, that's why he tells Dr. Manhattan to do it.
Exactly.
And thus, in a way, he had already prepared for this because of the mailing the journal to the journalists, the newspaper people.
Yeah. But Alan Moore, for some reasons, just like, I don't get why people like Rorschach so much. He's weird white right-wing conspiracy man. And it's like, sorry, Alan. You wrote someone with maybe not the best set of morals, but like in this story that's supposed to be very deconstructive and subversive, you wrote someone that at least had a sense of right and wrong, and he stuck by it, and people respected that and empathized with that. Watchmen's a really good comic. It's a really good comic.
I agree.
Everyone should read Watchmen. Maybe watch the movie.
I do want to almost hear that again.
Opinions with shit like, you just don't get it.
Okay, we've already gone over that one. Well, also, yeah, it's tied with the...
Or, you need to spend at least 100 hours, or...
So that's never an excuse, especially when we're talking about video games. If your game, like, if I'm not having fun at least by the first couple hours, I'm not going to want to continue your game to 100.
Like Dragon Age the Veilguard.
No, that was even the excuse for something like Death Stranding, is that you needed to get like 10 hours in before the game starts to get fun, and it's just like, I don't have 10 hours to waste.
No, I was responding to the fact of like, after a few hours in and it's not fun, you should drop it. And it's like, yeah, I'd like Dragon Age the Veilguard, except I've already bought it. I'm like 10 hours in, 11 hours in. I'm gonna finish it, and then I'm gonna probably make a video about it because I hate this. I hate it. I hate the game. But that's a topic for another day.
Or BRB reporting this for promoting terrorism for you.
I think I can't tell like if that's just a joke, because if it is, that's a shitty joke.
Yeah.
Who's done that? Who has reported a YouTube? Like, I'm sure there's plenty of false flags.
Yeah.
But I couldn't imagine anyone seriously reporting that, thinking that a YouTube video was going to cause terrorism.
Yes.
Years. It's been the status quo of the internet since a bunch of pedophiles got kicked off something awful and created 4chan. But ever since the internet moved on from its primitive roots, ditching the rage comics in favor of Wojaks apparently, there's been an effort from the biggest punching bags of the internet to rebrand themselves as intellectuals, and thus all the usual flame wars have been replaced with hysterical moaning about media literacy. Well, media literacy ain't dead or dying, and I can fucking prove it.
Damn it. Like you, Lily?
Sorry.
Like you? Like what you're doing right now? Like what you constantly do?
We'll break that down again, because that was just a word salad.
Yeah.
4chan. But ever since the internet moved on from its primitive roots, ditching the rage comics in favor of Wojaks apparently.
What
Wojaks
does he
are
mean by
pretty funny.
Wojaks?
That's the one on the bottom.
Bottom.
What does Wojak mean? I've never come across that.
It's the soy face like drawing where like you have the guy pointing to the thing and is like the neck beard.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
There's been an effort from the biggest punching bags of the internet to
So the biggest punching bags of the internet. Okay. Yeah, I guess no solid examples.
brand themselves as intellectuals, and thus all the usual flame wars have been replaced with hysterical moaning about media literacy.
No, it's just the fact that there's a lot of bad stuff out there right now, and it's outweighing the good stuff.
Well, more specifically, this seems like projecting. This is projecting from Lilly. Because if you know Lilly Orchard's history, this kind of fits her to a T.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. And take people like the Drinker, Nedvadic, Maul, and all the rest of them. When something's good, they freaking talk about it, and they say, that's amazing. Like when Mauler went on about The Last of Us and various things like that. It's just the fact that the majority of their content is about bad stuff because that's what's coming out.
You know, and then Mueller had his horrendously shit take about Avatar The Last Airbender.
We're never going to let that go, are we?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to let it go because Mueller should know better.
Where's my...
Well, media literacy ain't dead or dying, and I can fucking prove it.
First speech censored, the first thought forbidden, the first freedom
so,
denied. Change us.
I'm just going to pause for copyright. Yeah, so...
I was
Mayo
trying
and I
to
are pretty
avoid Star Trek.
Yeah, Mayo and I are pretty averse in Star Trek-isms, aren't we,
I've been
Mayo?
known to dabble once or twice.
All irrevocably.
Let's take probably the most infamous example of the death of media literacy, the right-wing Star Trek fan. On the surface, this is an obvious
What?
case of no media literacy. Star Trek is one of the most unapologetically leftist shows in the universe. It's a show
No,
What?
no, 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 no.
I would say that it
Star
is a
Trek-
very liberal show, yes, but not a
Star
leftist
Trek
show.
has changed to go to the left when you bring out things like Discovery and things like that, and under Kurtzman.
Well,
But but the majority of it isn't left. There's stuff that tackles issues that the left are going on about, but it leaves you with a question. It doesn't tell you what to think.
well, I mean, like, I would agree that it's a very liberal show, but it's not a leftist show. From my experience
Agreed.
of it, it has a lot of liberal ideals. But then again, liberal ideals are not owned by the left.
Yeah, and I was going to say, if anything, it was more just Star Trek has always just been. It's always been known for pushing the envelope of the times, but through the lens of its of being science fiction. Like in the original series, there's a lot of Cold War analogies that could be made between the Federation and the Klingons. Especially with Star Trek 6, which was supposed to be an analogy for the Berlin Wall coming down in the fall of the Soviet Union, needing to make peace with the Klingons. Star Trek: The Next Generation tackled a lot of like issues of gender and terrorism and the individual rights.
They even had an episode where there was literally an alien race that was non-binary.
Exactly. And then in the hot button issues of like something like Deep Space Nine, where there was a lot more question, like which was coming out. What years did Deep Space Nine come out, Mayo?
Wasn't it like 94?
In our timeline or in universe?
No,
It
for us.
I think in 94.
was. Yeah, it was definitely before 2000. It was late 90s, I think.
Okay,
I want to
so
say it
we
was
were
somewhere around 94, 95 when it started.
okay. So we were in the Gulf War and Desert Storm around this time, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm double
and
checking. Hold on.
thus a lot of the hot button issues were trusting in government and paranoia and with the things we would sacrifice in order to achieve victory. Like these aren't
Insurance.
1993. 1993.
And when was the Gulf War?
Gulf War was around that time, or it might have come off after that time, but let's take a look.
But the point is like Star Trek has always had a
91. 90 to 91.
okay. So when it's always trying to tackle issues of the time, it's normally doing so from like this area of like past tense, you know what I mean? The
Yeah.
issue has happened, thus we will now make stories talking like about like the meanings of these things, because that's what good science fiction is supposed to do. It's supposed to hold up a mirror to us, and through the analogy of like things like foods, like replicators are supposed to solve starvation, and thus we must like try to improve ourselves so we can get to that level of technology. It's always been a story of hope and using previous issues. The Star Trek Discovery is using not only current day issues instead as for replacing what used to be like an issue of the time, like making the Klingons essentially like Trump supporters and right wingers, when like one, you're replacing their original analogy, so that's just stupid. Secondly, this is what's happening now, and it's based off of false pretenses with what everybody perceived of the now current president.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like president-elect. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I don't really have no problem saying that Star Trek is a left-leaning show, which I think that's fair. That's a fair assessment in a lot of cases, because especially early on, you could probably say that.
I mean, that's why a lot of like people think that if the Federation had any form of government, it'd be this like super surface level view of socialism.
Even though it's not, because you have people with private property and all of that stuff.
Oh yeah, no, they don't think about that. They don't talk about that kind of stuff because it's like
It's a liberal utopia. It's not a socialist utopia. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go.
yeah,
that
that's
far.
why it's very very surface level because it's what only people know.
Yeah.
How
But-
everything's free and we don't have to worry about money or.
Well, it's because
we don't have
there's
to worry about
replicators
food.
that can make anything. That's why we don't need to worry about money, right?
Yep. Like you're getting it. Now you're understanding like why people who do say all like trying to relate a system of modern government to the Federation is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Once you have replicators, though, those in the mix, like there really isn't a need for food production. You need to mass produce replicators, but once you do that, you don't need like farms or pretty much anything at that point.
They should still kind of be around because apparently it's been said
True.
multiple times throughout the multiple series that replicator food apparently just doesn't taste that good.
Yeah, it's just a synthesis. It's an approximation. It isn't a real thing. And also, what if, and you had it with a brain attack, I guess, but what if an alien race just came and just EMP'd the whole planet? Then you'd need the backup of actual food.
Well, I mean, true, but like, doesn't Picard own a vineyard, or his family did?
Yeah.
So like stuff like that still exists, kind of.
Yeah, and there's tons of just like Deep Space Nine, for example. Cisco's father owns a restaurant in New Orleans. No, not in New Orleans, in San Francisco. Because everything has to take place in San Francisco.
Yep.
How cool would have been if it was New Orleans, you know? A place that isn't California.
No, a place that's just not a. No, the reason I like Mayo and I have a particular issue about that, and it's more just the fact that when anything Federation related, they always have to go right back to San Francisco. Like,
Yeah.
Okay, it's an in joke. All right.
It's kind of like Doctor Who at the moment, where the majority of it is usually back on Earth.
Okay.
yeah, it's like they're gonna destroy the Federation, and so they immediately go to Earth when it's like, that's just Starfleet headquarters.
About racial diversity and fully automated luxury communism in space. But it's also a show.
It's not communism. It is not communism because people have individual rights and people have private property.
Now, don't you understand? It's a utopia, and these people think communism is a utopia. So
No, it's not. Like it doesn't Star Trek isn't like the Federation or like Earth and all that, isn't that like governed by elected officials?
yes, and including most of the Federation Council and the Federation President.
So then it's not communism because you have a power hierarchy.
Yeah, which are elected as well, by the way.
Yeah. So you have a power hierarchy and you don't have a dictator. It's not communist then.
If you're talking about the government system that exists, at least within the Earth as it is depicted in Next Generation, it is social democracy, not communism.
Holy shit, Slur. I didn't hear you come in.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
because OBS turns off all your sound.
I wasn't on Discord, and literally you almost made me snort my drink out my nose.
Slur,
Apparently,
so-
Slur
okay.
has.
I have that effect on women.
It might.
Slur,
I
you're
see
being
what we did
recorded.
there.
We're watching Lilly Orchard. Click the watch together link and get in here.
Ah, fuck.
It's
Yeah.
an emoji. For some reason, we placed the watch together link where pretty much anyone could join.
That's what you
Yes.
get for assuming my gender.
All right.
Yeah, true.
The video is called "Media Literacy Isn't Dead." Slur.
Which we kind
Specifically
of.
that.
And this is
the-
supposed to hold on. Lilly Orchard is saying that media literacy is not dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, just give me when you play the video, just let me have a second to process that one.
Well, she already said that like luxury communism in space and applied it to Star Trek. So already.
Okay, well, I think I've like succinctly summed up my input on that one. So
About how a strictly American-coded organization staffed predominantly by white men is the benevolent peacekeeper of the world, single-handedly holding up galactic stability, surrounded on all sides by cartoonish depictions of African people, Jewish people, and Chinese people.
wait,
God damn it! Every time! Every fucking time! With these
I'm
people.
sorry.
You guys rant
Yes,
amongst
okay, hold on.
yourselves.
No,
I'm gonna get
no,
something to
Is
drink.
this
Don't
like
rant
the
among
evolved
yourselves.
version of the orcs are black people thing?
So, yes, because for some reason, this weird comparison was made where apparently all science fiction and fantasy are so interchangeable that apparently, like, Klingons are orcs. And as we know, orcs are black people.
Well, not just
Yeah,
black
with
people,
families and everything.
Africans. Even though, like, almost no African culture has had anything even remotely Klingon as a culture. No human civilization has had anything remotely Klingon, except maybe the non-factual but like recorded legend version of Sparta. Like
I was
the
about to say
story
that, yeah.
Sparta tells
What about
about-
Genghis Khan? Isn't he anything like Klingons?
Oh no. Genghis Khan, like the main thing that made the Khanate successful was the fact they had a very rigid, organized protection of fucking trade routes. Like the most protected class were non-combatants,
So,
not even
I-
remotely clean.
we gotta hear this again and break this down.
White
Hold on.
men is the benevolent peacekeeper of the world, single-handedly holding up galactic stability, surrounded on all sides by cartoonish depictions of African
Of Africans.
Yeah.
Wait,
people,
Okay,
wait,
yeah.
weren't the
And
Klingon...
called the Ferengi Jews! The most offensive and like the joke that everyone makes!
Okay. Okay. Best faith imaginable, right? I can meet them halfway in that there is a reason everybody makes that joke, right? Like
Yeah.
you look at the cartoonish propaganda fucking pictures of how Jewish people have been depicted historically, and the Ferengi kinda are that. Like I can meet them that much.
I'd
But
say you could
this is
probably say
not
more
something
about
that's
Quark.
within the media.
But by the way, weren't the Klingons in TOS more resembled Asians?
Yes, because as a matter of fact, and because I'm gonna pass this over for your little image thing, Jake. That's not what Klingons fucking looked like in the original series. That was for the next generation onward Klingons.
Hang on a minute. Didn't no. Star Trek 3, was that post or pre TNG?
Pre.
All
I think the first depiction was Cetra Spock. I know I'm being anal, but
no, the
Yeah.
first appearance of those kinds.
Oh
of
my
Klingons
god,
was
they
in Star
actually
Trek
literally had yellow skin. I thought you were exaggerating.
Yeah,
Yes,
no.
Uh-huh.
Klingons TOS like
Yellow skin and fucking Fu Manchu style mustaches. Yeah, no, these were
yeah.
honestly like actually kind of racist to be. If you didn't understand, like in retrospect, that these was supposed to be aliens, you'd think this was just like a really racist costume director's idea
Well-
of a Chinese person.
Well, yeah, that's a picture I just sent. There's hold on. There's an even. I found a worse one. Here you go.
Like Worf says, we don't talk about that.
Yeah, it was an episode of Deep Space Nine where they time traveled back to Alpha Station 3, and yeah, it's like that's a Klingon, and Worf is just kind of just like.
They just, yep, I don't know them. I've never met before in my life. Just forget.
It's just
Move on.
Klingons just used to look different. So
Although I
even,
will say the Klingon women with all of that fucking bronzer kind of look like the teenage girls in my hometown.
mhm. They
You know,
even,
like
Oh
wearing
my
3
God.
people's worth of makeup.
Oh,
they
Jesus
even went as
Christ.
far as to cover the reason why it happened in Star Trek Enterprise, because it was a virus.
Oh yeah, because of Enterprise. And
Alright, so
then
like, just in
Go
terms of like the video, I'm willing to meet them halfway on the Jewish thing because
Yeah.
there's some parallels there that you can make the jokes around. Like there's bones to that one.
I wouldn't have thought
Klingons
in
being
the
African, no, fuck off.
Yeah,
Romulans
with the
being
Ferengi in the
Asian.
picture that we're seeing right now, I wouldn't have said Jews, but definitely when you get to Quark, there's a bit more there.
What about
No,
the
it's-
Romulans being Asians?
It's holy shit. It's literally just because they have dark skin, isn't it?
Yes.
We
Let's
were over.
find-
I can't believe I was overthinking it this early in, man. I've been out of the game too long.
let's
You have,
let's
yeah.
let's hear.
People and Chinese people.
Chinese people for the Romulans.
Who
I
are the
love-
Cardassians?
Not even not even Viet Cong. Like she didn't even say that. Vietnamese people like as the Romulans because they're all sneaky. Like it's not the. I'm trying to think of like what's the most bastardized thing that she would think that we would do when it comes to, you know, relating races in a fictional universe to our real universe. Because of course, when you see a Romulan, you think a Chinese man, right?
No, I don't. I think of this.
Well, no, when I see a Romulan, I just think like it's a morally inverted Vulcan, and Vulcan is clearly like it's not racial representation; it's, you know, neuroatypical representation because it's literally what if an entire planet was autistic.
Well, it's funny because the Romulans and the Vulcans are
It's the
technically
dark side of
same.
the tism.
Well, it's because the Romulans.
You were supposed to use the tism, not destroy it.
But like the Romulans are a subspecies of Vulcan, aren't they?
Yes, they're ones that embraced feelings, and thus they left. And
From
Then-
my point of view, not caring about trains is evil. Well, then you are lost.
And you really are lost.
You were supposed to
Oh,
build the model
fucking
train,
goddamn.
not destroy it. Paint it blue,
You-
not leave it yellow.
You turned
Everything that
straight
you
against
got
me!
destroyed.
You were supposed to memorize the Warhammer lore, not leave it in darkness.
It's like, I'm not Italian.
I hate you. You're my brother Tiffo. I loved you.
Love is gay. Well, no,
And
no,
this,
like,
ladies and gentlemen, is why we should write the next Star Wars.
exactly. No,
Oh.
just make an autistic coded character. His lightsaber's blue. Part of his robe is blue. He wears a blue hat all the time.
No, I was gonna. No. His
I
choice.
am a Jedi, Master Han.
I am a Jedi.
I am a Jedi.
I am a Jedi.
He pulls his hood up over his robes, but it just turns into the hat.
Oh no, it turns into He-Man. I have the power.
I have the tism.
I have the diagnosis.
Disney, hire us. We'll make a fantastic Star Wars movie. We promise.
And even if it's shit, you could bet your ass people will want to see it just for the sheer retardation will fall off.
No, you have a droid that's voiced by Kevin Hart.
Look, it can't be more retarded than a freaking pink whip lightsaber.
Well, lightsaber whips. I
Wait,
think
what
in
had
the, the Acolyte.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
they
want
had
that
they
shit.
had light whips, and they weren't even a proper representation of light whips anyway. But
There's
Don't
a
light.
proper representation.
Well, I think light whips, if I
So,
understand, aren't they like don't they have like metal pieces to them like a whip, but like the lightsaber energy travels on the underside of it?
Not so I could see.
Well, no, so that's what it's supposed to be. What we got was basically a wet noodle lightsaber in the Acolyte.
Yeah.
But
Oh, you mean like
well,
Spaceball?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It was.
Oh my god!
It was
You know
supposed to
they
be a
did that
normal
as a joke.
lightsaber. It just went floppy.
Shit, I hate it when I get my lightsaber all twisted.
I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
Now let's see
If
how
your
well you
lightsaber-
handle it.
If your lightsaber is straight for any more than 4 hours, then you need to see a doctor.
So how a light whip was normally depicted in the old EU was that it was basically a cord that basically used the focusing crystal to energize the whip so that it could essentially function as a lightsaber. And it's not even meant to really it's not supposed to be made for direct combat in the same way that like a typical lightsaber is. It's more of a distracting tool, like.
Oh, so it's
for
more like just
capture.
a sexually ambiguous vibro sword.
Spaghetti when it turns wet lightsaber, yeah.
I
Okay.
think we're going on a slight tangent here.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Where the military is the ultimate force of good and benevolence protecting you from those evil
Yeah,
outsiders.
They're not
excuse
just
me.
the military. People keep
Excuse
making
me.
that fucking mistake. Most of the show takes place on a vessel that is military backed, military governed, but the council is not a military organization. It's just that
There's-
the branch of it that oversees like the fleet of ships with weapons capabilities, yeah, that's going to be governed by the military branch.
The whole repeated joke thing is that the scene from when what the hell is it? The Hathaway. Wyatt, what was the episode called when Riker went onto the other ship and they was playing war games?
Oh, I don't remember the name of the episode. I just remember I know the plot you're talking about.
Yeah,
And
so
it's,
there's
the
this,
line
there's
that's-
this,
the Starfleet is not a military.
yeah, the clip is Starfleet is not a military organization. So no, it's not military.
See,
Not
no, so hold
completely.
on.
It's kind of like it is not a military organization in the same way that, let's say, you work for the United States government and
Mhm.
you operate a research vessel. Maybe it has, armed personnel aboard, depending on the fucking thing you're doing. Maybe it doesn't. But either way, you report to the U.S. Navy.
Right, and
Because, of course you do.
That's the funny thing, Slur. Like, what? Because we agree on this, and that's why I say that Starfleet should be actually recognized as a military. The series themselves, they will always say that it's not, even though functionally it just is.
In TOS, it was military, but they demilitarized it in Star Trek 6, and then they started putting families on starships.
Which
By
is
the
the
way,
stupidest decision.
Doesn't this whole like narrative of like protecting them from the evil outsiders completely fall apart when there's plenty of times where the crew and the Federation completely and totally respect the culture and decisions of a species because
But not just that, they will actively compromise themselves in multiple scenarios
Yeah.
just in order to be collaborative, even if it's not an ideal solution. And
Yeah.
this it's actually something they use for like the conflict in multiple episodes where Starfleet's official mandate is like, no, we're gonna do this the Klingon way, even though it doesn't abide by like our principles. We're gonna do it this way because this is something that we want for like the larger project of the advancement of mankind and our place in the universe, blah blah blah. But like the on the ground human perspective is like, hey, this culture, I respect that they have their own way of seeing things, but so do I. And the way I see this is wrong, and I'm gonna like try and hash this out with them. And like that's where you get the good fucking meat and potatoes of Next Generation episodes.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's you brought up a really good point on how much they'll compromise, like they'll always give ground where they can, because the Cardassian border crisis meant that multiple Federation worlds were essentially just given to the Cardassians, and what during the Dominion War, that's the whole reason a lot of Starfleet officers left to join the Maquis, is that the Federation wanted to negotiate with a species that was not interested in talking.
and
Like
then
that's why Deep Space Nine is what most people consider to be the peak of Star Trek, because it properly challenges all the things that we've been shown of Roddenberry's future.
Yep. And the whole Prime Directive thing is when you had 2 episodes that I can think of, when one of the early ones with that piece for like Riser type planet where Crusher, Wesley, he gets basically he breaks the law, so they got to punish him and stuff. There's one with Belana Taurus where she almost lost the memories, and they have to abide by their law process. And you think, hang on, they've got all like phasers, Russian torpedoes, and everything. They can just threaten to like blow the planets up if they really wanted to. But no, they go by the process. Just because you have the power doesn't mean you necessarily have to use it. And those are the kind of lessons it teaches in Star Trek.
Yeah.
When do you use your power, when don't you? It asks the question so that you have to think about an answer. It just doesn't tell you that's the way we should do things.
Well, and then isn't there also an episode? I'm just kind of fuzzy on the specifics, but it was Balana's mom. Her mom was in a relationship with this one alien where when they reach like 60 years old, they kill themselves. And like
that wasn't Banana. That was Luxana Troy and Skinji. The scientist that basically couldn't finish his work because he had to die at 60.
Oh, right, yeah, Troy's mom. But yeah, so and that was from what I remember, that was actually a really good episode because it's like, yeah, he went along with it, but at the same time he's like, fuck, I actually don't want to go along with it now. Like, I have someone that I love now, but they respect it and go along with it. He also seek asylum for the Federation as well?
Yeah, one of the things that would have happened if he went through with it, though, would make the rest of his race question why they do things. So it would have unraveled their society. So the right decision at that point probably would have been die at 60, even though as humans, we don't think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
But again, it makes you think. It doesn't just say that's the right thing to do.
Yeah. But anyway, 3 minutes in, and Lily has already completely misread Star Trek. That's fucking hilarious. That's hilarious.
Harry was a very progressive man, often dreaming of a brighter future where humanity has grown up and often believed that humanity couldn't get to space before it grew up. But he was also painfully American in the 1960s, so all of Star Trek's political messaging is still glazed in American exceptionalism. Watch the first 2 series and you'll find way more of the Federation bringing civilization and enlightenment to other people than you will see the Federation dealing with an internal.
Okay, so first off, these 2 aliens took control of the ship. That's I'm trying to remember if it was these guys or a different alien race. I'm pretty sure it was these guys took over the ship, and that's why Kirk had to activate the auto-destruct sequence in order to get them to compromise, because they would have died.
Would Pike's trial count as internal issues?
If it's being handled internally, then yeah.
In the context he's talking about there's problems in Starfleet. But TNG did that because every freaking admiral you come in contact with was just bad. They had some of that in the Commodores in TOS as well.
It's like I've watched like maybe like a portion of the episode of TOS, so I don't know if it's
also if you want, like, Lily, if you really want to paint Gene in this light, which I really hope you don't, if he really was a man of the 1960s, there's a good possibility he'd be a raging racist. So why would he make the television that featured the first interracial kiss?
Mm-hmm.
And Did in TOS did the Enterprise crew did they learn something from an alien species?
They learned all the time. Okay.
Well, that's the point of the Federation as well. They have a lot of different races that make up the Federation. So all the stuff that you see on The Enterprise is a combination of all those technologies and all those ideas, etc., 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 coming together to make it.
Which also isn't it
glazed
why
in
that
American
isn't also why that's kind of what made the Borg so terrifying. Is here's this we'll just say alien species that, let's be frank, deserves complete and total extermination.
Yes,
Species 8472.
Them too, yeah.
both. Especially now we found out through things like Star Trek Online, they're fucking shapeshifters too.
Yeah.
So no, yeah, the species like the Borg that deserve complete and total annihilation. And what makes them so scary is it goes in the face of everything that Roddenberry like thinks about when it comes to his utopia, which is the freedom and the personal the personal freedoms of each member of the Federation and their personal ideals. And you have the Borg, who are a hive mind who strip you of your individuality and turn you into a essentially mindless drone. That the second that you die, one of your compatriots will teleport in, only take your most valuable parts, and then you'll disintegrate. You like showing just how little you mean to them.
exceptionalism. Watch the first 2 series and you'll find way more of the Federation bringing civilization and enlightenment to other people than you will see the Federation dealing with an internal problem. And when it does, those problems are often the result of bad apples, individual admirals or captains. Anytime a problem is caused in the Federation.
But also, you're seeing it from the point of view from the Federation, the freaking crew of the heroes of the show. So you're going to have that.
And then,
Also, when you're writing any kind of drama at all of your conflict generally is going to be between characters. Yeah, you might mix it up where all of the characters technically are right, but we find ourselves in a fucked up situation because there's some quirk of the way that the rules are set up where now it's all of the characters, protagonists and antagonists, versus the system. But that's a very specific and convoluted way to write an episode. You can pull it off, but generally, it's the framing of this is already kind of fucking weird. Because it's like, oh yeah, no. Anytime there's a problem, it's not because Starfleet recognizes that it is so very obviously fashy. No, it's just that it's all bad apples, but it works fine. Like, yeah, man, of course. All of the problems caused in an episode are caused by like people.
Yeah,
Because that's how problems get caused.
You're not going to want to watch a show, which regularly happens today, where your favorite characters are just deconstructed all the time and saying they're wrong. No, it's them who are the ones who save the day.
And yeah, we all know the running joke. Every Starfleet admiral is fucking evil. They either have like some weird parasite, or they're just a dick. And like they don't see the threat of the individual episode, like the fact that in Best of Both Worlds, the Federation was like, all right, we're going to take care of this. You go to the Romulan neutral zone. It's like, pardon?
Okay. Actually, they did have
one good admiral. They had one good admiral, and it was the one from Best of Both Worlds, and he died.
I was talking about the lady admiral that was before that.
Nichev.
Didn't
oh no.
Yeah. Didn't Kirk
oh no,
become an
no,
admiral?
I know what you're about.
What did you say?
Didn't Kirk become an admiral?
Yes, Kirk became an admiral. He's been promoted and demoted so many times because, you know, Kirk's gonna Kirk.
Oh yeah. You're an admiral, Kirk. Thanks, Kirk. Why are you trying to fight the Grandpa Cortez? Wait, no.
Yeah, yes, Khan, which was also played by Ricardo Montalban.
Admiral Ross was good.
Admiral McCoy was good. We only see him in an episode. Doesn't Scotty hold the rank of admiral?
It depends on which depiction and continuity you want to go with, but if you're talking about relics, then no, he only got to captain. As far as
Okay.
I don't know what's said on Star Trek Online or anything, but as far as I know, he only made it to Captain of Engineering and possibly Starship Captain.
Okay.
Uhura made it to Admiral, if you're going to go
Ah.
by Phase 2 and all the rest of it. And Russian guy.
Chekhov.
That's the fella.
Individual people going bad, not the system itself enabling and encouraging them. What defines a conservative?
Yeah, because that would make a very boring formula for an episode.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no.
Like maybe you could write an episode like that, but if that was the formula of the show, it would get so repetitive so quickly. Whereas when it's a bad apple, you can have a different bad apple every time.
Yeah. And they can
Like,
all do it for their different
this is-
reasons.
Lilly Orchard does this, and it's not just them. A lot of people fucking do this shit, where they'll imply shit without ever actually saying it. They'll
Yeah.
imply, oh yeah, no, the problem is that, like, obviously,
Take a sip of
you know,
water.
Starfleet is actually like deeply problematic, and they just never address it because they're also super problematic. But they'll just frame it in this fucking cowardly bullshit way that doesn't actually make sense when you remember that this is a show being written to be watched.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also she's gonna say what defines a conservative. Are you ready for this?
Oh, great.
Lovely.
Upon which all of their beliefs are built is that the system we live in is fine and doesn't need changing. And that's a belief that
Bullshit.
It's a utopia.
No. She's not talking about Star Trek. She's talking about what like the conservative believes. Bullshit. How many fucking I know plenty of conservatives that are like, no, the system we currently live in is kind of shit.
the most popular and well-known entries in Star Trek support wholeheartedly. The original series,
No.
Hold on.
upon which all of their beliefs are built, is that the system we live in is fine and doesn't need changing. And
But the
that's a belief
system
that the most
they
popular-
live
No.
in is fine. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Star Trek, the whole thing of Star Trek is essentially, if you boil it down, is a what if as opposed to it is a reflection. What if it's a utopia and it works everything out? That's what it would look like. That was the freaking point of it.
See, there's some people who can't distinguish fantasy from reality, and then there's shit like this, where it's a willful refusal to acknowledge that you're talking about two separate things. Hey,
Mhm.
I wrote a show set in like the year 2020, you know, with the way most Western governments, actually most global governments, handled a fucking global pandemic. And in this show, yeah, no, the systems, they were all working perfectly fine. It was the people that were stupid. And we can all recognize, like, hang on, you're basing this on shit that's actually real, which means that we can fact check it. And yeah, no, the system was the one that was fucking stupid. The premise of the show is that the system is what's been figured out. So if you're not willing to engage with the premise of the show and you're like, oh yeah, no, the people in Star Trek keep acting like the system is fine, it's people that are fucked up, when in my real world, you know, a non-fictional actual place where the system is a different system, the system actually is the problem. So therefore the show is not doing it right. Like, do you see how fucking stupid that sounds?
Yeah.
How
Oh, yeah.
divorced from everything?
And then, of course, she did the broad generalization fallacy of all conservatives. Insulting. She just can't help
Again,
it.
Also,
insulting.
the implication that the modern conservative being someone who thinks that the system is fine is actually laughable.
Yes.
Most
Yes.
modern conservatives want to burn this shit to the fucking ground. That's actually what makes them quite concerning as a political force.
I
Well-known
mean,
entries in
I don't know.
Star Trek.
Maybe I would just more or less say that they think the system needs changing because all the conservatives that I've ever talked to have not wanted that. They want to change it, but not like burn it to the ground.
Change it, burn it to ground depends on what issue you're talking about, but like the broad stroke is that they don't think that the system is fine as it is, and it's just individuals that need to be weeded out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So essentially,
Support
talking about equilibrium.
I don't know what that.
God, don't remind me of the.
I've
fucking
never.
movie.
I've never watched the movie.
You've never seen Equilibrium?
No.
That's fucking
It's
something to watch
heresy.
tonight.
Conservative, the bedrock upon which all of their beliefs are built is that the system we live in is fine and doesn't need changing. And that's a belief that the most popular and well-known entries in Star Trek support wholeheartedly. The original series is
Yeah, 'cause
preachier than Ferngully
again-
across with Steven Universe, but it still maintains that us versus them mentality in that it is quite rare for Captain Kirk to reconsider the founding aspects of the Federation. At most, he himself has to be individually nicer. There are often episodes that deal
He's
with
only got one tentacle. Antenna, I mean.
era racism or abortion issues that were still hot-button rage points.
I'm sorry, did I miss a sentence or two and she suddenly just started bringing up abortion?
Yeah. Also, there it was again. It's like the premise of the show is that the system we live in is fine. No, the premise is that the system they live in is fine.
Right.
But because there's a lot of white men in power, obviously that couldn't possibly be the fucking case.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because therefore that is bad.
Yes.
Yeah, no, literally, it's that fucking brain dead.
In fact, you can make the argument just as Star Trek is saying that the current way that society is that it's flawed, and that Star Trek is how it should be.
Yeah.
Founding aspects of the Federation. At most, he himself has to be individually nicer. There are often episodes that deal with 60s era racism or abortion issues that were still hot.
No. Uhura, right there on the bridge of the Enterprise as an officer. That's the first time, if correct me if I'm wrong, anyone did anything like that. And they had freaking Major Barrett and Pike saying there's a woman on the bridge or something like that, but they're putting women in power there. There's even an episode where they put in Uhura in a command situation on the freaking bridge of the Enterprise. No, not freaking racism. Plus, as you said,
In fact, it was anti-racism with a lot of things. Remember when they brought Abraham Lincoln onto the bridge?
Yeah.
And he used basically a slur.
Yeah, and
right on the bridge, and while he took it back, he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's the language of my time." And Uhura's like, "I don't even what? Why would I be offended? We don't.
I don't care.
We don't get offended by that kind of stuff anymore. We've learned to look beyond that."
Well,
God,
well, that and Lincoln just was a racist.
He hunted vampires.
This is true. He did hunt vampires.
Conservatives of the day. There's an episode that deals with a very obvious parallel to American racism with aliens who are black on one side and whites on the other, and discriminate based on which side is which. Subtle, but that episode is fun.
So it may not have been the most subtle issue, but it was a great fucking episode because of how it tackled this.
This is another example.
Yeah, but don't you understand? It didn't have all of the nuance and social commentary of a 2014 Tumblr post.
But
So obviously they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about.
That's because it was made in the 60s. It wouldn't have 2014 way of thinking.
This is starting to sound like yet another person who has only probably either watched just a couple of episodes of each series or just like read a synopsis or Wikipedia on freaking Star Trek as opposed to actually have watched it. Because if he's watched the whole thing, he'd never be making these arguments.
Fundamentally about the Federation educating a decidedly less modern people, and conservatives love anti-racism when it's them educating or feeling superior to others. We are, remind you, talking about a nation that was doing ghettoization and eugenics while simultaneously being horrified by Nazi concentration camps.
Hold on, what's that date on the top?
1924.
1924. When does fucking original series take place?
2370?
Yeah,
long ass fucking time. So you're talking about people who grew up in a country that historically had done horrific things and still has today. Pretty complicated relationship with racial politic.
Yeah.
And in that time, in the 60s, which to us seems regressive and like they really hadn't figured a lot of shit out, but to them was the modern day, where they're trying to like tackle this. They're trying to reconcile that. So if we look at these things that went wrong and we try to do better, we try to imagine a society that has grown beyond prejudice, what does it look like? And then this person's like, they're actually trying to imagine a society beyond prejudice when like they were literally doing prejudice. Get a load of these guys.
Not only that.
How do you write this shit and not realize that you sound like an insufferable cunt?
Well, not only that, if you look at this, was a U.S. state law in Virginia, so it wasn't even something that was federalized by the country. It was just a Virginia law, so it was by that state alone, or not that state alone, but it was this specific thing was this state doing it. So even then,
And also, let's not forget in Star Trek: The Next Generation, this very topic was discussed in when Q was changing the various outfits that he was in and his ways of thinking. And Picard was just going like, get that silly costume off, like as he was dressed up as basically a Cold War officer.
oh wait, I need to correct myself real quick. The law was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. Never mind. All right, I take it back.
So the thing that like it's like, oh, your people have done horrible things. Do you deny that you are still this horrible race? And Picard's like, yes, I deny it, because we've gone past this. We've evolved past this. She's a moron.
Very much a dumbass, yes. We're only 4
Despite
minutes
being
in,
their
by the way.
primary inspiration. I'd argue that kind of other people's problem mentality is the bedrock of conservatism, and it's a bedrock that Star Trek generally doesn't actively try to fight, because the entire premise is, well, humanity has grown up, all that shit is behind us. And not for
Yeah, that's
nothing,
kind
but
of
both Kirk
literally
and
the premise of the show.
Yeah.
Also, what was that about it being like the bedrock of the conservative mentality? Is that that it's other people's problem? Is it?
Hold on.
Is that the bedrock of conservative mentality? I
Let's-
thought the bedrock of conservative mentality was the conservation of tradition. Hence the fucking name.
Which, in conservation of
Very
tradition...
much an our problem mentality.
The thing is, conservation of tradition could also just mean changing things back to what they used to be or some shit. I don't know.
and it's a bedrock that Star Trek generally doesn't actively try to fight, because the entire premise is, well, humanity has grown up, all that shit is behind
Because they
us.
have.
And not for nothing,
'Cause
but
that's
both
the
Kirk and
premise
Picard
of the
are white
goddamn
men who
show.
project an attitude of dignified authority. And both the original series and the Next Generation
Oh, but don't you see, a lot of the captains were white men, despite the fact that that's only 2 of them. We have Cisco, a black man, Janeway, a white woman, Discovery, an Asian and a black woman.
You forgot Enterprise had a white captain.
And
I forget
also
that Enterprise even exists because it's an awful show.
And the one with the whales had a black woman captain.
Yeah, in Voyage Home. Yeah, that had the vessel of a black woman. And the ratio of diversity when it comes to skin color isn't even true by her own perspective, because people like Kirk, Picard, Archer, they're outnumbered. So the needle is very much pointed in the opposite direction.
Because on the Voyager, you had you had a black man, an Asian, whatever the fuck, the half Klingon
Chakotay
was
Oh,
Chakotay, yeah.
Well,
7
no,
of 9.
Chakotay wasn't the half Klingon. Chakotay, I thought you were about to say the Native American. It's like that was Chakotay.
Well, yeah, I know the Native American's Chakotay. I'm trying to think of, but yeah, or is that B'Elanna Torres, the half Klingon chick?
Yes, that is. Torres
Yeah,
is the
okay.
half Klingon.
So Torres is a Hispanic name.
But
Something.
also you got admirals that were black as well, and Geordie's mother reached the rank of captain too.
Oh yeah, there was Geordi. There was Worf was at least played by a black man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if Lily thinks that the Klingons are African, then that means there was an African on board the Enterprise in TNG. So and on Voyager.
No, but then she'd be like, but the African was displayed as a savage because that's what the Klingons are.
But wasn't Worf not a savage?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
he was
no, he
raised
very
on Earth.
explicitly was the opposite. But I'm sure there's a way to twist that into being a problem as
Because
well.
I don't
Exactly.
remember TNG particularly well, but to my understanding, Worf kind of didn't gel well with a lot of Klingon culture.
there'd be episodes where like it would be focusing on the fact that he's very much considered an outsider, but then there's like episodes of him proving that he is just as much Klingon as everyone else. That's what comes with that. Like, I will prove that I am a warrior.
Plus,
Well,
Well,
TNG
yeah,
had
it's like
Whoopi
the
Goldberg.
conflict for him was, to other Klingons, they thought that because he'd spent so much time around humans, because he had, you know, diversified his worldview, that he was in any way less Klingon. And he was standing testimony that that wasn't the case. You don't abandon your own culture to take on a broader perspective. It's like the most blatant pro diversity of thought argument you can make.
Nope, conservative.
Yeah. He's a race
Yeah.
traitor.
Again, TNG had Whoopi Goldberg, and look how she turned out.
On
And
the
are
View-
constantly
on
part
The
of
View
arguments
being
regarding
done.
which one is better. Conversely, Voyager is often derided as the weakest entry in the series, and it's derided that way
No.
because
No, that's Enterprise. Even I know that Enterprise is considered the weakest. No, I'm sorry. Discovery and Picard is probably considered
Well,
the weakest.
Technically,
now they are.
Now they are, yes. But of the time, I would have said Voyager's the weakest of the lot.
I've always heard.
In retrospect, DS9 is
Enterprise.
probably the best.
Well, no, like I've always heard that Enterprise is the weakest if we're not going to count like Voyage. I'm sorry,
It's pretty much a
Discovery.
tie. It's a 50-50 chance when you talk to a Star Trek fan, like what was the worst of the series, is they would either say Enterprise or Voyager. I would lean towards probably Voyager. It had some of my favorite episodes, but as a show, its concept was always just borked by the serialization. Not the
Okay, but-
serialization, by the episode of the week.
How much you want to
Yeah.
bet she's gonna say she's gonna imply or flat out say the reason why these people thought that Voyager was the weakest because there was a woman in charge, even though.
Oh yeah, no, I
criti-
was waiting.
Yeah,
The
and that
criti-
was
the-
never an argument either. Back in the day.
I just want to say it's like, well, people typically consider these days Discovery and Picard the weakest start of the Star Treks, or
Yeah,
Lower
now they are.
Decks.
Which Mayo here says gets better.
Yeah, Lower Decks is a slow burner. You got to kind of give it a chance, but there's a lot of nuance in there, and I feel it's actually quite good. It's not just a girl boss in Mariner. There's actually depth there.
But like, or if we're just talking about Star Trek properties as a whole, people probably say the JJ movies or some of the
Oh no, JJ movies are freaking blaspheme.
yeah.
Even though like 2009 wasn't that bad, Mayo and I watched that like 4 months ago.
Hmm. Compared to the others, they're
Remember how they saved the day by playing the Beastie Boys?
See, I actually didn't mind that because it was like the one time that JJ Verse actually tried to solve the issue through a technical solution instead of just having Kirk punch a guy. But then it devolves into Kirk punches a guy.
also. I really kind of like the fact that they're referring to the Beastie Boys at that time as classical music, and they had the whole thing on TNG and Voyager where the only thing people freaking listened to outside of jazz was classical music.
Which is weird. I would imagine they'd be listening to shit that was like popular at the time as classical music.
Well, that's one of the criticisms of just like from a surface level, a criticism of Star Trek is that the Federation doesn't like culturally make new things. They're always obsessed with the past, like with art and music and the like.
It's probably because they realize that that I lost my train of thought.
Well, it's because if you're more enlightened, you're gonna always just read Shakespeare.
Yeah.
I don't. Maybe, but like, no.
I mean, if you're more enlightened, you're gonna write things inspired by Shakespeare. That's not the same thing.
Well,
True.
right. That's what I mean. Like, it's just just an odd execution of what they show what people in the future do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excuse me.
Like, very rarely
What?
were they ever playing that hologram like game that Data and that one guy played. It's almost always 3D chess.
Yeah.
Why not play, I don't know, Super Mario Brothers like real men?
Fucking TNG Smash Bros tournament, boys. Let's go.
Oh my god, that would be amazing if like the latest Star Trek they're playing Super Smash Brothers Melee, not like Ultimate or anything, but just
Yeah.
Melee.
The Klingon just fucking
Who's that like
smashes the
fucking
controller.
who's that
Oh,
little
God.
fucking little ball wearing like a knight's helmet with like a lance? That's who
Oh.
Data plays. Fucking meta cheesing dicklord.
Oh, are you talking about
Meta
Meta Knight?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if they had Lord of Ring Gollum in the 24th century? Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, they'd probably view it as like they probably view it the same way we view it now, as like this meme game that you play not because it's fun, but because it's funny.
I want a Star Trek crew, like a bridge crew, where everybody's just hanging out on the bridge and they're just using the view screen to look at memes.
Yeah.
So like looking at memes of yesteryear, and you see the Ugandan Knuckles one, and they were all like,
Don't they do that on the
Ebola.
The Orville did that, yeah. Alright, so who wants to take a guess that Lily Orchard's gonna say the only reason they didn't like it because it was a woman?
Probably.
It's going to be some identity politic thing because that's like the only lens through which they can see basically anything ever.
Yeah.
Alright.
A woman's in charge, and two,
Yeah, there it is.
Oh my god, literally. the
Bingo
next thing.
fucking bongo, boys.
It can't be. It can't be because the episodes are poor or that.
Well, no.
Janeway-
See, this is what I mean by the very narrow lens. Something like the episode being poor, literally not even seen. It doesn't enter into the periphery of vision. All they see is the fucking electoral demographic archetype of like the characters as they exist on screen, and that's it.
Honestly, they had a lot of potential in one of the series that they did, Wyatt the Year of Hell. They
Yes,
could have made
like-
that the whole freaking season because there would be consequences and everything. But
That's
no, it
what the
always
whole
had
damn
to,
show should have been.
It all had to be clean and spiffy all the goddamn time.
That's why we criticize Voyager so much. It's the constant reset button because they have to tell an enemy of the week. So I think one of my favorite compilations from Voyager is how many torpedoes they fire throughout the series.
Yeah,
Because they came with a complement of like 24, and they fire 286.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ! Instead of just relying on their phasers for the most part, which I think can recharge.
I mean, every once in a while they'd be like, we used our Borg nanobots to make more photon torpedoes.
How? Wait,
'Cause the
are photon
Borg.
torpedoes made of light?
Well, yeah, that's what the name would imply.
So how do you make a light torpedo?
I don't know. I don't get it
I
either.
don't
How the
know.
fuck is like, it's a particle of light, and yet it needs a whole ass like torpedo that's the size of a coffin.
so
I don't
what would
get it.
quantum torpedoes be then?
If-
The time
if
to
we're-
fuck off. Time torpedoes. Fuck off.
Oh yeah, those weird
Oh yeah, the
phase
temporal
time-
ones.
Yeah, the temporal like torpedoes that Janeway brought back in Endgame. Oh my.
Oh, transphasic torpedoes, yeah.
Yeah, transphasic. Oh god.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll never understand how their main source of of their hardest hitting weapons, despite like being made of like atoms and shit, like light particles or quantum, whatever the fuck that means. And yet it's like, why does it house this giant fucking capsule? Like, that's not what we're firing.
Shut up.
But yeah, they have a very small complement, and they fire like 3 times that over the course of the show.
God.
it's the first time the Federation's policies themselves are really called into question on a fundamental level. It's the
Wasn't that DS9?
Oh, so they do that. That thing that you said they never do. They did do it.
But even then,
she's
isn't-
also wrong. The
isn't that
entirety
D-
of Deep Space Nine is that.
Yeah, this is Deep Space Nine, especially during the Dominion War, shown how freaking once the backs are to the wall, how freaking dark Starfleet can freaking get. Like, go f yourself.
Just a
Right.
reminder, the name of this video is Media Literacy Isn't Dead.
But meanwhile, this bitch has the media literacy of a retarded broom.
We did ask this before we started the video, Slur, so we'll go ahead and ask you. What do you think? Do you agree with her statement, or like?
I mean, media literacy is about as good now as it has ever been, which is that the only people who are like media literate are people who like actually are trained to analyze media in any kind of academic way. It's a specific field of fucking study. People go to college for this shit for a reason. It requires like looking at things in a very specific way. Anybody can learn to do it. You don't need a degree, but you do need to fucking learn.
Right.
So yeah, most people are not quote unquote media literate, but everybody knows their visceral reaction. Even if they're not trained to articulate how and why they feel the way they do. You notice that, hey, you know these movies that are actually like very deeply well constructed, most people seem to like them, and you know, hacky pieces of shit that had basically no care but corporate fucking bullshit thrown in, most people don't like them. You don't need to be literate to know that the book has just smacked you in the face.
True.
By the way, this has been bugging me the whole goddamn time, and you can edit this out if you want to, but what freaking gender is freaking Lily?
Okay, I've kind of been using they this whole time because I actually don't know either.
Jendi,
Because you've been saying she and her, and
Lily is a trans woman.
Slur likes his.
Okay, so it is
his
trans
chicken.
woman. Okay, I thought it was like non-binary.
No, it's trans.
Slur
woman.
wants his chicken gendies.
Yeah, I almost said Jendi. I confused gender with Lily.
Mom said I can have chicken gendies if I get enough good girl boy non-binary like / other points.
So I'm
This is
non-binary.
also, I think this is the 4th time we've ever had to have this conversation.
It's the
It happens
voice, man.
Every time.
Like, I don't want to be
It
mean.
is.
Like, genuinely, I don't want to be shitty bad like this because it's obviously something that
clearly
they
a
can't
man's
actually help.
voice.
But it throws me off. So I don't like, unironically, without like making the fucking shitty joke, I actually don't want to assume, you know?
I mean,
Yeah.
so it is weird because like there are some levels of our like voice we can't control, especially mostly with pitch because that's just due to hormones. But there is like there's a reason we pay people lots of money to change their voices professionally. Like surely though
Yeah.
that way of manipulating our voices is technically in all of us.
Try and make it softer at least.
Yeah. Well, okay. I will say this: there are plenty of trans women who do, you know, make a concentrate and consistent effort to change their voice, and that shit takes a toll.
Mm-hmm.
Like you hear, there's like a rasp there. It is very straining on the voice. So honestly, if somebody doesn't want to do that, I get it.
Well, I mean,
That's-
if you listen to
that's fair.
Lily before she transitioned, it was a bit deeper, but she's always kind of had that high pitched, the higher pitched voice. It's just that now she plays it up a little bit more.
And one of the only trans people I ever knew actually did go through like the vocal coaching to like make their voice sound higher just naturally. Pretty neat.
Yeah.
Lily is probably a they or she.
I just always assume
Okay.
she.
That's why I made the comment earlier about where you have a freaking what did I say? A feminine name or something when it's supposed to be. I don't even remember what I said, but yeah, it's been throwing me off the whole time that you kept saying she and her, and it was clearly a freaking man's voice.
Oh yeah, like again, this is the 4th time we've had this conversation.
Yeah.
Not with you.
I believe it.
Not with you.
Yeah.
Just anytime we cover Lily Orchard
Yeah,
stuff.
if this is left in for anyone who's listening, then they haven't had this conversation
I'm not editing this
previous
shit.
times.
I'm not editing this shit.
I've probably said like literally everything I've said this time around. I probably said it the last time we fucking covered a video.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, I remember the last time we talked about this. I was a tad harsher than I am right now, basically saying, like, no, you clearly have money coming in from YouTube. Just get the vocal training and then just get it done with.
Yeah.
I would
Want to be your
say
true self, you got the funds, do it.
also I'm just gonna say I'm using female pronouns not because I respect Lily, but because I respect my channel's monetization and current good standing status.
Want to get that money.
Exactly.
First time the Federation really has to learn from other people. There's also the way in which the generation for the original Star Trek has shifted. The late 90s.
Also, I now need to make a point with what she just said. Hold on.
Themselves are really called into question on a fundamental level. It's the first time the Federation really has to learn from other people. There's
So
Really?
So the
I gotta
people, the two people that were shown on screen were Neelix and Kess. Kess is a minor, and people do not. The crew normally do not like Neelix because Neelix is an awful character. Not only because he's a coward and has to basically run off anytime the Enterprise is in not the Enterprise, that Voyager is in a fight. To the point that Janeway just said we can't keep dropping you off, just so whenever things get tough. And in the case with Kess is like 11 years old if I remember correct. Do you remember, Mayo?
Yeah, but is that taken into account of how long she lives?
I'm pretty sure her species, which are basically space elves,
Like,
they
I
do
think
live a
they
long
live for
time.
like 10 years or something.
Well, now that we have a moment, because Jake is gone away, let's find this out.
Yeah, I'm sure she had an extremely short lifespan because that's why when she had the episode where she was going back in time to her life, that she was still on Voyager and everyone is still young.
The only thing I remember of Neelix is that one episode where he had some Klingons on board, and I forget who it was. Was it the Asian dude? Might have been the Asian dude was being hit on by a Klingon woman, and Neelix wanted to tap that, and because the Asian dude was a fucking coward, he played along and let Neelix push him around and made him look weak so the Klingon woman would go with Neelix.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking coward.
Yeah, and this is why Kim will never be above the rank of ensign.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's absolute coward. Like, come
Oh,
on.
spoilers for anyone who wants to watch Lower Decks, but there is a version of Harry Kim that's a lieutenant now.
Why
Also the way in
would
which
you
the
let a
generation
Klingon
for-
woman rock your world?
Depends on the woman, but sure.
Would you
I
have
would.
the song play in the background?
What song?
No, the
I'd have
song.
John Cena's wrestling theme play in the background.
Gross.
Do
The original Star Trek has shifted. The late 1960s was the beginning of an age of anti-establishment baby boomers who proceeded to grow up and become ardent Republicans after diverting all the money to themselves. And as we're going to see later in this
Oh,
video,
fuck
what tends to
off.
happen when people adopt a new philosophy is trying to bend and twist the things they already like to fit into it. Surely you must have noticed that Star Trek went from
Like what you're doing right now? Like what you always do?
Yeah, like why was that said with such derision? That was weird. Obviously,
Again, have you seen Star Trek?
I don't think she has.
And yeah, and also, I don't think she has either. And also, you sound like a bitter millennial that's just lashing out at the older generations because your generation keeps shitting on things, and then they just keep going, "Why are you shitting on these things?" And then you just respond, "Because you're shitting on the world," which isn't a valid response.
And I would say,
But yeah,
I'm
it's
not-
just the attitude behind that statement was just. One, it's very telling, but two, it's very weird. Because, yeah, whenever they adopt like a new worldview, they try and see the things that they already liked and believed and try and adapt it into this new worldview. Can you get a load of these fucking like? Yeah, obviously that's what people do. This is why it's called like personal growth and not a fucking Pokemon evolution.
Mhm.
do.
I was going to say, anytime we learn something.
Oh shit!
that-
I'm becoming a communist. Beep 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 beep.
Quickly, I need to
Wyatt
get
has
an
evolved,
Everstone.
and
I need to get an Everstone and equip it to me.
no, it's like Wyatt has evolved, and I finally am just wearing the blue cap. Damn it!
I thought you were going to say, finally, I have the swastika tattooed on my chest.
Oh my god! Why is that the direction you thought I
And
would
the
go
blue
in?
hat.
And the blue hat, yeah. I'm
Plus, if I had the-
pretty sure the Austrian painter was autistic.
Plus, if I had the chance to have a good time with a Klingon woman, then I'd be playing Slipknot in the background.
Oh,
background.
Oh
yeah.
my god!
I mean, well, yeah. Wouldn't you want psychosocial playing around as you're getting your pelvis turned?
No,
to dust?
I'd want Psycho Salad to play in the background.
Psycho salad.
That's psychosocial and fruit salad from the Wiggles combined.
Oh, I
Or
thought,
that guy
what,
that
what
we
about
saw
the,
who did Chop Suey.
what about like the Drowning in Sulfur or whatever, the one with the Spice Girls remix?
Oh god.
No, if it's inherently not cursed, then I wouldn't be listening to it. Oh wait, I know the perfect sex song, the Bustin' song, which is just Ghostbusters, that's been remixed a little bit.
For me,
Bustin'.
for me, it would probably be Roman Reigns' wrestling newest theme. Do
Political science fiction with the occasional dalliance into nonsense of the original series, to the safe, toothless next generation where Picard gives conveniently bipartisan speeches and the series
I'm
tacitly-
sorry.
fuck's
Stop.
sake!
Stop.
They cannot have...
Safe and toothless? Next Generation has the most challenging and like philosophically deep episodes of like the whole fucking series. It is the series that you turn to when you want to look at how a show can take, broader questions that go outside of the narrative of the show being presented within a story that still makes sense coherently for the characters involved. Where the writers have some thesis that they're trying to present and they're using the characters to do it, but they don't ever once make it feel like they are, Kermit the Frog ramming their hand up Picard's booty hole so they can move his mouth and be like, actually, we should be like generally fucking empathetic to other people, my dude.
I can already see the glasses and the nose piercing as Picard's saying that.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
you
no.
don't even need that. You just watch his fucking dilapidated, hollowed, fucking soulless version of himself in the newest one. Where
Also, you can't
he's
say
just
that when
really
you pick-
sad that he had the audacity to be a white male in charge and he wants to die.
She also can't say that when depicting the drumhead on fucking screen. That's just wrong.
avoids hot button political issues entirely, save for the episode where
No, it
appears the
doesn't.
Singular
No, the fuck it didn't. Fuck off. It just didn't tackle things that you now currently
on.
consider to be hot button.
I need to hear that again.
safe,
Yeah, me
toothless
too.
next generation where Picard gives conveniently bipartisan speeches and the series tacitly avoids hot button political issues entirely.
Conveniently bipartisan, aka
Oh,
conciliatory and like well reasoned and understanding and empathetic to other people's perspectives.
Measure of
That's
a
what
Man
that
was
actually
about.
means.
Measure of a Man was about putting freaking data into slavery.
It was a question
needed.
as to the nature and the fucking lines of humanity. You want to talk about like a big thing in terms of like racial politics is dehumanization. The way language that we use can, whether we intend it to or not, remove personhood from the way that we think about a certain individual or treat them, or even down the line, the way an overarching system like the Federation will treat them. It brought all of that into question. The difference is it didn't do it in a way that felt preachy. It did it in a way that confronted things that the characters in their own narrative were dealing with, and it trusted you, the audience, to not be retarded and connect some dots and be like, oh, maybe the system needs to be challenged. Maybe if, we're all talking about it a certain way, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is the way we're talking about it. That needs to change. Because, hey, people be fucking peopling.
Yeah.
It did all of this shit. It just did it in a way that was subtle and wasn't pandering and stupid. But apparently that meant that incredibly stupid person like this didn't recognize that it was even there. So I mean, what are you
No,
gonna do?
it's just communists in space. That's all it is.
Yep.
For the episode where it appears the singular they has been conveniently scrubbed from the English language.
Commander, there are no he's or she's in a species without gender.
Okay.
Because at that time they only acknowledged that there were only two genders.
Well, that like
Fuck
that,
off.
like that, and how
That's
many
your weird insertion of your modern terminology when, like, as it was like, because you guys hear that.
I mean, the singular they has always been around. You know, you've ever not known the gender of an individual in the syntax of a sentence, you use they. People have always done this. The argument against singular they as like being some grammatical point has always been fucking silly. But even in this episode, in the clip that was shown, hey, yeah, the binary gender the way we think of it, yeah, they don't do that. Why is this toothless? If anything, it's incredibly ahead of its time.
very progressive.
Well, that, and I'm pretty. And had the Federation really come across non-binary species before? Like, were they all that common?
Probably.
Well, like,
I mean, the grand calculus of the galaxy, more than likely, yes.
okay.
Well, they had it in Enterprise as well, where they had the couple wanted to have a baby, but they needed the third sex to give them to be able to procreate.
Well, that wouldn't be non-binary. That would be a trinity of sexes within a species. Well, I know it would
Also,
be non-binary.
Q.
I'm stupid. I'm retarded.
Q
I'm sorry.
was
That would be
non-binary
non-
because they literally cannot assign to what we conceive of as gender because they don't assign to what we conceive of as a fucking body, but they identify as male,
Yeah,
and everybody respects that.
yeah. That's why we.
Yeah, and we even technically have on-screen sex between 2Q. They rub their fingers together, and thus one of them is pregnant.
Gross.
Voyager's
Ew.
Weird.
Degenerate.
What
Phil.
was the what was the episode?
Consensual hand holding.
This-
Fucking.
This is the future Zoomers want.
It's an affront to God and what He intended for us.
Don't you mean she? No.
No, no, we know God's a man from Star Trek V, even though I don't think that was actually God.
Yeah, it was not God. Because what would God need with a starship?
Also, another culture did teach the Starfleet about like genders and sexuality and stuff. Look at the freaking episode of the Beverly fell in love with the Trill. She couldn't handle it by the end of the episode, but by Deep Space Nine, it was all normal.
Are you
I thought
talking about
for a
the
second there-
parasite things that like take over the body?
You're talking. Well, first off, it's not a parasite; it's a symbiote.
Whatever. Well, technically, parasitism is a form of symbiosis, so I'd still win.
So,
No.
Then theft is a form of commerce. What the fuck do you mean?
No, symbiosis is split into three categories: parasitism, commensalism, and mutualism.
yeah,
Well,
it's then
Okay, Latin root thing, isn't the sim part of symbiosis that both organisms benefit?
That
Is that not what that's for?
Well, I think symbiosis simply. I mean, again, I'm focusing more on how I understand it in the scientific sense of.
Yeah.
when
Although,
two-
yeah, actually,
the
yeah, there's just two
relation-
things existing as one. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
necessarily
two
mean-
things
Yeah,
existing
yeah,
along.
okay.
Yeah, so like parasitism, one benefits, the other is harmed. Commensalism, one benefits where the other is not harmed. It's a neutral It's kind of it's essentially a neutral relationship. Mutualism is where both benefit.
Yeah, like those birds that fucking eat out of alligators' mouths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or the birds that
Imagine
are
being the one fucking thing in the entire like biome that you live in that evolved to fly into the mouth of a predator. And for millions of years, you have like all the other birds looking at you like you're fucking insane.
and
but
for how
they-
many years? How many years did the predator have to take to in order to finally fight that instinct to not just close its mouth.
I mean, I myself am not really sure because like evolution of like structures and physical characteristics is a bit easier for me to explain. However, in terms of behavioral evolution, I'm like, especially when it comes to the behaviors of like I can if it's like a social species like dogs or people or whatever, it's like, well, there was obviously a greater pressure put on those that cooperate with each other, at the very least, are not super hostile to each other and tolerate each other. And over time, it became stuff like cooperation, and we eventually evolved into what we are today. But when it comes to like the bird and the crocodile, it's more like it's a weird thing of like that the crocodile opens its mouth and it goes free food, and the crocodile's like, oh cool, free teeth cleaning, because it would mean that their teeth would last longer, even though crocodiles can regrow their teeth.
You have to imagine there was a lot of trial and error.
Probably,
Yeah, like I said, one would start cleaning the teeth, and then because the guy just realized there's something in his mouth, went chomp.
Well, then it probably feels good to the crocodile as well, because that also might be a thing of it where it just like feels pleasant.
Issues entirely, save for the episode where it appears the singular they has been conveniently scrubbed from the English language.
Commander, there are no he's or she's in a species without gender.
Okay. For 2 days, I've been trying to construct sentences without personal pronouns. Now I give up. What should I use? It? To us, that's rude.
We use a pronoun that is neutral. I do not think there is really a translation.
And then into Deep Space Nine, which was certainly
Oh, there
political,
is.
in the war room and treaty sense, like the Star Wars prequels, and which devolved
Oh look, she acknowledges Deep Space Nine exists, so her statement of Voyager is wrong.
It is.
to pitched fantasy space battles where they build experimental ships and, like, I don't know, the Ferengi get feminism, maybe. The teeth wouldn't come back until Voyager when
What?
The teeth wouldn't come back till So you're saying
Yeah.
that Deep Space Nine didn't
This
have
rewriting of history so that next generation is like toothless is so fucking cowardly. Fuck
No,
off.
not even that, slur. She's saying that fucking Deep Space Nine didn't have teeth. The series that featured multiple political assassinations that the Federation caused to get the Romulans in the war. There's a whole reason that a lot of people quote that episode. Because can you live with it?
In a Pale Moonlight was freaking one of the best of the whole franchise, as far as I'm concerned.
Is that the episode where Cisco is like recording himself, and like
Yeah,
and he's saying like
Yeah,
and
he's
he's
creating
doing that
a
thing with
personal
Garrick to bring
log.
the Romulans into the war.
Yeah, to bring the Romulans into the war, they basically stage like multiple assassinations. People end up getting killed, including like a senator that was his friend. But it guarantees the Romulans get into the war. Because
Essentially, do the means justify the ends. That's the whole episode. It's fucking mean.
all because people are dying on a mass scale because the Dominion don't fight like the Klingons. They don't fight like the Romulans. They are there is barely any negotiating with Dominion. So you have to do what is necessary to end the fighting because people are dying, and can you live with that? And he ends the episode by saying, yes, I can live with that. Computer delete recording.
See, all of this arguing seems to like amount to nothing because Lilly is using what appears to be just a super, super narrow definition of what having teeth even means.
I
And-
don't get it. This seems so bizarre to me.
And just to clarify, at the end of that episode, is not just saying I can live with it to the audience, he's saying it to himself. He's convincing himself. Like the freaking levels of story they have in Star Trek is more than this person can comprehend.
personal writing of the characters made a lot of that hot button political allegory return, along with the uncomfortable racism. Only this time,
Oh
instead
my
of
God.
handsome Captain Kirk, it was the unyielding Captain Catherine Janeway, the birthplace of 1,000 mommy kinks, who would fly the ship into a binary pulsar just to spite some aliens and actively shut
Fuck
down
off!
Remberg defense.
Please, show them leniency. They were only following my orders.
Their mistake.
And her indigenous first.
Yeah, hence why we have a fucking problem. Why most people have a problem with Janeway, myself included.
She's
like,
kind of a
she
psychopath.
did what she had. She did what she had to, but yeah, she broke almost every single protocol that Starfleet stands for.
Yeah, in that thing that you just saw there, where she's talking to the other Starfleet captain, she didn't have to go on a freaking hunt for him. Like they had to stop aliens, and she should have really gone by what Chakotay was saying at the time. Let's try and communicate with the aliens and sort that out before we start doing anything else. But no, she had a freaking vendetta that
And
would
then
have killed everyone.
And then let's not forget that all of this could have been solved. They wouldn't be left in the Delta Quadrant in the first place if they had just simply used the device to get back home and used a remote detonated photon torpedo to destroy the gateway.
Yeah, and to the point where I just had that little outburst there. What she was talking about with despite those aliens were experimenting on the crew that were driving them physically and emotionally and mentally insane. She was at the end of her tether and she had to defend her crew. She didn't really have much of other choice. And to just say to spite some aliens that she was being a complete arsehole to them, no, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I believe when they were flying into that binary star, I believe by this point nobody in the crew had gotten sleep for like 3 days.
Right. At least she hadn't anyway.
Officer and her black security officer and Hispanic chief engineer. In fact,
well, yes, Torres is the last name. She's half.
Remember what I
Klingon.
said earlier about how all they can see is the identity?
Exactly.
And also, all planets have black people.
But what
I guess,
about
probably.
but then again, what about Uhura and Sulu, or what about Geordi and
Data? He's not even human.
Data.
The whitest person in Star Trek.
Well, like, what is Torres? Like, where would she, like, what her?
She's
accent?
half Klingon.
Sorry, not Torres.
Half
Troy.
human, half Klingon.
Troy. I meant Troy.
She's half.
Betas. I know she's half
Betazoid.
Betazoid. We're talking about the human half. Like, what's her accent?
She's actually British. She's actually London.
Oh, okay.
She's actually got. I don't know how much of it is supposed to come across in TNG, but she does actually have a strong Cockney accent in real life.
There's also Whoopi Goldberg's character, Worf.
Guinan.
Yeah, Guinan. There's Worf. It's got to be others.
Geordie, what we said.
I said Geordi. I said Worf. I said Guinan.
Well, Wesley's a kid.
Yeah.
Wesley is Wesley's Will Wheaton, which is a disability.
Well,
Geordi's
we're tackling too.
Well, Geordi's also
Two
blind
ends.
and is essentially blind and needs like a visor to see. So there's also
They put a woman as a chief security officer before Worf was put in charge.
Yeah, that was
Data's just autistic.
that was T'Pol, wasn't it? Not sorry,
No,
not
there's
no, not T'Pol. T'Pol was the Vulcan in Enterprise.
Yeah, we're talking about Tasha Yar.
Yeah, Tasha Yar, the one that Data had sex with.
Hey, he is fully functional.
I'm sorry, when I heard that Data had sex, I'm like, why would you make the android fully functional?
Look, it wasn't sex, it was data input. Get it right.
And then like fucking
No, it was sex. She was very expressive.
Yeah. Picard is French. That's a disability.
True.
And old. So there's the old demographic.
Yeah.
the
Riker
only
has
white
a
guy on the
beard.
bridge is the criminal fuck
Riker's
and
a
also that whole
womanizer.
Federation is the bastion of morality thing falls apart here because Voyager often has to break those rules to get home, implicitly showing
So
the
does Deep
Federation
Space
team-
Nine broke a lot
I'd
of those
agree
rules.
with that, though. I
Deep
agree
Space
with that.
Nine. Deep Space Nine broke a lot of those rules. What are you talking?
But that's kind of, again, part of the flaw is because of why it was a bad show and why people didn't like Janeway. But no, Lily's like, it's because she's a woman.
flawed and not the best decision in every situation, cracking that mythology that allows conservative ideology to flourish. Hey, I wonder why Trekkies often call this show the weakest.
Wait, hold on. Run that
Fucking
by me
mystery.
again. What was that?
What did they actually just say?
Yeah, so let's try this again.
is the criminal fuck up. And also that whole Federation is the bastion of morality thing falls apart here because Voyager often has to break those rules to get home, implicitly showing the Federation to be flawed and not the best decision in every situation, cracking that mythology that allows conservative ideology to flourish.
Okay.
Okay, so they had me in the first half, not gonna lie. But why does that crack conservative ideology when you recognize that the system is flawed? See, this is what I was talking about earlier. Lily operates on very narrow definitions of things that she never actually provides. You have to piece them together after the fact, like finding the oily rag in a burnt down shed. So if you operate in the world, conservatism equals the system is fine. Therefore, now, according to my definition of conservatism, them questioning the system means it breaks conservatism. Therefore, it's not conservative. Meanwhile, anyone, who touches grass and has conservative ideas will hear this and not know what the fuck you're talking about.
I thought you were about to say touches grass and has sex.
But also, the majority of the time when you've seen these flaws in Starfleet, with DS9 and Voyager, they're both desperate situations. DS9 because of the war with the Dominion, and Voyager because, well, they literally do not have any backup. So if they have to, they got Starfleet rules, and they said it in the show. The rules are not made for their situation, so they kind of have to think outside the box. Janeway does actually say that they try to upheld the deals as much as they can to a fault sometimes, but some, like especially you're in hell or whatever, they're gonna have to do what it takes to survive. They're alone in no backup.
Year in Hell actually has one of my favorite moments from Janeway, when the medical hologram tries to relieve her of command. She basically goes, "No, I will put this in my log," and the doctor says, "So will I. I hope you're ready for the consequences." And when she goes, "When we get home, I will face the music." She takes responsibility for her actions.
Yeah.
Hey, I wonder why Trekkies often call this show the weakest. It's a fucking mystery, ain't it? If anything, modern Star Trek takes an almost perverse glee in tearing that idea of the Federation down in the name of the almighty Grimdark, which certainly explains why conservative Trek fans are complaining now, as opposed to years ago, aside from the usual woman-bad arguments.
No, we complained about Star Trek Picard because it was a constant deconstruction of the character and the fact that the stories are shit.
Well, no, it was a bad.
Is it even a deconstruction of the character, or was it just destruction?
It was It was a destruction. See, deconstruction is that you try and actually look at why they are the way they are and try to challenge the way they think, and you're not actually trying to tear them down. You're just like trying to see what makes them like completely tick, and like maybe add some nuance there. No, they literally they shot Picard in the fucking face.
They tore him apart.
Yeah,
and also it wasn't Picard in that series; it was Patrick Stewart playing Patrick Stewart.
Well, wasn't like. It's kind of why we were so bothered when Mayo and I tried out the demo for that Star Trek Resurgence game, which I still think we should play, Mayo.
Yeah.
Where we're just having a casual conversation as we're walking to the bridge, everything's cool. We're because me and him are just acting like TNG crew members. We're like, the Federation's awesome. We were cool explorers, and then our crewmate was just going, the Federation sucks. And we're just like, why?
Favorite part of the game was trying to find that crewman. It was obviously the blue guy.
And also conservatives. It wasn't just conservatives that didn't like Star Trek Picard. It's just fucking turn your brain off from politics for 12 fucking seconds.
Well, it's not even turn them off of politics. It's turn them off this incredibly narrow, restrictive lens of politics at the exclusion of all other possible lenses of politics.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure liberals and libertarians probably fucking hated Picard.
And for those, it's like, oh, you just hate like all politics. Well, it's like, no, we kind of just hate this particular way that politics has crept into things like YouTube or in our media, where it feels intrusive. Like they're not talking to us naturally as if we're adults in a conversation. They preach to us like we're children.
Or
and that
like
we
they
were wrong to ever think this way.
They try
in the
to
first
attribute
place.
a political message to something that doesn't have one, or if it does have to do with politics, they're trying to insert their own personal politics as opposed to like what maybe MGS does when they just talk about greater political issues.
Yeah, they talk about the greater issues like the military-industrial complex, how war will affect how societies live and their economies, the consequences of nuclear war.
How MGS predicted Twitter.
Yeah. Still remember showing you that, Jake, and you were kind of you were looking at your hands there for a moment.
The only Metal Gear game that I've been primarily exposed to that dealt with any kind of specific political philosophy was, ironically enough, Metal Gear Rising with Armstrong's hyper-Nietzschean view of how the world should operate.
Oh yeah, just like the good old days after Bad Building Day.
The good old days after Bad Building. Oh man, Sundowner is so fucking... I love Sundowner, his fucking shit-eating grin.
Kids are cruel, Jack, and I'm very in touch with my inner child.
God. Mayo, have you played Metal Gear Rising?
No.
You should.
You really look at it, the concept of a conservative Star Trek fan, at least for the earliest works, is actually really easy to understand, and isn't the searing contradiction people make it out to be. In fact, the only argument in support of this being a completely inattentive act of idiocy is authorial intent. And authorial intent counts for pretty much nothing to most people. Sure, it's the win card for online...
What? No, it's the opposite. Authorial intent pretty much overrides what most people think, and then we have to go death of the author.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Lilly is saying that because Lilly has gone out of their way for what the show is actually saying to be worthless in order to supplant their own fucking thing on top of it. Yeah, authorial intent. Nobody gives a shit about that. Like, could you imagine? So anyway, let me tell you why Klingons are African.
Like, also, my question at this point in the I was about to say movie, in this video is the title of the video. Is that supposed to be ironic? Because I haven't heard anything yet to say that Literally isn't dead.
Well, I mean, we've still got...
If anything, we've seen a lot of evidence to the contrary.
Yeah. We've still got 20 plus minutes.
Jesus fucking Christ. We're 2 hours, 17 minutes into this recording.
We can do it, people.
But online arguments don't matter and have never mattered. Authorial intent has always ended where execution begins, and while Roddenberry certainly saw himself as a high-minded thinker, he was still just a guy with his own fixations and biases, especially moving into the next generation.
Hold on, why is that a contradiction?
It's not. That's not a contradiction at all.
Anyone who has had high-minded ideas was also just a fucking person. That's not a contradiction.
Guys, I don't know if you knew this, but Tolkien, when it was time to get up, he put his pants on one leg at a time.
Yeah,
I know. Perish the thought.
I pay my taxes one leg at a time.
Yeah, there have been like feminist thinkers that have like actually legitimately revolutionized the way that women exist in society and have like advanced their cause by centuries. But I mean, they were still just women, am I right? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What is this?
I mean, they still did it for the kitchen. I mean, yeah, sure.
I mean, Charles Darwin, not only did he like completely revolutionize how we view life and its processes, but also challenged a lot of the hyper racist beliefs at the time by being the first person to ever suggest that humanity came out of Africa and we all come from one like common ancestor, as opposed to like the different races coming from multiple, like how a lot of people at the time were proposing. But he was just a guy.
Abraham Lincoln fought vampires, but he was still just a guy.
Yeah, that's true. He was
still like just a guy. Like,
I mean, like he stopped the vampire plot from taking over the United States. This is a true story.
With his awesome train of not silver.
Yeah, and his pocket watch that he punched through a vampire with.
That movie is like like halfway decent with character development. Then the fight scenes just get insane.
Yeah, I still
entrenched.
really liked it though. Especially, I will say though, the acting in it, especially when Lincoln's son dies, is actually very good.
Yes.
Spoilers.
Begins.
I mean, if you know anything about Abraham Lincoln, you know his son
can you
dies.
spoil a history?
I was joking.
I know you were joking, but like when you see Lincoln's son, it's like, oh, so he's gonna die, and how is he gonna die?
Oh, by the way, lads, don't spoil the 2024 election for me. I'm still on the slavery arc.
Don't worry. It's gonna get good. Don't worry.
Slur, have you seen The Crown, by the way?
I have, actually. It's very good TV.
So there's a couple of my wife's American friends who actually told me not to spoil anything for the last series because I've not seen it yet.
Very funny, a direct parallel to what I just said, and yet also I was the same way. Like, unironically, because I grew up in Ireland. We don't give a fuck about the royal family, not even as celebrities. I have never in my life given a single shit, so I legitimately knew nothing about all of like the personal drama or anything like that. Like I knew a couple of names. I knew Princess Di died, and like that was about it. Everything else, it was just TV. And it's a very well written and well done show. So I was like, actually, yeah, I don't want to Google any of these fucking people. I want to see what happens.
And to be fair, one of the reasons why it was a good show is because, to be honest, it did have a good amount of source material to go from.
I mean, fair, yeah.
But anyway, we digress.
We kind of had that feeling with Iron Claw when it's like, oh, spoilers. It's like you can just Google it. This is history.
And while Roddenberry certainly saw himself as a high-minded thinker, he was still just a guy with his own fixations and biases.
As opposed to who?
That still gets me. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, as opposed to what?
Guy.
Jesus or God?
Hey, Jesus died and sacrificed himself for his sins, but he was only just a guy.
Just a guy.
What are you you dare question the almighty Jimmy?
Especially moving into the next generation, now richer and more entrenched in the system, which is why the backstory for Star Trek always tacitly avoided specifically mentioning what it was humanity was throwing aside. So while a
No, they go into heavy detail about that.
They had a whole episode where they thawed people out like Futurama style just to hold the fucking mirror up.
Yeah, that's literally like one of the biggest things as to what caused the basically World War III was the eugenics wars. Something we get heavy fucking reference over. And then again, let's start like Star Trek: The Next Generation. The pilot episode, we basically view a tiny bit of history from like the audience and the crew's perspective, because Q brings them to an early 22nd century trial.
Yeah, and in TNG they go back in time to save Data. They go back in time in Voyager to modern day and say, "Oh, that's weird." Journey's End, is it? Yeah, just go fuck yourself.
have got to see, now that we have proper social equity and have gotten rid of all that bigotry, we have reached the future. While a conservative got to see, now that we have meritocracy and have gotten rid of that affirmative action, we've reached the future. Intent has never been...
hang on. Wait.
What?
You made that second part up.
You
literally made that second part up. The first half of that is what's said in the show. The second part of that was just shit you just said out of nowhere.
As a conservative, one of the last things that would be part of this if it was a conservative mindset would be the loss of religion.
Yeah.
Conservatives are very heavily
Although I think
religious.
I can see what causes this maybe is that the idea that affirmative action only needs to exist for as long as inequality persists means that if eventually you manage to do away with inequality, you also do away with the need for affirmative action. And to them, that means, oh yeah, they got rid of affirmative action. Yeah, that's just what they care about. But ironically, you're not seeing the system. You're not seeing how the problematic system of oppression was solved was directly fucking addressed, and therefore the consequences would fucking measure out. What the fuck even is that as an argument?
Well, see, they
It's
want
not.
affirmative
It's just
action
basic-
because they think the absence of affirmative action, even if it isn't necessary, is wrong.
Card that
Basically.
online fandoms like to think it is. In my experience, authorial intent changes with the wind, and it's always struck me as lazy to avoid making your own analysis and ask the author to tell you the correct answer, which is why I have respect for authors who are consistently unhelpful in that regard.
Explain, Carl.
Well, from here, it looks like a weather balloon.
I'm not.
Average you teen.
I mean,
fan
I
trying
can
to-
kind of jive with this.
It's
If you and like someone else are both arguing as to what like a particular story, let's say none of us had ever been able to Google direct quotes from J.R.R. fucking Martin. Yeah, him.
I was waiting
None
for
of us
you to
knew
just put
any of like the
infinite Rs on
subtext
that.
or anything. Yeah, J.R.R. Rowling and Lord of the Thrones and the Goblet of Fire.
I think you actually mean J.R.R. Tolkien.
They are Rowling, and you know the Goblet of Ring Thrones, with the main character Seamus, whose quirk is that he blows things up. Because okay, J.K. Rowling and like her naming convention is something that has become a very big meme. You know, it's sort of like a post hoc analysis of those books. God damn, is it fucking funny though. It's because like it's like the actual most racist archetype you could think of. There's one Chinese person in all 6 books. Her name is fucking Ching Chong. What did she mean by this?
Yeah, with Cho Chang. But the funniest one to me will always be the Irishman who blows things up being Seamus Finnegan.
What do you mean? That's just an
What
accurate.
did she mean by this?
That's just an accurate depiction of the Irish. I don't know what you're talking about.
And the only memorable thing he ever does in the entire series is he blows up the bridge.
Right, so if you look at this and you don't actually have her in the world to consult as a point of reference, and you're like, oh yeah, no, the authorial intent is clearly just to have like a fun, lighthearted, you know, playing around with, you know, cultural archetypes, cast of characters that are like very easy and quick to describe so everybody knows who they are, so you can get back to the main plot and they're just there to be fun and lighthearted. Versus somebody else who's like, no, she is going out of her way to reinforce cultural stereotypes because she's racist. And now you don't have authorial intent to use as a reference point. You only have the source material. I'm kind of with Lily on this. You should be able to just use the source material to argue your point one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
You can use the source material to say, yeah, these are clearly just light-hearted caricatures. Maybe unflattering, and that's a problem that we can acknowledge because Jesus fucking Christ. But we can see that their usage in the story was not to reinforce hatred of the Irish or to reinvigorate British fear of the Gaelic language, which, by the way, is a legitimate thing. There was a family that tried to have the gravestone of a family member just to have like a very like a small phrase written in Irish because they were an Irish Catholic family, and they weren't allowed. And this went to court because it was seen as like fear mongering. They were using, and I quote, terrorist language.
Oh.
This was like an actual thing that actually happened, and it was in like the 2000s. It wasn't during the Troubles.
The terrorist language of the Irish native tongue.
Yes, literally yes. So yeah, and this is where when you don't have authorial intent and you just have the thing, you can go either way. So I'm kind of with Lily on this one. In concept, you know, if you want to like draw this argument to next generation, you kind of need to give me specific examples, and so far all of them have fallen flat. But the style of argument, respecting the removal of death of the author, yeah, no, I'm actually there.
So
You shouldn't need to use authorial intent or death of the author in your argumentation. Only the material.
on a side note, because I haven't talked to Slur about it, so I finally finished playing with Irish. I'm finally in Mexico.
I thought you
So-
just said just finished playing with the Irish. I'm like, what?
And then
Yeah,
just
it's
fucking bans me from the Discord.
I'm done with you, Irish. Then just ban.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
No, because one of the first conversations we ever had when Slur and I had met, we were just talking about various characters with the Irish accent, and I brought up Irish for Red Dead Redemption, and Slur's first response was, "Oh God, him."
Yeah, no. I fucking love Red Dead Redemption, the first one. It's a fantastic game. I literally had to fucking mute TV when that character was on screen. They were that fucking aggravating. It is just
Marston,
it is an endless fucking audio onslaught of Lucky Charms Americanized bullshit just being poured directly into my brain.
It's
I hate it.
whiskey. It
So
gives
then
me
what-
the innocence of a,
Oh, me
memory
hearty,
of a
don't you
newborn
want-
babe.
Don't you want
So
to be
did
here in
you,
the Wild West there?
Did you cringe out your body when Fairhaven came into Voyager?
You're gonna have to remind me. It's a name.
It's the holodeck Irish pub in Star Trek Voyager.
I don't think I saw this. See, I seen all of Next Generation, bit of Deep Space Nine, and like bits of other ones. I'm not a hardcore Trekkie.
Okay.
More of a Next Generation fan.
Oh, the funny thing is, we chose.
Oh, by
this
the way,
video-
that one guy who operates the teleporter, that's good Irish representation.
Oh yeah,
me.
Oh,
Giga
yeah.
Chad.
Oh fuck, I forgot.
Chief
his name.
O'Brien.
O'Brien, yeah.
Yeah, him.
Yeah, the bad guy as a Connor.
Oh, naturally.
So I need a bit of explaining for this clip that's in front of me.
Oh yeah, what the
like-
fuck are we looking at?
Yeah,
What are we looking at?
well, it's supposed to be like llamas with hats, but I don't understand the text.
Average
Average
Utena fan
Utena.
trying to get a straight answer out of Ikuhara, which I believe. Well, first off, it's.
I suppose we need to listen to them.
No. I know what she's talking about because for some reason, Lilly Orchard does not like Revolutionary Girl Utena, and I guess the author has a difficult time trying to explain what she meant by certain things. I've never seen Revolutionary Girl Utena, but Lily apparently just doesn't like it or whatever.
I don't know the context, so I'm almost like, okay.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah,
all
overhead
I
at
know is
the
she just
moment.
doesn't like it. Slur, have you seen Revolutionary Girl Utena?
Nope, I don't even know what it is.
It's one of those like subversive magical girls that was before Madoka Magica, so
Oh, so it's one of those things where after Madoka Magica came out, it basically might as well never have existed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like what Dragon Ball did to Fist of the North Star, though not to such a great degree.
I would say what JoJo's did to Fist of the North Star.
Yeah, people forget that Fist of the North Star was like the first what we consider to be modern shonen, or at least the first shonen.
Yeah, and then I will say I think Dragon Ball might have definitely taken its place because then we have people like Oda who said they took direct inspiration from the grandfather, which they said was Dragon Ball.
Which no, Dragon Ball is the father. The grandfather is Fist of the North Star, and I will die on that hill.
I don't disagree nor agree.
In the mood for this.
I think it's just a lens flare and some dust.
Just tell me, Carl.
Another example of this can be found in All in the Family. Again, one of the most ardently
What?
progressive shows to ever grace the screen. Archie Bunker is a very old-fashioned, set-in-his-ways kind of bigot. He's pro-segregation, he's anti-gay, he's patriarchal, pro-war, pro-government, and pro-military. And he always gets into it with his son-in-law, an out-of-work hippie who represents all the anti-capitalist and anti-racist talking points you've heard from BreadTube. But the thing about Archie is that by virtue of being the main character, you end up seeing way more sides of him him than just the caricature. It's a progressive show with a conservative protagonist, so there has to be more layers to him than just cartoonish bigotry.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't either.
Yeah.
And is this being presented as like a contrast to the way that Star Trek does things? Because it sounds.
I don't know. I think she's switching topics.
No. What she's trying to do is say like, so this show that tried to do what Star Trek did but succeeded.
But it's not trying to do what Star Trek does. It's trying to where this is again. It's a show with because I've seen a little bit of All in the Family. It's a very Archie is very set in his ways, but he's more multi-layered when it comes to certain things. It's not it's that he's not like a cartoonish racist or anything, but he just has his opinions and he has reasons why he thinks that. And I believe he does admit when he's wrong, or he does acknowledge a certain point of thinking. But this is not like Star Trek at all.
Like, even the Ferengi are not cartoonish. Like, okay, the first time we see them in TNG, fine, but like when you get to Quark and DS9 and everything, they're really fucking layered.
Well, they don't believe in clothes for their women, which I agree.
Bros cozying up to them colored neighbors.
Whoa.
Excuse you? I beg your fucking pardon.
So not on the comment. I just thought he genuinely was going to say something else.
Yeah, I'm not used to hearing neighbor with the hard R.
Yeah.
You're black nib. What?
What's up, my neighbor? What's up, my neighbor?
Also pausing for copyright.
I think you turn into one lover.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh man.
And even like so you see in the context of the show, even his eyes did the thing.
Yeah, he was just like, okay, let's not go this
far. The whites
of
of his eyes are beaming the camera lens.
Yeah, doing the One Piece thing where the eyes are coming half a mile out of the face and they go, what?
Me as I'm like trying to pause not only for copyright but because of any offensive language, like please don't say it.
Well, I mean, Lily said.
I mean, Lily did spare us the actual bomb with the the muting, which thanks, Lily. Thanks for looking out.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for looking out for me, so I can. Hopefully,
you were more than likely trying to save your own ass, but you know what? Fair enough.
Hopefully, this version will stay monetized, unlike the other time we responded to Lily, where that one's demonetized now.
Yeah, all us YouTubers are in it together, so thanks, Lily.
Yep.
Gordy.
Go ahead.
Gordy, I'm gonna hit you.
Damn.
In spite of his beliefs, he's generally kind-hearted. If angry as sin,
Archie really did say neighbor lives matter.
Yeah.
He abhors violence, he has friends in pretty much all the groups he often disparages, and when he's around those groups, his rhetoric dies down quite a bit. Even when Archie is on a stint of bigotry, it doesn't usually take much to calm him down.
Who the hell wants people like that? Kids are not kids. I'm sure God sitting in judgment. And she didn't.
Did he just say God don't God?
I gotta hear that again while also incurring the wrath of the copyright gods.
Dies down quite a bit. Even when Archie is on a stint of bigotry, it doesn't usually take much to calm him down.
Who the hell wants people like that? Kids are not kids. I'm sure God sitting in judgment. And she didn't.
Okay, I'm not American, so I'm gonna need you burger people to translate. What the
I didn't understand it either.
All right. I'll try.
Can you get subtitles up on this thing?
There are, the thing is, the subtitles don't help.
Is there an English dub of this gobbledygook?
Yeah.
Even when Archie is on a stint of bigotry, it doesn't usually take much to calm him down.
Who the hell wants people like that? Teaching our kids. I'm sure God don't God sit in judgment.
Sitting in I don't know.
Did he flub the line?
I swear he said, "God don't God in judgment."
God should judge.
Well, no, I swear, God, don't God don't God sitting in
Oh my
judgment.
God, it's an American version of Mr. Arkwright.
Hate you? So why should you want to hate her? Oh.
What the fuck is that?
Okay, now we need Slur to
No,
translate
that one. No, that one was hate Jew, not hate Jew.
Gee, I can't believe you'd do anything that mean.
He's considering it.
Pause for copyright.
Archie may be pro-segregation, but he balks him.
Whoa!
What the fuck is this show?
It tackled a lot of issues at the time, and
yeah,
one of which being Archie's.
Like, but why does the main character always look equally lost?
Because he's like, why am I in a Klans meeting?
How did I get here? Who are you people?
Immediately at the idea of joining the KKK, and there's an entire episode where he's actively palling around with a Jewish militant who wants to crack some Nazi skulls. And throughout the entire series, Archie is constantly the one learning the lessons and growing as a person. The Archie of Archie Bunker's Place is a very different person from the Archie of Season 1 All in the Family. Archie has never really been above self-reflection. When his friend Stretch Cunningham died and it turns out that he was Jewish, Archie has to seriously sit there and wonder why Stretch would keep something like that from him.
Can't believe this if he was really Jewish.
Can't believe if he was really
It
Jewish.
was a different time, people.
It was a different
What
time.
gave it away? The nose?
Well, okay, but like what time? I don't remember any time when that was a problem people had.
It
oh
takes
no,
place during the
anti-Semitism was anti-Semitism was a huge thing post World War II, or just in general.
I know it was a huge thing pre World War II. I suppose post, it's just like okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
I think the
again,
show
not
takes...
American, so like I'm trying to piece this together from.
I want to say the show takes place during the 1950s.
It's gotta be, or at the very least the 60s, because it's in color.
Yeah, it looks like it was made in the 60s.
No, it takes place, not made. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. I'm doing my Archie Bunker lore research. What?
Now that's something I thought I wouldn't be doing that much recording today and just sitting in my little editing desk.
Yeah.
Okay, so
now
we're
looking up Archie and the Family lore.
It takes place in the early 70s in the suburbs of Queens, New York.
Right.
Oh, so that's an even bigger charged issue, because remember, New York during that time was super seedy compared to what it is now, where it's just seedy in a different way.
Yeah. Seedy in a way where, like, we're more concerned about a family owning a squirrel and a raccoon than certain other fucking problems.
Yeah, as opposed to you could just walk down the street, go to a porn theater, and just pay a nickel and just watch a naked lady dance around. Because we're all over the place.
Yeah. So scream it right now.
It wouldn't have made no difference. Maybe he thought it would.
You would think conservatives hate Archie because he's just a guy taking all the L's, but no, they love him. This whole I'm not
He's not taking the L's. He fucking punched that man because he was called a name.
Well,
see, okay, right there's a weird rhetorical thing that has just happened where Lily's language has gone from like largely positive. Hey, you have this character who has these, viewpoints that are a bit outdated, that are constantly being challenged, and he's always willing to learn. He's always willing to acknowledge when his views were wrong or when he was just talking shit. All of this is positive language, which acknowledges that he didn't start off on the best foot, but he kind of got there. It's favorable to him, or at least it's understanding and compassion towards his perspective. And now immediately it flips. It flips because, he's willing to learn. He's got all these positive, redeeming qualities. he's taking L's. But no, hang on, you don't get to do that.
That's not taking
Also,
L's.
the whole thing
that's,
with
that's
Star Trek
W's.
is that it's post-growth.
Well, yeah, but like with Archie Bunker, it's like it's not. They're not L's. They're W's. An L would be if he didn't learn from anything. Because in the end,
Also, the way that he learns his lessons, the way that his ideas get challenged, I'm sure there are plenty of episodes where he probably is being talked down to a little bit, but the audience probably didn't feel talked down to.
No.
That I feel is going to be way more where the difference is in whether people do or don't resonate with him.
Yeah, similar instance that could be to bring the timeline forward just a little bit. It's like you compare like that same way of thinking could probably be done for like American Dad, for instance. Stan Smith is a hardcore like Bush era Republican, and yet he's constantly learning lessons. And while he'll be belittled, we're not.
Yeah, like he didn't like gays because he actually thought it was a legitimate choice, and when he's told not to, he's like, "Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that." And then like in the episode where he comes across like an actual homophobe, he's like, "Hold on, I used to think like this person," and
yeah, and he used to also have a really big like not only with Greg and Terry, where they would essentially like, especially once they got their kid, and Stan's first thought was unfortunately to kidnap the child because he didn't think gay people could raise a kid.
Yeah,
and then that's when he found. Yeah. That's when he, by kidnapping other people's children as well, that siblings and children of same-sex homes are just like any other kids.
American Dad is a strange show. It is a very strange show. I would say it's better than Family Guy, though.
I think American Dad has gotten very interesting, especially now that they're no longer on Fox. So they're not as censored as they used to be. Like when Francine was... It was this episode about how she always constantly quits things. She became a bodybuilder and essentially had a brain aneurysm. She's explaining her life, and then we just hear Stan in the background go, "This is bullshit."
I didn't even know it was still running, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
they switched networks.
Evil, I just have opinion shtick is how every conservative likes to.
No.
Why is that a shtick? Again, Lilly just uses words sometimes. Just fucking throws them out there.
Like she's
Why
also
is that a
assuming
shtick? That's not a shtick.
The conservatives think that they're unironically evil and they're trying to lie about it.
Yeah, no, they're pretending that they just have opinions that are based on things that obviously aren't true because they're not what I think.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Conservatives hate Archie because he's just a guy taking all the L's. But no, they love him. This whole "I'm not evil, I just have opinion" shtick is how every conservative likes to see themselves, regardless of what their policies and beliefs actually are. It's the vision of themselves they've built up in their head. In fact,
and not all conservatives.
But that's the vision
think the
everyone
same.
has of themselves.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks that they have beliefs and opinions and principles.
Yeah.
Regardless of whatever policies they do or don't vote. Okay. The capacity to recognize people different from you as still being fundamentally people is like level 0.1 on the basic human empathy scale.
Yeah.
You can't clear that, you can't do anything. So if you're like, oh yeah, no. I mean, they're barely people. I don't describe them proper sentience. They just see themselves as people who have opinions, when what they really are is insert implication here, because obviously Lily never actually fucking says it out loud.
No.
So if it's a shtick, if they just see themselves as people who have opinions or people who believe certain things, etc., etc., what's the other half of that statement? Is, well, what are they actually, if not that?
Yeah.
Kind of an uncomfortable question to be asked, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very uncomfortable question. And then, I honestly, by this point, I don't know who I prefer more when it comes to this when it comes to this level of conversation and how they talk about their opposing side, because Lily basically just uses all the fancy words and talks fast and all that stuff. Then meanwhile, Birdman will just fucking go, yeah, he's clearly a fucking racist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he'll just be direct with it, and I think I prefer that over what Lily does.
It's patronizing, and it's like Jack Saint.
I don't even think Jack
Conservative
Saint's
fans
that
of All in the
bad.
Family are the real-life expression of Mike, a guy who builds himself up as this bastion of intellect and morality, only to be none of those things. In the constant conflict between Archie and Mike, Archie might have to take the L time and time and time again, but he ultimately takes the biggest W of them all when Mike abandons his family to join a commune, inadvertently proving Archie right about everything Archie ever said about him. If anything, Archie Bunker is the ideal conservative, and it's very easy for people to point and go, oh, he's just like me for real, even if they embody everything about conservatives that even Archie loathes.
So first off, I don't.
Okay,
look at
that sounds like
Archie-
he's talking about something like very specific. Like, hold
Yeah.
on, that was charged.
So that's probably like a father figure or something, and that's why Lily is super upset. But to straighten that point, I don't see Archie Bunker and go, that's me for real, for real.
Well, I mean, are you a conservative? Like, are you even? See,
I'm-
this is kind of the thing. Conservatives think this. Conservatives think that. When it's like literally just none of this really tracks or makes a lot of sense, and we're going to bat when I don't consider myself conservative at all.
Neither do
I
I.
have
But
some
yeah.
conservative like views, but I don't consider.
I guess I'm more
like a complete
fiscally.
civilian.
I guess I'm more fiscally conservative. I know that's kind of the weird thing where I'm socially liberal but fiscally conservative. I
No,
guess,
that just means you're a person.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
I'd say most
No,
people
no, no, no,
actually are fiscally conservative because most people don't want to give away their money to other people, especially
No.
when they're barely able to afford to live themselves.
You
exactly.
got it wrong,
Exactly.
Wyatt. You got it wrong, Wyatt. It's not a person. It's just a man.
Oh.
He's just a
This is
guy.
gonna be like the new.
He's just a
fucking,
guy.
I'm just a girl. Fucking literally me, dinner.
But at the same time, while conservatives may have certain base things that they believe in, it's A, to varying degrees. B, they might not even believe them all, because I know several conservatives that are pro-choice, but it's more or less acknowledging it as a necessary evil to have, and that they would rather it not exist. But we don't live in the ideal world where it shouldn't exist. We do live in a world where unfortunately it needs to exist.
Yeah. Because otherwise we have people getting hurt or possibly even killed because of unsafe medical procedures.
Yeah. But then of course Lilly Orchard kind of had this weird Freudian slip moment where it's like he's the ideal conservative, as in she acknowledges that there are conservatives that aren't horrible, horrendous pieces of shit that actually do learn that are actually tolerant of various things, but she will still broad stroke them, like brush them as terrible people.
Yeah, she's still got a narrative to push.
Yeah, 'cause she's a piece of shit.
If anything, Archie Bunker is the ideal conservative, and it's very easy for people to point and go, oh, he's just like me for real, even if they embody everything about conservatives that even Archie loathes, because, surprise, surprise, people aren't often honest with themselves and imagine themselves as a more idealized person than they actually are. Does this mean they lack media literacy?
Projection.
Hot meat, not even kettle, just mirror where you're looking at the same fucking pot.
Yeah, because if you don't, like, at the very least have some, like, respect for yourself, you will always, like, part of you will always idealize a certain part of yourself, essentially. You're all, like, the person we're ahead will always be better than what we actually are. If you don't have that image and you think, like, the person you're projecting is worse than who you actually are, you have a mental disorder. It's called depression.
Yeah, fucking Lily, stop projecting. Stop your projecting your faults onto everybody else and accept the fact that you are a hypocritical pile of garbage.
No, they watched the same show you did. They saw the same character you did. They just drew a different conclusion from it. And Archie being a humanized person was intentional. What they lack is self-reflection. And in the big picture, they aren't wrong. If every conservative was like Archie Bunker, the world would probably be a much nicer place.
Oh. What's the Big Bang Theory doing?
What?
I would never think I would see the Big Bang Theory show up on Lilly Orchard channel.
Get this fucking nerd blackface off my screen, Lily. What are you talking? What are you doing?
Alright, so yeah, let's find out what this is.
Isn't that just a little sad?
By all means.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Oh God, we're gonna talk about Revolutionary Girl Utena. I have no fucking context for Revolutionary Girl Utena. I just know. God damn it.
Oh.
Stay in this cozy coffin of yours and continue to play the prince. But I have to go now.
Revolutionary Girl Utena, I know it's pronounced Utena, but I don't care, is an anime from the 90s that is considered mandatory watching for every sapphic weeb over 30.
Alright, Slurs, get to it.
The way it's supposed to be pronounced.
He's never seen it though, so
no,
none of us have seen it.
I'm sorry, hold on. Which part of sapphic weeb did you think applied to me?
No, the
just so I'm clear.
No, the over 30 part. I was calling you old.
You're the only one here who's not 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm calling you old.
Yeah. Why? How old are you?
I'm gonna be 29 this year in like a month.
Oh, he's getting there.
Oh, he's basically over the hill.
Yeah, getting there. You're
Wait,
getting there.
so now hold on, 29 is the new 30?
Yep. Yep.
Get wrecked, boomer.
Is anyone else here 40 upwards?
Yeah, you're the silent generation.
Yeah, quiet.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Back in my day, my friends died from polio.
Utena, I know it's pronounced Utena, but I don't care, is an anime from the 90s that is considered mandatory watching for every sapphic weeb over 30. I've seen this show 3 times at different points in my life.
Wait, is this that one that was like super military lesbian?
I think.
Oh, I did hear this.
Also, does Lily have a pronoun? Because that's again hypocrisy if that's right.
What? All right.
So if she doesn't care about how the show's pronounced, then if she has a pronoun, then
I don't think those two things
invalid.
are equal.
Sorry, did the word pronoun and the word pronounce just kind of exist on the same brain cell just there?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Report to maintenance immediately, Mayo.
Yeah.
Your brain's miswired.
It's been a difficult year. Come on.
Through reputation, you could be forgiven for thinking it's a show about lesbians smashing gender roles and killing abusers. And while that is the barest description of the plot, it's extremely reductive and actually deceptive about the experience someone is going to have with it. The series has a lot of very gruesome and uncomfortable
No,
material,
it's
and I would
surface level, but it is going to be accurate to the experience people have with it. That's why people like it. Especially sapphic lesbians over 30. Whatever that description was.
feel comfortable recommending it to anyone unless I knew them extremely well. Utena is a series that throws multiple layers of visual storytelling onto the viewer, some of which relies on text that is completely untranslated in the official dub, and it gets so far into the weeds of that visual storytelling that it can be difficult for the average Dwayne to parse through it all in one watch through, especially if they aren't familiar with a lot of the...
What was that word?
Yeah, the average Dwayne instead of just saying the
average
Andys
Joe
of the world.
Yeah, they just said the average Joe. Yeah, the average Joe.
No, but you gotta speak internet, son.
No.
Boomer. It's
No.
the Andes we gotta be worrying about.
The Andes Mountains? Maybe.
No, it's just 2 guys in the office called Andy.
You
Look at this
Andy,
media literacy Andy over here.
I think you'll find it's Andy's nuts.
Wait, are you telling me I should be worried about Andy Dick?
I mean, that's up to you, man. Consult your doctor.
Symbolism the show loves to use. Worse even, it's a series that likes to deconstruct certain anime tropes, but it does this by playing them completely straight for the first 2/3 before getting really into the deconstruction in the final season.
Can you even
like Kill la Kill.
Can you even be this deconstructive when you're this old? Like,
yes.
Yeah.
It's all right.
When the genre is even older, yes.
I honestly have no idea how old the shonen genre or
This isn't shonen. This is magical girl.
Shoujo.
Yeah, shoujo.
I don't know how old that genre is.
Very.
So.
Well, okay.
Okay.
The first anime were all black and white. That's how old all this shit is.
Yeah.
Huh, I didn't even know
and
it
like
went that far back.
I believe Sailor Moon was the manga at least was like.
Okay, so if Goku is the grandfather and Fist of the North Star is like the great grandfather, Astro Boy is like the prehistoric fossil you find in a cave.
God, I constantly forget that was Japanese. Like that is
Astro Boy, 8-Man, Street Racer to a certain extent, Speed Racer.
Meanwhile, like I feel like I had this conversation when we were talking about like characters that you could link to, or shows that you could link to a natural.
Devilman is one of those like old anime that was incredibly subversive for the time. Then again, that's just Go Nagai in general.
Mm-hmm.
And then which by the way, Go Nagai made Cutie Honey.
Which, by the way, one of the best live action adaptations of all time ever.
That you fell asleep in the middle of watching.
I've never fallen asleep.
Slur does. Yeah, he does. He just consumes another bottle of Jameson and then continues on with his day. That's how he recharges his battery.
So the
Slur
point where
is
you
like
really
Bender.
start getting into the nitty-gritty of all of these characters' dysfunctional relationships is after almost 20 episodes of Nanami fawning over her older brother in a way that screams, "Oh right, this is an anime what I'm watching." All of these things combined means that you could recommend Utena to someone, and if you don't pre-warn them about all of these things, there's a significant likelihood that they're going to bounce right off of it. They could easily watch the first half, go, "Okay,
that kind of sounds like they get filtered." This is something that exists in like just general fucking anime spaces where you have people who very seriously want the weirdness and like the uncomfortable amount of like incest and bullshit to persist just so that it keeps the most annoying people out of the community.
Yeah, I can see
it's
that.
called getting filtered.
Yeah.
And I think it's a fucking silly idea. You know, our media has to be shit on purpose so that the wrong people don't like it. Isn't exactly a winning attitude in my book, but sometimes when you just have to listen to the most annoying person for long enough, you're like, you know what? I really wish there was just like some super fucking creepy scene in the first episode just so that I wouldn't have to hear your fucking opinion on the rest of it. Man.
Yeah. I mean, the first episode of Goblin Slayer is literally that. Except, it's good.
Well, because it's the only thing people ever fucking talk about is that.
Yeah, it keeps the fucking weirdos away. The weirdos that we don't want, I should say.
And yet, it makes them somehow just perfect experts on everything this show has to offer.
Exactly.
What keeps weirdos away from One Piece, or does it just attract weirdos?
The monumental scale of One Piece keeps a lot of people away from.
Yeah, like the length of the episodes and the chapters and just how much of it there is keeps them away because they don't want to invest a lot of time into it.
So you have people who have very shitty opinions of One Piece, or just like very poorly thought out, not very well reasoned opinions of One Piece, but they never really made it even as far as fucking Nami's arc. They got filtered out very soon, so you don't really have to take their opinion into account because it doesn't really amount to much. They have nothing to say about what like 90% of the show really is.
Or you're like Charlie and you just aren't absorbing the material because you're taking like 6 years to even get to Alabasta. That's literally what happened.
Yeah, because I actually had a lot of trouble when I was doing my live stream with Asa, in that he essentially knew pretty much every scene, every word or whatever. Obviously not to that extent, probably, but when I had to go back and do series 1, even though I'd already got to like Alabaster and stuff, I barely remembered what happened. So he was doing most of the talking, and I was kind of just agreeing most of the time, just because I was going through it so fast. I wasn't taking anything in.
No, with Moist Critical, it was the reverse. He took, like, because he started One Piece like years ago, and only within like the last year or so got to Alabasta, which is only in like the 100 episode, 150.
It's like
mark.
100. So it starts around episode, I want to say in the early 90 count, and where I'm currently at is like 111. 111, and we're not done with it yet. So, and I think it goes to 130. I want to say 130. So it's a good,
I'm sorry, I misremembered. It wasn't Alabasta, it was Skypiea. It took him that long to finish Skypiea.
Okay, yeah, and then I believe he said when he got to Water 7 that that's when like he felt as if One Piece got actually good, but he still didn't like Luffy.
Yeah.
Off. And I don't think that's an unfair first impression to have. Some people think you're obligated to stick it out to the end, but I think on a critical level, the point where
we watched this in the Patreon server, so I could write up a parody video, and it was only my assurance that the show had actual themes to explore that kept most of the patrons from dipping by the Black Rose arc.
That's a bit unkind.
I don't know. Like that's just again. I haven't seen Utena, so I can't comment on any of this.
Yeah, this is one of like. Yep, Lily, you sure are saying some stuff.
Yeah.
If someone decides they can't take any more.
Granted, I wouldn't be surprised if she's completely reading it incorrectly.
Well, she read Star Trek incorrectly.
No shit.
Well, yeah.
It's why I want her to like read a 40K book.
No. No.
Yes.
Leave them alone.
Okay, how about she reads a couple chapters of Berserk?
Even worse.
Let it happen. Let it break her. Let it unironically break her mind.
It won't. All she'll see is white male plus violence equals problem, and just refuse to read any deeper than that.
Yeah, she won't look at the fact that in a lot of cases with the Imperium, it's like, yeah, no, they kind of have to do this heinous shit because it's like the only way for them to survive. Or with Berserk, where Guts where she'll think he's like a super edgy guy with a huge sword, when actually he's an incredibly damaged person that has had a very rough life.
Also, yeah, the whole story is about like how he moves away from being a violent animal and learns to heal through fucking connection and shit like that. But all of these things, you notice how in the description of that like thematic idea of the overarching story, we didn't once mention gender or race. So yeah, no, that's not going to register at all. No, it's going to be white man does thing.
Yeah, she probably wouldn't even like either acknowledge or briefly discuss the fact that Guts was assaulted as a child, so to speak.
She'd hate Griffith, but only because Griffith is a man.
Supposedly.
And beautiful.
Yeah, and beautiful. I bet Griffith is more beautiful than Lily.
I wonder if Lily would even mention the eclipse. You know, the actual heinous thing that made a lot of people, Guts included, fucking hate Griffith.
Well, no. Lily's reading would probably just be, oh, you know, everybody just hates Griffith more than is due because he's gay. Even though...
He's not.
Yeah, no, hold on. See, you're about to counter with things from the thing that you know because you read the thing. Yeah, no, that's not how this goes.
Like, he sold his body, but he needed the money for the Band of the Hawk.
Yeah, because clearly the author just hates sex workers.
God damn it.
It really is just kind of that easy to think like she does, because it's just take the most like stupid and ridiculous thing you can think of and just say it.
Yes.
have. You can stop watching a show at any point you want for whatever reason you want. Your time is your time, and you don't owe it to the egos of loudmouths on Twitter to keep sticking something out if it has already become too much for you. I bring this up because...
Why are you listening to these, like, weird... Okay, sorry, I got distracted for a moment there. Why are you even listening to loudmouths on Twitter in the first place?
Just she's a terminally online weirdo.
Move on, they're not real.
I bring this up because Utena as a show has always been wildly open to interpretation. The show loves its metaphors and its symbols, and the creator is infamously tight-lipped about explaining what a lot of the more weird parts of the show are. Sometimes he lies and contradicts himself, and sometimes he gives hilarious non-answers, and you're led to believe a lot of the things that nobody can explain are just there to screw with you. So while some themes remain ever-present, there's a lot of variance between how people interpret the series, even if it was too much for you and you had to leave halfway through. This should hypothetically be a goldmine for wild, out-there takes about everything. A place where people just figuring out how to read symbolism can cut their teeth. A place where a wild, barely held-together interpretation is welcomed with open arms and pop beers and demands to spill the contents of your mind prison. But it's not. Because Utena's status as a pioneer of LGBT animation means its fanbase is extremely aggressive regarding anything detracting from that title. So beware what you say, lest some ambitious idiot...
That at least is true.
Yes.
But it's also something that Lilly is a direct contributor to.
Yeah.
Not necessarily with regards to this show in particular, but it just as a general like pattern of behavior. Yeah. This thing, like Next Generation, it tackles all these ideas, and people bring all of these different perspectives away from it, but people who hold it up as there are people who like proclaim Next Generation as like the most fucking pro-socialist, pro-communist thing to ever exist, which it isn't. Or people who, like Lilly, proclaim it to be, what was it, toothless and something else.
And conservative.
Toothless and conservative. And are just so married to that idea that they refuse to acknowledge or even look into any other potential interpretation. Like, this is the thing that you're doing.
Come by.
No. It's okay when she does it.
Multiple people have discussed Utena and admitted to the way in which the first impression left them feeling betrayed or lied to, and then having to watch it again. And
hold on, go back.
Lest some ambitious idiot come by and piss in your mailbox. Multiple people have discussed...
Okay. Because this is a YouTuber that she was shitting on the last time we discovered her video. How do I turn off the fucking subtitles?
Wait, you turned the subtitles on?
They were automatically on.
So good to know with this video, they'll be able to see, they'll be able to hear it because they can read it.
It's probably even better for you with copyright with the scenes that he's not talking. Sorry, she's not talking.
Anime. What does it say? Like anime YouTube. Like what does it say under his name?
Normalities. An anime YouTuber driven off the platform for saying child porn is bad.
Oh, okay. Is that true?
I don't know. I don't know who this person is.
Okay.
Utena and admitted to the way in which the first impression left them feeling betrayed or lied to, and then having to watch it again. And I couldn't really fault anyone for dipping at the first opportunity. This show is very Lynchian in presentation, and it's not for everyone. And on top of that, David Lynch never triple-kicked you in the stomach with codependent incest. If somebody told me, well, I tried it, but it was gross, I'd probably just gently inform them that it's a story that condemns abuse and patriarchal systems. But the way in which the series immerses you in abuse and takes as long as it does to get to the point is something I would consider a fair criticism of the show to make. You can't douse people in this.
Big brother, you really are the only one for me.
But Mickey's heart is slowly drifting further and further towards that girl.
What?
Pausing for copyright. I don't know. We don't know what she's talking about because none of us have seen this show.
I don't know if you have to pause for copyright because I don't know if the dubbing studio... Well, I don't know if the dubbing studio that made this is still in fucking business anymore because this was like fucking 90s. I'm hearing... Shit, it might have been ADV. I'm hearing some ADV people that are in there.
I'll comfort you as I always do, little mouse.
Squeak, squeak.
What? What the fuck was that? Okay, that just like caught me so fucking off guard.
It's like Captain
Can
Kirk
I hear
kissing
that
that
again?
woman, then punching her immediately.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jake. If this is the copyright gods are gonna have a field day with you.
It's okay. I'll just go straight to the appeal and they'll fucking drop it.
Or just put a copyright filter on top of it.
It's the sound.
Oh, okay.
Squeak, squeak.
I want that as a soundbite. That is so fucking good.
Which one?
Just her going squeak.
Just her going squeak, squeak.
Oh my god.
You know I could do it, right? In fact, I could literally do it right now.
Do it. Do it. Make it a soundbite. Do it. It's amazing.
So let's continue this while I do that.
And then say, oh, no, I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. Some people just won't believe you. And that's okay. But Utena has almost the inverse problem of Lolita. When people talk about it, they talk about it in terms of being a gay show about smashing gender roles. And that's true in the same way that saying Undertale is a subversive RPG. You'll go in expecting Sailor Moon with sword fighting lesbians.
But Undertale is a subversive RPG.
I think she's
have...
agreeing. I think she's agreeing, but she's adding weird caveats to it.
And you're not expecting to get a Kingdom Hearts world made out of Twin Peaks and flowers in the attic. But it's almost impossible to talk about any of this because its reputation to a bunch of Gen X otaku means that they're so extremely defensive and possessive of it. And if you have a problem with any of the depiction in the series, no matter how nuanced your position actually is, they just scream, skill issue, media literacy, brain rot, until they break every blood vessel in their face. This isn't even unique to Utena, I just feel like picking on it in particular. It's what fans do with everything. Media literacy isn't any more dead than it was 30 years ago. The average Dwayne sitting at home watching non-challenging but
okay, what is this Dwayne thing?
Today is the
Who the fuck is Dwayne? That's the second time that's happened.
I think it's supposed to replace the average Joe, but that's using Dwayne for some reason because it's probably internet speak.
Like there's a reason why like Farmer Andy or whatever in the insert profession Andy that's the terminology.
We all know Burger Andy was the best Andy, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What timestamp was this? All right, somewhere around the 15-minute mark.
Yeah. Squeak, squeak.
What did you think you were gonna do in life, Wyatt? I'm gonna be an editor. I'm gonna work for like the big industries and in video production, like make highly educative and analytical pieces. Now let me just get this little soundbite of this girl going squeak squeak.
Okay, you never thought that that's what you were gonna do.
I actually very much wanted to work for Giant Bomb when they were still good.
That's the thing about art as consumer product. A lot of people don't like to think too critically about the media they consume. They don't find that fun.
Now there is some truth to that. The average person.
This is actually basically just a very uncharitable version of what I said earlier. You know, media analysis is a field of study. Most people don't want to study to watch shows, but even without doing the study, they still, on an intuitive level, internalize, themes and messages and quality.
Yeah.
Most people don't want to analyze their media. They just want the media to be fucking good. They don't need to put in the work. They're not the writer. It's not their job to do the work.
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of us only analyze it after we've consumed it, and they've deemed it to be good or bad. And that's just like the weird autists like us. The average everyday person is going to might watch something like, I don't know, Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen, go, wow, that was liquid hot ass. And if you ask them to explain it, they probably really couldn't. It's just they just didn't personally enjoy it.
If they don't find it fun, then they shouldn't have to do it. I find critical thinking and analysis fun, so I do it. What we actually have...
No, I mean, like,
this is like the area where you agree on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we think this is fun.
Yeah, we do. It's just, I think we're better at it than Lilly, but that's neither here nor there.
and what we've always had is a problem of bitchy little drama queens acting like disagreeing with them about something or thinking their favorite work is bad is some kind of moral failing. We've had to
I mean,
That's what's happening now with the left, but sure.
Well, no,
I mean, that's not a left or a right thing. That's just fucking
Yeah.
terminally online dipshits being terminally online dipshits.
Yeah, there's plenty.
It is not politically exclusive, gender exclusive, anything exclusive.
Like fucking Ben Shapiro.
Stupidity is non-discriminatory.
Ben Shapiro first praised the Barbie movie for being a conservative masterpiece or some stupid shit. So
Sure. I still to this day don't know whether he was trolling or if he's actually that stupid.
He also just he described Iron Man as a libertarian in an iron suit flying around and not caring about the government or whatever, and I'm just like, that's
He also
not...
said in House of Dragon Season 2, nothing happened.
Yeah, but by the way, why is Mass Effect on our screen, Lily? Are you gonna say something stupid?
I'm
about
sorry,
Mass Effect?
I looked away. What the fuck is on the screen?
Mass Effect, I
excuse
believe.
me.
We actually have, and what we've always had, is a problem of bitchy little drama queens acting like disagreeing with them about something or thinking their favorite work is bad is some kind of moral failing. We've had to deal with fandoms acting like shit-flinging gibbons since the dawn of the internet. They have been the punching bag of everyone for as long as humanly possible. You know.
So, why did you show Mass Effect 3?
Because people didn't like the ending?
That's such a... That was such a
Is that what that was?
Visual.
Yeah, that was a non-visual. I think
Or is she saying that like people like us are like Javik? Because that's based.
I don't know. I think she just needed a visual for something and chose Mass Effect. Like with Dragon Age, I'm like, keep Dragon Age's name out your fucking mouth.
That spot in a YouTube video where the sponsorship usually goes? Well, we used to put this long diatribe reassuring the dumbest motherfucker in the audience that this was only our opinion, and if you had a different opinion, then that was totally okay. And we always said it like that, in that really patronizing tone, because we knew who we were talking to. We did this because if you said something...
Okay, honestly, actually based.
Yeah.
No, pause for a second. That's like the first base thing in this whole video. I hate redundant language and I hate padded language. Obviously, everything I say is my opinion. I'm the one fucking saying it. Yeah. This thing people do where they fucking put padded socks on every sentence they say is like, well, I mean, this is just my opinion. You know, if you like it, you're free to like it, as if you needed their fucking permission. No, actually based, yeah.
Yeah.
This is what
Don't
Slur
bother.
sounds like in the corner.
Squeak, squeak.
Nice.
And of course, hold on, we gotta show off the best new button.
I'm sorry, Herbert Moon. Herbert Moon is the best character in any video game. He's gonna save us from the homosexual, Jewish, Catholic, British zombies.
But you know, he's still just a guy.
Them are some powerful zombies you just listed. Goddamn.
Oh, have you never played Undead Nightmare, Slur?
No, actually, I never did.
Oh, like I'll pull up the cutscene way after this, but it's a absolutely hilarious like shopkeeper who's just like every kinds of like I hate everybody, who's just describing this grand conspiracy that created the zombies.
I bet it was
he is the final boss of istophobes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I bet it was the Mexicans.
Just to ask, are we going to the end of the video or doing what we're doing?
I assume we're going to watch the end of the video.
I'm still going. Before you joined, Slur, we were questioning like whether or not that we were going to have enough to say. Unless we would have moved on
and
to
then
writing tips.
Then the video happened.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get to the writing tips today.
Oh, one day.
Yeah, one day we'll look at Lilly Orchard's writing
I'm
tips.
gonna read off 2 of them. That's
fair
my...
enough. Fair enough.
Or here's an idea, a genuine idea, by the way. Make each point into a short.
Oh.
Over 100 shorts? Isn't it like 102 points or some shit like that?
No, she goes to. Let's see. Still scrolling. Okay, I'm getting a tad worried now.
Yeah, it's
You
like
do is
over
just daily
100, I think.
points.
It's either
It feels
close
like this is something you should have checked before you made the plans.
101.
Ah, it was close.
So I remembered last time I looked at this list, it only going to like 60 or something.
Oh, yeah, only 60. Again, that's just an entire recording in and of itself. I don't think we're not going to get to that today. It's almost 7 o'clock my time, and we've been doing this for 3.5 hours.
Themselves in your comment section. It used to be that a large dislike bar didn't mean the video was bad. It meant that your video had made its way to 4chan and triggered a pack of very stupid, very angry people whose mothers were keeping them away from small animals and children. That is...
God damn it. It really can't just be that you would make a bad video. All the phobes, their fault, not yours.
Yeah.
Still the case, it's just that 4chan is called Twitter now. See, media literacy wasn't in people's vocabulary because back then they would just call you a retard and report your video for promoting terrorism. It wouldn't be until the rise of video essays, remember that I mentioned earlier, that this pack of simpletons would get a whole host of professional sounding words to make what was at best blatantly obvious harassment sound like something more significant than it actually.
Oh yeah, but Slur, you're gonna enjoy this because you didn't hear this. She said that both Lindsay Ellis and Movie Bob pioneered the video essay.
No, they didn't.
Lindsay Ellis, I can
blatantly
understand.
not true.
I can understand.
Also, Movie Bob has never done a video essay. He's at most done a video paragraph, and even then, it looks like he scribbled it in the morning before turning in his fucking homework.
Because like there was, she put a screenshot of the game over thinker.
Well, okay, that's not. That almost feels like something I would do as a joke. So I'm hesitant because Lily, did you do a fucking sneaky? It sounds like you did a sneaky because there's no way that you're actually holding the game overthinker as an example of quality content. There's no fucking shot. Lindsay Ellis, as much as I don't like some of the later videos, she kind of a warbling of quality for a while. She has made legitimately very good videos. I like most of her content.
Yeah, I especially love all the stuff that she has done for Lord of the Rings, and then her breaking down The Hobbit was very interesting, especially since she talked to a lot of the actors that were in New Zealand who live there, or who took place and who took part in The Hobbit, and broke down the whole rigmarole of why those films were just a nightmare to make.
Yeah, and how having a booming tourism industry has downsides. That's the thing that anywhere that's a tourist destination, you deal with that. And yeah, no, good video, good content. Didn't pioneer video essays, to be clear. Very much had shoulders to stand on, people to learn from.
Would you
wasn't even one of the earliest to do it?
Would you have a closer approximation of who pioneered the video essay genre on YouTube?
So that's every
I like most people, I'm gonna throw out the answer of probably the first ones that I really watched. But realistically, no, I'd have to really look into it. I don't think the first video essays were things that I was watching. By the time I came to video essays, there was already quite a few people doing them, and I watched the people I liked.
Yeah, which is a fair assessment, because there's no way the only thing that would know would be YouTube servers, because they would just.
Well, no, you can look it up, or you can research this. There are ways to do it. It's just you have to put in the fucking time to do a lot of searching and fucking time checking. I think there was a very particular period of time when video essays were the content of the day. There was just a lot of them, and they were held up as being the standard for intellectual discourse on YouTube. And in that era, that was very much the era where Lindsay Ellis was much more active on YouTube. Movie Bob was as active then as he is now.
Yeah.
Which is not at all.
He still makes his things, doesn't he?
No, you said active and movie Bob in the same sentence.
Yeah, but fuck, I was about to say something. Oh, I mean, like it depends also when we make video essay, because if you really want to talk about like some video quote unquote essays, I would say a lot of creationist debunking content that took a lot of time with like actual research and putting together coherent points could be considered video essays, and those are all the way back in like 2007, 2008. Like R.N. Ra's Foundational Falsehoods of Creationism, I think that's like a video, like a multi-part video essay. Because like it's pretty damn good content.
Yeah, actually, if I was going to just fucking ballpark throw a dart at the board as to when I think the video essay as we understand it, where you take 40 minutes plus of a YouTuber making a scripted video where they try to like present any kind of research, literally rate an essay, something that's cited, something that's at least supposedly somewhat fact checked. You're going to go back to around 2013, 2014, and it's going to be a lot of that because, r/atheism was the thing of the day at that time.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
But those are more like what you would consider a traditional essay when it's involving like science or whatever, as opposed to here's like 30 hours of me explaining why the Power Rangers lore is not very well constructed.
Well, I mean, media analysis is still academic.
True.
You still cite sources and shit.
True.
I mean, sorry, media analysis should still be academic. You should cite sources and shit. Yeah.
My sources, I made it the fuck up.
We have an entire generational overlap raised in an environment where the behavior and mannerisms of a Chan troll are the default status of some of the most popular social media platforms on the planet, all while using the language of Lindsay Ellis to prop that up, like a corpse being animated on strings by the fucking Goler clan. The thing is, you get these people talking long enough and they'll soon demonstrate that they don't have the media literacy that they think other people lack. A while back on Tumblr, we were discussing the problem of the whole villain that has a point trope and how it often simply devolves into centric.
I've seen it done. Problem lies that if they have a point, why are they the villain? That's right! Like, first off, you who asked this question already, like, fucked up by asking Lilly Orchard, the person who thinks why, like, if Magneto really does have a point, he wouldn't be a villain.
Even though he even though he wanted to commit genocide on multiple occasions.
He can have a point. His point was never what made him villainous.
Exactly.
There, done. It's literally that simple.
It's the methods you use to try and emphasize or solve that point.
Remember, Lilly Orchard thinks like that. What's her face from the Kenobi show? That Inquisitor lady, Reva, attacking Vader and her whole plan so that she could try to kill Vader. That she was in the right because it was an abused person fighting their abuser.
Even though Reva contributed to the kidnap and possibly deaths of many children.
Yeah.
Conservative proselytizing, and someone came in with a big monologue about how
villains can indeed better ones often too. They aren't just to foil the heroes, and sometimes, especially if the character is someone like Hannibal Lecter.
Oh, are we reading this out loud or not? Because I think we're in this weird halfway mark.
Yeah, if you're gonna read it aloud, and speak up.
I mean, I am reading out loud.
You're kind of reading it under your breath.
Okay, I'll start over. Counterpoint: villains can indeed make good points, and the better ones often do. They aren't just there to foil the hero, and sometimes, especially if the character is someone like Hannibal Lecter, they are the main character that we sympathize with. Excuse me. As far as the story being they've gone too far, who says? They can rationalize this from an amoral point of view that accounts for more shades of gray, and they aren't ever going to be a hero, but that doesn't mean that they didn't have a point. A good villain will make the hero, if there is one, or the audience think about what they are doing. So no, there are stories that absolutely do use this, and to good end.
Thanos being one of them.
I would. I probably I hard stand for Magneto as a villain, and this is the thing. I stand for him as a villain, where you completely understand both in terms of the broader idea of where he thinks he is fighting for his existence and the existence of people like him from being wiped out. From his perspective, he is fighting extinction itself. And so to him, you understand why he thinks no measure is too harsh, no action he takes too villainous.
By any means necessary.
And you also understand, like, outside of like the big ideas, just on a pure human level, how he got that way. He is a product of the things that were done to him, which were inhuman. And so you look at that and you're like, I understand him. But in the context of the story, I still want him to not fucking win, because I can think literally a single layer deeper than, ooh, he said good thing. Okay, you know what the opposite of like this thing is? It's the villain is sad. That's the opposite.
Oh my
It's
God,
the
you're right.
pure, it's the most shallow bullshit thing that only works on like the very in the moment emotional level, but the second you think about it for a single second longer, just crumbles to shit. Where, okay, we're gonna have let's not take Magneto, let's take something a little bit more heinous. Let's say I don't know. Give me a villain. Just an unapologetic, just a villain people, not us, will fucking be able to understand the reference for.
Fair enough.
Lord Zed.
One
Lord that I
preferably.
know.
Yeah, I was going to say preferably not from a children's TV show from the 90s that Slur probably hasn't watched since he was in the 90s.
Okay, fucking Darth Sidious. Let's say someday we get the backstory for Darth Sidious, the evil emperor. And then it turns out that when he was young, he was really sad. Everything he's done. The fact that his name in pop culture, nobody calls him Darth Sidious outside of people who are maybe a little bit more fucking attached to the old lore of those movies. Everyone just knows him as the evil emperor. If you don't mention Star Wars at all, you just say, "Oh yeah, that guy, Pope Benedict the 16th. Yeah, did you ever see him? He kind of looked like the evil emperor." Everybody knows who you means. He's the literal cardboard cutout of insert antagonistic force here. He's not even really a character in the original movies. But then you go, oh yeah, he's all of these things. He is literally this evil. He just is bad. And then they go, oh, but he was sad though. When he was young, people were mean. Don't you feel bad for thinking he was just evil now? Didn't this make you self-reflect? Didn't it make you rethink the original? No, the fuck it didn't.
No, it wouldn't make me rethink a damn thing.
No, but for some people, it does, because they're not really thinking. They're just responding to the most immediate. The show that's in front of them in that moment shows a young, creamy Sheev being upset. And let's be honest, in his younger days, he was probably really good looking. He's a fucking stud of a man.
Oh,
they kind of did that with Scarlet Witch.
No. Now I'm gonna fucking politism here. In the Darth Plagueis book, no, Palpatine was a very handsome man. He got bitches, and he was a psychopath. What got him the rank of Sith Apprentice was he killed his fucking family.
So yeah, you take a show showing that guy in his youth being a bad boy, but also being damaged and sad. Yeah, you're gonna get the fucking female audience simping all over him. And it's like, guys, he's not the evil emperor. He's the misunderstood emperor.
Even though, oh god, the misunderstood
this
emperor.
Is kind of the thing. This is the opposite of what's on fucking screen. It just clicked for me there, because this is the inverse. where you take this thing that is super shallow, and then you have this fake level of depth versus this where you have a real level of depth, but you have this like coat of paint just thrown on top of it. Oh yeah, no. They've gone too far. Who says? Like what do you mean? Oh, the villain has a point. Yeah, but like they're still evil.
They're taking things too far. Like Magneto wants to genocide humanity.
And
So if you're going to make a video called Media Literacy Isn't Dead, you do kind of almost maybe want to start the video here.
Yeah.
Because this is the first time that we're actually talking about broader pop culture reception of stories and tropes. And the way that some people will and some people won't be able to parse, layer 1 from layer 2.
Exactly.
Actually, it's just come in as well. Oh, fuck. I can't even remember what show it was. But the music told you to be sad. The music told you that what was happening on screen was heroic. But the second you just tried to look at the decisions the characters were making or the things they actually did, you're like, wait, hang on a fucking second. This is stupid.
Like most video games right now. Like that's literally like it played the sad music when you killed the dog in The Last of Us 2, and it's like this thing is trying to kill me.
It might have been The Last of Us 2 where this,
yes,
where at least where I put like fucking two and two together. It's like, hang on, all these people who are praising the story, they're praising the story that the music told them they were watching rather than the story that they actually watched.
Dragon Age: The Veilguard is also like this as well.
But that's a whole different thing.
Yes.
Fucking HR mandated sensitivity training the simulator.
Basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna try my
actually
damnedest.
Trash uses they them pronouns now. Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Literally, like, and the thing is, in that scene, I don't give a shit if I misgender a fictional character. I genuinely don't care. Her mom basically says, well, in the Qun, we have a word for, that, and it's this, and he goes, no, why can't you simply accept that? I'm like, they have a word for it. Why don't you use it?
I mean, the word could also have negative connotations to it, though.
Okay, but granted, we don't know because she.
Yeah, I was going.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such in the air that it's borderline meaningless.
Which, of course, it doesn't make sense because Tosh and her family don't follow the Qun. So I don't know. I mean, I guess pulling the word out from the Qun is like fine, but they don't follow it, and I don't know. I'm still baffled as to why. I mean, like, I'm not against the Kunari raising their child. It's just I need an explanation as to why they are doing it because Kunari don't have family units. They also don't. Kunari don't have a sense of individuality. It's not like that they're incapable of conceiving one. It's just that their culture, it's just so ingrained in their culture that no, individuality is not really a thing. They don't really even have names. Their names are more titles than anything else.
Oh, so their title is trash.
Yes.
Kings of Power.
Also, I mean, there is something to be said. There is one non-binary character in the game. They're ugly, insufferable, and socially retarded. What did BioWare mean by this?
Yes, exactly.
So here's the thing: you want to talk about like that kind of stuff being integrated into like games and stuff. Star Wars Squadrons actually did a decent thing where one of your pilot buddies is of an alien race, and therefore like the use of they them is fine because it's a completely different culture. Like in space. Like where so many different kinds of evolution can take place, who's to say that that's not okay?
But the Kunari as a race are a binary sex race, like all the other races in Dragon Age. So I don't know. Tosh needs to be chokeslammed to the center of the earth.
But to bring him back to the point that is in front of us. So Slur said Magneto. What's a villain that you guys think like has a point?
A villain that has a point.
Again, I stick to Thanos to a point.
Not
He came
really.
from a background of he basically lost his whole freaking planet, and you can argue that he doesn't want the same thing to happen to the rest of the universe. So
He could
come
have
up with the
just
idea
made
of.
more He could have just
The
made.
problem
I know
you
there's a
know-
main argument, but the intention behind it is to save everyone.
Yeah, and that I can understand. It is kind of unfortunate that from the movie's perspective, he's not really challenged on that outside of, the physical violence that happens. Like, because
So
that
the one
moment where he's talking to Doctor Strange would have just been enough to just shut this whole argument up.
I want to say Aaron Yeager. But because while genociding the entire world aside from the island people on the island of Paradis is not the answer, the entire idea of wanting his people to be free from, constant death and the threat of complete and total annihilation, that's a valid point. Now, granted, it was a whole 5D chess move where it's like, actually, Armin, I'm going to do all this stuff so that you can be the hero that kills me, and therefore we can broker peace with broker peace with everybody and kind of realize, maybe this constant violence isn't really good. Which, I guess you could say that, but I would probably maybe say Aaron Yeager.
I think to a point, I actually would possibly say Dracula from the Castlevania show. It's to the point where it's the village that kills his wife just for learning science, and he warns them they have the year, and then he's turned into a fucking holiday.
But it's not just the village. He's killing the entire world and himself.
That's why I was gonna say to a point as well, because I was like, if he had just stopped at the village, that's where I'm like, all right, you kind of have a point. But no, the whole world is definitely where it's like, no.
I would say
Even
the
before you
founders
talk about it in
DS9.
terms of the whole world, it's just you're kind of projecting what his idea was and saying that had a point, when his point was fuck everything. Humanity is a lost cause because, even though they've advanced significantly from the last time I even looked outside my fucking house, they're still not there yet. They're still backwards. They're still ignorant. They still do this fucked shit. Fuck them all. Let him get murder raped by demons. He didn't have a point. He had a vendetta, and we empathize with his vendetta. That's not the same thing.
No, okay, yeah, that's fair.
I'd say the founders in Deep Space Nine.
Their point was that they seeded all life in the universe, and thus they deserve to rule over it, correct?
No, it was more of back in the day. Well, I say back in the day, before they founded the Dominion, they basically hunted to almost extinction, and then they basically didn't trust any kind of solids and led them to control them, to make sure that, and then basically put order into the chaotic galaxy. But it came from a place of they were tortured and the solids basically, almost genocided them.
I'm trying to think of another example, but I don't know. Aaron just came to my mind.
I mean, because he just wanted to protect his people, but
he wanted to be free.
Yeah. The problem is that
he wanted to protect his people in a very a good defense is a very good offense kind of way.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, if you watch it, it's like he's sitting underneath the room under the stage, and it's like as soon as the guy says we will go to Paradis and we'll do the terrible things, he's like, well, alrighty then, war it is.
Cowabunga it is.
I hate how hard because I talk about this
blank.
constantly, that I love how three-dimensional like my favorite villains are, and now I'm fucking blanking.
Yeah,
I want to say N, but he wasn't really a villain.
Actually, Joy from Everything Everywhere All at Once. Her point was like very much the pinnacle of a nihilistic perspective, and that's what made it so understandable as to why she essentially wanted to kill herself.
Yeah, and sort of like the ideological answer to that perspective is something that both of the hero and antagonist have to come to together.
Yeah.
Which is why the conflict in that movie is so fucking good. Another one that just kind of came to mind, Silco from season 1 of Arcane. I love him as a villain. I think he's fucking great. And you understand, similar to Magneto, I guess, in that you can see, one, this is a supremely fucked up individual. You know, he's on screen. One of the reasons he's so compelling as a villain just in like a piece of media is like his presence on screen means that whatever the situation is, it's about to get worse. It's about to escalate because this man's a fucking problem. But also, the more you piece things together as the story unfolds, you understand how he got there. You understand he's an extremist because he has an extreme goal, which is the freedom from oppression of his fucking people.
Yeah.
He wants an independent nation of Zon so that his people are not just the sewer rats of a pre-existing nation who exist to be thrown into the meat grinder of industry. Like, yeah, no, actually based as a goal. It's just, you look at the man he had to become to try and accomplish it. Fuck.
Yeah, especially
Scary.
after being betrayed by who he considered to be a brother. Like,
Well, this is kind of the other side of that coin, was the fucking Hound of the Underground. He fought in that war. He went through the same shit. He came from the same place. And he came out of it realizing that it's not even about whether or not it's worth it. It's not about what you're willing to do or who you're willing to kill. It's about what are you willing to lose. Like that conversation he has with Vi under the bridge after she's gotten in trouble and shit, and he's like trying to have that one-to-one talk to her, and he's talking to her as an adult because she's trying and she's like talking about getting involved in adult shit. So he's like, chill. As someone who was there, as someone who's been down that road, let me tell you where it fucking goes. Are you willing to put them in the line of fire? Are you willing to lose them? Are you willing to give up protecting others? And then you look at Silco and you kind of see how that happened. Because Silco is someone he couldn't protect. Even when it was from himself. Silco was going too far. Silco was only ever going to escalate things more because it's a very fundamental part of who he is. And fucking Hound had to try and stop him. Like, oh, the character work in that show is so goddamn good. I cannot wait for season 2.
Yeah,
It's good. It better be good.
It's almost here, isn't it?
It should be here
It was
already.
November of this year was when it was slated, so I think middle end of this month. Is when
I think it's come out because I remember with Mahler's stream, he said like part of it was 15 more hours till Arcane season 2. That was yesterday.
Oh, guys, it came out today.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe I'm just in tune with the cosmos.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's literally here. Start the final season now.
Would you say that
they don't know. I'm not that big of a Naruto guy.
A little bit at that point, like just a tiny bit.
Not really.
Okay.
See, okay, the Uchiha clan as a collective were broadly fighting for their right to exist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have our way of existing in this world, and we shouldn't have to justify that to you just so that you don't try and fucking beat us into submission. However, the Hashirama perspective was like, dude, your way of existing is literally causing problems. Like, what do you want us to do here? Like, don't make me get my boy Tobirama. Fucking the racism Hokage.
Totally, yeah, fucking Toby Rama's like, Don't now see. Listen here, Uchiha. Don't make me get my whip, boy.
Yeah, but no, Madara himself, he's kind of just problems.
Okay.
He didn't really have a point. In fact, when you look at the culmination of everything he became by the end of the show, his point was, it's not even about Uchihas, it's about me. It's not that the Uchihas are the best or the Hashiramas are fucking cringe. It's me. I'm the best, and all you ain't fucking shit. 5 Hokages at the same time? Bet. You want me to use my powers or nah?
And then doesn't he tell Might Guy that's like, you are the best?
Taijutsu. Yeah, you're the best at taijutsu.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
he actually fully acknowledged Might Guy at the end. Like,
well,
hey, I mean, I beat you, but goddamn, dude, that was
you almost killed me.
Like, shit, you nearly had me, man. That was fucking awesome.
What about Obito then? Because wasn't Obito the one that was trying to end all the pain and suffering with the infinite Tsukuyomi?
No. Kinda. See, Obito was more like, he was the red herring as to the mastermind.
Yeah.
You know, you're set up for like many episodes of him looking like he's the one behind Pain. Pain, for most of the run of Shippuden, looks like he's the one running the Akatsuki. And in most ways, he is. But then it's like, ooh, behind him, there's another guy. And then, you know, through the fucking the new Ninja War, I realized the other guy, yeah, there's actually another guy. And then there's another guy. The ending of Shippuden is not great for that.
Yeah.
I still think it gets maybe too bad a rap because similar to Mass Effect 3, people were just very disappointed because this was a show that had been running for years. And it was a very big part of people's childhood. So any criticism towards the end kind of got magnified. But I do think most of it kind of works, except for, you know, the yin yang ninja Jesus thing was kind of annoying and out of nowhere and not very well established. And yeah. So back to this video we're watching.
I like
Naruto.
One Piece.
Yeah. I like Bleach. However, none of the villains in Bleach ever really had a point. Aizen didn't really have much of a point. Ginjo never really had much of a point. Yuha didn't have any point whatsoever because his whole idea was like, I'm gonna merge all 3 realms together so like there's no more death and whatnot. But that's like gonna destroy everything.
What about pre-Punk Hazard One Piece? Would there be any villains that really have a point? Because when Slurb like basically kind of hit the nail on the head with the vendetta thing, it's like a lot of the villains of One Piece just have a vendetta, especially in the case since we just came off of Fishman, Mayo and myself, with Hody, and in the case of in relation to the pre-time skip, Arlong. Like, they don't have a point, they have a vendetta.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, you see how they got there, but it's not like, oh, they have the right idea, but they're just going about it the wrong way, or they took their idea too far. Like, no. Their idea was to do as much damage as possible to hurt the world because the world hurt them.
Right.
That's not a good idea. That's not an ideology that anybody would realistically convince me to follow them with.
Right.
Whereas an ideology of, hey, my people have a right to exist in the world. Yeah, no, I can be convinced by that. I often am. I'm fucking equal marriage, the right for trans people to exist and have access to care because people should be allowed to live that the way they want to live if it doesn't infringe on other people's rights. Fundamental, right now, I suppose, considered centrist belief, used to be fairly progressive. But that idea, that fundamental, that's how I see the world. That's a core part of how I see people. So when you have a villain who, at least from their perspective, and in the case of Magneto, to use my example, in the case of the actual text, he's right. He often literally is killing humans who are conspiring to bring mutants into control.
Yeah, that's
The
literally
fucking
why he-
Sentinel program was literally fucking, how do we do a Holocaust without actually having to build the camp?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like as he was writing in Last Stand, where it was like they literally made a cure for mutants, and they wanted to, like, at first it was voluntary, but then they started the government started having weapons for it.
Yeah,
Like,
imagine if Jim Crow era United States brought about some kind of miracle skin bleach, and the next year made it compulsory.
Yeah.
Like, you can kind of see how this lines up. Like, wait, hang on, that's actually really fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, you do look at the villain who is doing horrendous shit, but is doing it because he's kind of been backed into a fucking corner. Like, I mean, obviously, killing people, not ideal, but I mean, he's not the one who put himself there. And that those are the X-Men stories that always did kind of like stick with me more. And it's the relationship between Professor X and Magneto has this sort of legendary status within, you know, superhero storytelling and storytelling in general, as like the broader hero character, the one behind the heroes and the one behind the villains.
Yeah.
They are actually very close, except in the way they want to bring about their ideal of the world. And for Professor X, it's that he has endless hope for humanity's capacity to do better than they currently are, even if, you know, humanity is not exactly helping his case in that given time.
Yeah.
And thus probably why I really appreciate, like, when just talking about Charles and Eric, is just these collection of images that I just posted, which is always Charles and Eric playing chess.
Yeah.
Well, one villain we all know had a point and did absolutely nothing incorrect was Griffith.
And we're back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's continue. I don't want to be doing
well.
this till midnight.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to shoot in about an hour. Tops.
Honestly, I don't even know if I'll finish this video. We'll see how much more cringe it gets.
And I had quite enough of that mealy-mouthed vague crap where they gesture to some hypothetical good version of a bad trope and just straight up said, name 50. Well, two of Twitter's biggest cockroaches, Crimson Ender and Anthony
Okay, well,
Gramaglia-
fuck off. Yeah,
Oh,
hold on.
Anthony
Some
Giggly
mealy
Tits?
mouth justification of like a bad trope. It's like, hold on. It's execution. Their fundamental point was, yeah, the trope is often done badly, but it's not inherently bad in and of itself. And your response is like, oh yeah, name 50. Give me like sufficient like fucking shit off the top of your head, or else it doesn't count. Like, that's not how that works.
Also,
All they actually really need is one, because one shows you that it can be done well.
or at the very least, like a handful of them. You don't need to go to fucking 50.
But I
Like
yeah, I
5 or
think you'd be
10.
taking it too literally.
But by the
The
way,
point of the request was not to have 50 movies in a list.
Yeah.
The point of the request was to be fucking
50
deliberately
tropes.
shitty. It's like,
Oh,
but yeah, no,
okay.
obviously you can't. I can't name 50 movies with any criteria in common off the top of my fucking head. Nobody can.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I was taking the post a bit literally.
Which, by the way, look, I believe she demonized Anthony Giggly Tits, the guy that made that. Your favorite YouTubers are lying to you. Anyway, here's Literature Devil talking about Superman, and here's Man of Steel that disproves this thing, and it's like, what do you mean?
And by the way, when I say I'm putting in a clip of Literature Devil, I mean mid-sentence, and you don't know what he's talking about.
Yep.
big crap where they gesture to some hypothetical good version of a bad trope and just straight up said, name 50. Well, two of Twitter's biggest cockroaches, Crimson Ender and Anthony Gramaglia, rose to the occasion and...
Yeah, Anthony Giggly Tits. Which, you know, putting him on blast I'm fine with.
Who are these people?
So Anthony Gramuglia, I believe I don't fucking know, some weird last name. He's a CBR writer.
What's that?
And It's basically one of those comics journo sites like Bleeding Cool, and basically like the comics version of like Kotaku or IGN.
Right. So not anyone that anybody actually listens.
Yeah, and then he transitioned to YouTube and he makes video essays. He has an entire video about conservative horror movies where fucking Jason Voorhees is on there.
And then he also made that video essay about your favorite media critics are lying to you, and then used as part of his evidence a good old Patrick Willems and his video of plot holes don't matter.
And like quote mined and lied about Literature Devil, so because like cause people like Superman because he's not good, automatically good at everything and not beating people. Shows clip of Man of Steel, even though LitDev was talking about the comic book Superman. Literature Devil hates Man of Steel, as everybody fucking should.
Quick side note, getting back, the first video essay on YouTube was published in 2014 on the School of Life channel.
What was it about?
Video essay. Arguments similar to school essays, usually about 4 to 5 minutes. Oh, for God's sake. Doesn't say unless I go through the whole thing.
All right, so we were pretty close. I said late 2013, early 2014.
Oh, I was way off. I was trying to go to like the premiere of the site. I was going all the way back to like 2000.
Oh no, early YouTube did not do essays. Your average video length was like under 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, they like. Heaven forbid you tried to push the 10-minute mark.
Well, like the one I referenced was in multiple parts and acted as one long essay in like several parts with the foundational falsehoods of creationism. I consider that to be an essay in video form because it is citing a lot of things. But
I guess like in the idea that we're talking about, where it's like where all of the restrictions for the most part were finally gone. I guess that might be where the divider with how we're thinking about this is.
I guess.
Offered 50 examples.
But these so it's funny how she mentions Giggly Tits in this video and Giggly Tits in his video used a Lilly Orchard clip. So these two do not like each other.
Yeah, the thing, and it's like, yeah, and I don't like either of them.
Bear in mind, this discussion was about villains who had a point being done well, which meant that 1, the villain had to have a point, 2, the story had to make them work as a villain, as most of them suffer from the main issue of, if they're right, why aren't we siding with them without straight up making them a genocidal murderer out of nowhere, and
okay, out of nowhere, but what if it's fully informed what if there is fully informed as to why and it's not out of nowhere? Then it works. Wait.
3, they had to be good. There's also an unspoken rule that they had to be villains in the first place. That might go without saying, but just bear with me here. So with all that
that's some like loaded.
What does that even mean?
Okay, so Eren Yeager would then be not included because he was the protagonist and was like a quote unquote good guy for like the first 3 seasons.
The first Joker,
right, but a good guy can become a villain. Like,
yeah,
it's not like a fucking video game where you join the PvP server and your name goes red. You judge who is and isn't a villain based on what they fucking do.
Yeah.
And honestly, the whole name 50 thing, like we were kind of talking about, it's like retarded because if you can name one, if one exists, then others can exist.
Well, yeah, it's a proof of concept. If this trope can be done well, and this is another phrasing thing I noticed that Lily did. It's like, oh yeah, this hypothetical example of a bad trope done well. No, it's not hypothetical. These tropes are done well on occasion. You just don't like the trope. That's a personal grievance.
Yeah, like there is a world in which like I'm sure there are plenty of movies actually that like this is how you do an evil Superman. Doesn't mean like we hate the concept, but it can be done well.
Like Omni-Man, I think is the one that I think is the best because I don't know, because like
He's certainly
Homelander.
my favorite.
Yeah, Homelander is a bit.
Homelander,
too
I
hard-
don't.
No, Homelander is the worst example of how to do an evil Superman.
Would you say that the show's version is a bit better? Or started off?
Well, okay, the show in
off.
general is a bit better because the comic is just fucking unreadable. But the show after like the first couple seasons takes such a fucking nosedive, where it's like the writers started off being fairly good in being able to write nuanced characters with their own fucking perspective on shit, and then it's like Reddit responded to the show, and then the later seasons of the show responded to Reddit responding to the show. And that's what seasons 3 and 4 of fucking Boys is, and it's really fucking.
No, that's what season 2 onwards was. Because
I don't think it started that early. Season 2 wasn't as good as season 1, but it wasn't that.
Yeah, but
so I think the only like my only counterpoint would be like how Stormfront, like her being like the only like sort of based and egalitarian character, they literally turned into a Nazi, and like the whole story kind of bent around how people are radicalizing because of her.
Like she's supposed to be Trump.
No, Homelander's supposed to be Trump. Unironically, Homelander's supposed to be Trump.
Okay.
It's where at the very least it started with that rhetoric of like, here's what we actually think. We think people who have this more balanced approach are literal fucking Nazis.
Which you would think is an oxymoron, but no. They actually do this.
Yes.
Mind, did these two men rise to the challenge? Well, most of their examples were anime characters from anime that I had never heard of, but here's the list of the ones I did recognize. Crimson opened with Josh Kiryu, who is technically an antagonist, but whose point is largely directed at Neku's personal failings. Then he moved on to V, who was immediately disqualified because he isn't the villain of V for Vendetta.
Okay. If you're going to use V as an example in this, you're saying an awful lot about yourself that you might not be aware of.
Yeah.
So what would that be, Slur? To educate the audience.
You suck corpo fucking pro-government dick for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and you do not need to be listened to.
Yes. V is not the villain. V is not the villain at all.
Norse Fire Party. He moves on to Light Yagami, who is kind of a villain protagonist, but he fails.
No, fuck off. He is a villain.
He
is a villain.
He's killing people.
What do you mean? He's literally...
It's not even that he's killing people. He's killing people in pursuit of his own spiraling into madness god complex.
Well,
he is explicitly fucking evil.
Yeah, well, the reason I specifically say he's killing people, it's also because he is just using basically the ultimate murder weapon to just get away with this. Because I bet if instead of the Death Note he was just given a gun, he wouldn't have the same courage to do that.
It's not even about courage. He was given the opportunity and he took it. If he was given a gun that could do what the Death Note does, he'd pull the trigger because he's a fucking psychopath. But a normal gun wouldn't achieve his goal.
Fuck,
That's the thing. He doesn't kill people just for the pleasure of killing them. He took pleasure in the way that the legend of Kira stroked his ego. He never took pleasure in the killings themselves.
Also I might be taking this more from a legal perspective, where it's like technically these people did nothing wrong, and yet you used the Death Note and killed them. That might be where
like Ray Penber and his wife, who were investigating the Kira case, and they wanted to solve it and bring him to justice, so he killed them.
Yeah.
And Light didn't really have much. I mean, would you say
Light
he
is the
had a
villain?
point?
Fuck off.
Would you say he had a point in the sense of like trying to rid the world of scumbags or whatever? Like.
Well, no, this point is very directly addressed in the fucking show. His point is tyranny. His point is suppression of violence and crime and everything through fear. which is and always has been temporary. He doesn't actually fix the world. He just makes a lot of people too afraid to challenge him.
I actually thought of another one. IDW Megatron.
No clue.
Basically, his whole life is that because Cybertron was he was part of an oppressed class due to it was this it's like the philosophy of religion called functionalism, where your alternate form or what you transform into determines your place in society, and so he wrote a book called Towards Peace. I believe it's called Towards Peace that kind of espoused trying to move towards a more egalitarian, equal society. And then, as you do, when you eventually start a revolution, you become consumed by violence and your own want for destruction and revenge, to the point where he becomes the Megatron we all know.
No opinion on Transformers.
Transformers is cool.
More of a Ninja Turtles guy.
Transformers superior to Ninja
He's just
Turtles.
a maniac with a god complex. That's the whole point of that story. Then Xehanort. Yes, that.
Hold on, I'm rehearing the point on Light.
Did it Neku's personal failings. Then he moved on to V, who was immediately disqualified because he isn't the villain of V for Vendetta.
No,
the
no, he
Northfire
isn't.
Party is. Then he moves Light Yagami, who is kind of a villain protagonist, but he fails at the first one because he doesn't have a point. He's just a maniac with a god complex. That's the whole point of that story. Then
He might have had a point at first, but it's very quickly ruled out that no. And that was never the case, even in the beginning.
His only point was, what if we just applied the death penalty indiscriminately to everyone?
Yeah.
Like, no. What the fuck? No.
Get out of here, you weirdo.
That Xehanort, the I want to be a dictator because people are dark and evil Xehanort. Then Azula, who is a villain but never actually makes a point in the entire series.
Yeah,
Remember,
no, she
having
just
a point
she was what do you mean she liked being cruel because it was fun, and she
okay, so this is kind of like what I was talking about earlier. The villain is sad. Azula's story is tragic. What her dad did to her and what her parentage turned her into is incredibly fucked up. Now, there is a certain amount of the fucked up that came from her, but you notice how it was just allowed and almost encouraged to fester into the person she became? Like, that's on her environment. She didn't do that. She didn't raise herself. She didn't fucking ignore herself as a parent. She didn't fail to bring her own violent tendencies in when she was a literal child. She was failed by her parentage, by her environment. So all of her problems just exacerbated until she was literally unable to relate to her fellow human and ended up crazy and alone.
Yeah.
And died basically because she had a psychotic break. Like, yeah, you can sympathize with how she became who she was and acknowledge that she's a villain. She never had a point. This is why I brought this up earlier as my fucking thing. I don't like when people do this. Just because the villain is sad doesn't make them less of a villain.
Right.
But Anakin Skywalker.
Anakin's didn't so. When
Is it like halfway between bratty teenager and then just led down the wrong path?
It was led down the wrong path and manipulation. Because essentially, well, no, sorry, those are almost the same thing. His need for power because of the circumstances in which he had endured. He was a slave. Then when he became a space monk, he was basically able to abandon his mother, starts having nightmares about his mother, isn't able to do anything. Finally has a chance to do it, she dies at his arms. Then starts having those strange visions after a fucking war, losing his arm, and losing some of the people he finds closest, so that his wife will meet the same goddamn fate. So he is desperate to try to fucking find a solution to this, and everyone except one guy is just telling him to fuck off.
Yeah, and that one guy is the one who's taking this, fucking protege, not even a teenager anymore, but basically a young adult, and being like, hey, you who's young and just full of the frustration that you feel like you're being held back because you feel like you're so strong. You're actually correct. The Jedi are
Oh, really?
cringe. They're holding you back, bro.
They are cringe.
Yeah.
I better go kill some kids.
Yeah.
Now, hold on.
Yeah.
Why
so
was
that,
that
in someday in the future, Rey Palpatine can become the legacy of the Jedi by holding the Youngling Slayer 9000 and being like, "Wow, I really am meant for better things."
Kill one now. You're triggering White's PTSD.
Jar Jar's the
Oh,
key to
of
all
course.
this. If we make Jar,
If we
if
can
we
make
don't-
Jar Jar work, the
everything,
Gungi.
everything will fall into place.
Saying something that is objectively correct and it being agreeable. Then we have Killmonger, who doesn't so much make a point as he does repeat a point that other people have made within the entire film. If
Also, no, like again, the vendetta thing. He just wants to kill white people.
It's essentially Scar from the freaking Lion King.
anything,
Well,
Killmonger is a
Scar at
symptom
least
of
was
Wakanda's
more
isolation
transparent
and
about what he wanted.
difference to the rest of the world. But I'll admit I'm splitting hairs, so fine, here's one. The next one, and I swear this is true, was Ashley Graves. Ashley fucking Graves.
No,
A
she does not
self-hating,
have a point.
misogynistic psychopath whose only significant
Misogynistic?
motivation is
She's
getting
hold up.
stuff with brother dick.
Oh no, hold up. Ashley Graves is not misogynistic. I don't know where this came from. She hated Andrew's girlfriend because that means that Andrew was like Andrew would have been free from her manipulation and her constant gaslighting because Andrew was finally happy, and then that's why it's Ashley. Yeah, I know. Saying Ashley Graves being a villain, having a point, like killing your parents and because they had granted they had effectively sold them off and had abandoned them on purpose because of just how fucked up specifically Ashley was. However, killing and eating your parents I don't really think is a good point.
This is the second time we've talked about this game.
Yeah, the whole like incestuous angle as well, but you don't have to choose that. That's though it is heavily implied that is kind of where she wants to go.
Again, she's a point in the entire plot. Sure, she gaslights and Darvos like crazy, but that's on you if you believed any of it. To that end, the next one on the list is Andrew, who is immediately disqualified because the villains of that game are Toxasoda and Ashley. But even if we did...
Andy's kind of a villain as well. He's granted he's manipulated and gaslit into doing terrible things. So regardless of what made him do those things, he still did those things. But again, I don't think killing your parents and eating them is a very good is like you're mad at your parents for selling you off and to essentially organ harvesters to where you would die starved in a quarantined apartment building. But I'm pretty sure saying yes, our parents did this, let's kill them and eat them. I don't know. I don't know why you would want to say that they had a point. They didn't really have a point.
Count him, he once again doesn't actually make a point. His whole character is he's trauma bonded to his sister and he's extremely evasive about his crimes. Several other characters on this list who fail because they never actually make a point: Gollum, Satan himself, Sweeney Todd,
No, hold on. No,
he's trauma bonded to his sister and he's extremely evasive about his crimes. Several other characters on this list who fail because they never actually make a point.
Okay, so yeah, Gollum, there's no really he didn't have a point behind him. He was so fixated on just the ring and how to get it back.
Yeah,
He's
you
a
can
tragedy.
understand that a lot of the way he is not really his fault. He didn't choose to be that way. He was corrupted. But he also, he doesn't have a point. Unless you're really hardcore into possession rights, where no. It is his precious. Bilbo Baggins is a criminal.
I love the idea of a lawyer coming into the Gollum's I've lawyered up. Stupid hobbits is
my legal counsel.
Make you sound more like Palpatine than Gollum.
Yeah,
My-
Creamy Sheev in the house pulling Better Call Saul.
Like,
Better Call Sheev.
my-
He will go to bat for every villain. He will say they all have points.
My client
Point to
was
the one
clearly
who just
tricked.
tried to steal the ring off you. Him's the filthy habits that took my precious.
My client did not lose the game of riddles because what is in my pocket is not a riddle, it is a question.
Gandalf's just
Technically
like
true.
Gandalf being like an angel is basically the judge, just going like, yeah, he's got a point there, Bilbo.
And clearly my client is not mentally stable enough to do a full riddle game. He was able to do most of it, but he
a young Marion Pippin sitting in the back of the court. Just call his client retarded.
So the one ring should go to Gollum.
Like, yeah, it seems like a pretty solid legal defense. Bilbo, give it back.
And as such, the original deal should be upheld, which means that my client gets to eat Bilbo Baggins.
For a split second, you went from Palpatine to Trump. For
I know, I just realized that.
I was gonna say your Palpatine is a little bit Trump post-stroke.
Your Honor, the Death Star 2 was clearly better.
It's like,
the Death Star inside job.
Those stormtroopers done a really good job. They're doing such a good job.
That's a great job.
We have stormtroopers. We have the best stormtroopers. They're beautiful.
My client, clearly Bilbo should be eaten by my client to uphold the original deal. It's the best deal ever. My client's the best client ever.
I have the best lawyer.
I have the best lawyer. I am.
Let's make Mordor great again.
Alright, so Satan from this is either Hazbin Hotel or Hell.
Also,
Boss
he's not a
item.
villain in the context of the show. Fuck off.
I haven't
Satan
seen it, so I wouldn't know.
Himself, Sweeney Todd sold.
Oh, so Sweeney Todd, like, he actually is a villain, but he doesn't have a point. Again, it's the vendetta. He was wrongfully thrown in prison just because the aristocrat man wanted to fuck his wife.
Yeah. If he only killed the aristocrat man, still, you're not supposed to do that, but, like, we get it. It's the fact that he industrialized murder just to fucking warm himself up for it. Bit of a problem.
What about
And
Solus?
turned like a good quarter of London into cannibals too.
Like, I haven't played Dragon Age Inquisition. I only got bits of him from the Veilguard, but I don't know if Solus had a point. Because, like, in the Veilguard,
No
the reason
opinion.
why you had all the demons coming out and shit is because he's transporting the elven gods to a better prison. So I don't really know what the whole thing with him in Inquisition is because I never played Inquisition.
No comment because I never finished Inquisition.
Okay.
List Starscream, no real.
It depends on the iteration. Armada
No, he has a point. We would win if I was leader.
Well, no. So it depends on the iteration of Starscream. That's kind of the thing. Like, Armada Starscream, for example, is not the weird, cowardly, sniveling snake. He's actually an honorable warrior. But the thing is, I'm trying to think of, like, did he have a point? Well, he had a point of wanting to join the Autobots because he wanted to be treated with the respect that he deserved, and also he was abandoned by the Decepticons because Megatron was kind of getting tired of him. So, like, Armada, I don't know if we would say Armada Starscream had a point, but, like, G1 Starscream? Well, first off, which iteration of G1 Starscream are we talking about? Which I assume the cartoon.
I think, okay, whatever iteration is on the screen right now, stick to that one and let's move on.
Okay, so G1 Starscream did not have a point. Well,
okay.
No, I will stand this. He had a point. We would win if I was in charge.
So, the thing about it is, like, if they put a more emphasis on the fact that, like, Megatron's abuse is constant, and then he betrays him at every step because of that abuse, which is more gone into in some of the comics. But G1 Starscream did not have a point.
No,
No.
the version on screen, dude.
Yeah.
Stay focused.
Yeah,
and keep
yeah.
it quick.
I know. Like, yeah. I'm just cartoon Starscream, no point.
Okay.
Hard.
Let's move on.
He put Starscream on.
I didn't say it was a good
Invaders in
point.
Frankenstein.
Oh,
Okay, no, fuck off. That now you just.
you don't get to like Mary
fucking
Shelley's Frankenstein very much had a point. In fact, the whole story is the point when it comes to like his entire being.
Yeah, and like the thing is, I don't even think he was a villain. He would just wanted to exist, but nobody like.
Well, there is always that thing. It's like, actually, Frankenstein is the man, not the monster. It's like, aha, my media literacy is even stronger than yours.
His name was Adam.
Frankenstein was the monster.
But more specifically, his name in the book was Adam. So.
Yeah, no, like what I mean is Victor von Frankenstein, the scientist. He was the monster.
Yes.
And also, this is one of those times where popular culture and the consensus that we have all reached is fine. We've all labeled him as Frankenstein for like more than 50 plus years. He's Frankenstein.
But
like,
yeah, like no,
I would still argue Frankenstein's monster.
I would argue Adam because that's what the source material called him.
Both valid points. I'm just saying, like, this isn't like of all the things like the normies have kind of Mandela affected into like the census. This is not like one of the worst changes.
But
and more to the point of the video, this thing didn't ask to exist. It was brought into the world through abomination, not of his own making. And then he just spends his time fucking screaming like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Not like, and not only that, but like when he's trying to learn things.
I mean, what else are you gonna do when you have an abnormal brain?
And like he doesn't snap and he doesn't kill someone until like it's like basically like he's to like the last, like it's basically the last straw, right? So I wouldn't even call him a villain.
Monster.
Don't know.
Simon Laura.
Don't know.
2 villains from Sailor Moon.
No.
No.
The original Sailor Moon, you know, not the Deke version that like changed a lot of stuff, made it more black and white. I'm not sure. So.
So of course Annie from Misery, yeah, she doesn't. There's no point behind her because she's an obsessed fan who just didn't like the ending of that the author.
Yeah,
wrote.
that's just another case of what the villain was sad though.
Yep, pretty much.
Annie Wilkes.
Davy
Jones. Hold on. What?
Davy Jones. I don't know if he had a point.
I think that might
no. Considering the other entries on this list, I think the person who made the list is so stupid that their thinking was, you know what? I actually do fear death. This guy's making a lot of great points.
I think they just put a bunch of freaking baddies together and just said, okay, here's some baddies.
Or literally just compiled baddies that they like.
They just Googled baddies and just got a list.
Because Davey didn't really have a point. In fact, he was like for most of the third movie is kind of being forced to do what he did because the British have the heart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they got his heart in order to control the power that he was already exerting that he did choose to do. He chose to be a fucking terror of the high seas, wielding the Kraken as his own personal weapon.
Right.
They wielded him to do the things that he was choosing to do. That I'm not letting him off the hook for that one.
I don't think Harvey.
Oh no, I'm thinking. So he kind of His point was like basically after everything that had been done, especially by the Joker, was that the only reliable source of judgment was a flip of a coin. That's not a good point, but that is a point.
It's a point, yeah. Good or bad, it's still a point.
Him and his instant teleportation, immune to car crashes, just
off screen no jutsu.
Yeah.
Maya, one day I will bombard you with that Nightfall video.
Mm-hmm.
And Two-Face. Moving on to Anthony. Anthony cited
John Hammond isn't a villain.
That's
Wait, hang on. What's the argument
I can
now?
see an argument for that one, actually.
So he's not a villain on purpose.
Yeah. His intent isn't evil, but
he played God with something that very much should not have been done.
I'd still
And his
also
first thought,
when he
and his
said
fir-
they spared no expense, there's so many points in the movie where that is obviously a fucking
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah, first off, you wouldn't need, like, for that entire system, you'd need more than just fucking Nedry. All those computers, especially back then, you'd need a whole fucking technical support staff.
Yeah, no, one IT guy, and he's clearly under fucking paid.
Then again, but the thing is, I think it more or less shows Giggly Tits' mindset of like John Hammond. I don't consider him a villain. I just consider him a very, very misguided, not that unwise businessman that kind of wants to do something good in the sense
more money
of
than
like
sense.
Yeah, he has more money.
Right, but what you're describing is someone who may not consider themselves a villain, who might try to argue his case, but who, through the things that he has wrought in the world, is villainous.
I don't even think that the movie does the movie acknowledge him as a villain.
No, not as a straight up villain.
It
but
acknowledges
it very much,
him as at least negligent.
Yeah,
it acknowledges.
Yeah,
and it also he's pushed back on many a time, such as when him and Ellie are eating the ice cream. His first thought with all of this was that to get the park reopen so that it can like to get back control was to get more than just Nedry. He's immediately thinking on how to reopen the park. And that's why Ellie goes, "You never had control. That's the illusion." Like, regardless of like him not being an active participant in the escape of the dinosaurs, he inadvertently, because he invited those people, caused the deaths of 4 or 5 people.
The thing is, though, I don't think that he's a villain. He's just a negligent old man that lacks wisdom.
But your alternative description of him doesn't disqualify him from the term villain. You're just actually literally describing the way that he became one.
I mean, like, I can see how someone would think of him as a villain. I don't consider him a villain. I just think of him as a very stupid.
You can become a villain without intending to be a villain.
Well, I know.
Well, I mean, the path to hell is always paved with good intentions.
Like, Megatron became a villain without trying to become a villain.
So, like I said, it's his, like, sort of, like, I know, like, we're sticking to its terms, villainous, even though I wouldn't even say that either. His behavior, like, even though he didn't do it himself and he's not cackling like a lunatic, he got people killed. Because he essentially thought that he could play God just because he threw money at it. That's like... Just because, and that's why he thinks to just leave Jurassic Park. That's why when they're all in the thing, he's just looking at the thing in amber. And then that's when we get the stupid sequels, and he thinks that opening a bigger park would be the solution. By that point, I'd consider him a villain, because now, after that, he's just like, I'm going to open up Jurassic Park in San Francisco.
I mean, to be fair...
I'm going to do it again, but even bigger.
He is literally me, for real, for real. It's like, I will make this happen, god damn it. Dinosaurs are cool,
That's so fucking cool!
I will have my dinosaur park!
We had to sacrifice the feathers because they're technically 40% frog, but you know what? We'll take it.
No, literally me. If I was in charge, I'd be like, get those frogs out of here. Get them out of here now, you
Gramuglia, at the end of the day, he's probably not thinking about what we're talking about. He's probably just thinking John Hammond has money, therefore bad.
Yeah, probably.
On Hammond, who isn't a villain, just a man whose vision outweighed common sense. Magneto,
Magneto.
I mean, if your
is a
vision
villain.
outweighs common sense, that is the path to becoming a villain. I mean, we're basically arguing against Jake again, so I'll just leave that one alone.
who is the exact post.
Magneto we've already discussed.
Yeah.
Hey, my man.
Yep.
Poster child for boiling kittens in lava. Walter Peck, who's...
No, Walter Peck does have a fucking point. Even though, yes, the Ghostbusters
he was not a
are
villain. He was an asshole,
Ghostbusters
but not a
are
villain.
the Ghostbusters, while are the only thing keeping like the ghosts contained, like God knows what their technology is doing on the environment, and the fact that their power grid, when even remotely tampered with, caused basically an earthquake, and took over 2 New York skyscrapers.
Yeah.
And also summoned a fucking giant marshmallow man. They need, like, the EPA is actually doing what a government agency is supposed to do. Ask you, what the fuck are you doing?
His only role as a villain is being a government regulator during the Reagan years. Watch that film again. You'll notice a very capitalist bent to it. And
But that's not a capitalist bent to it. Okay, he's a government regulator during the Reagan years. Yeah, no, that's exactly what that is. Where just the fact that he's trying to enforce regulation automatically makes him the villain, even though, as we just pointed out, no, he was actually completely in the right.
Wait,
that's not pro or anti-capitalist. That's just
though there is a point where Peck does fall off the rails when he's talking to the mayor. He basically says that the Ghostbusters drug everyone to make them see the ghost. That's where it's like, all right, you've lost the plot of it here, Beck.
Of course, Anthony would bring up N, even though N was lied to since childhood. The whole idea of Team Plasma is already retarded because in the Pokemon world, treating Pokemon poorly is already seen as a bad thing. Pokemon will not do things if they don't want to do it, and there's usually not a goddamn thing you can do about it. And if there is a way you can force a Pokemon to do something, that is societally frowned upon. Pokemon are not oppressed. Lysander in X and Y was going to kill all the Pokemon on the planet, and that was viewed as a bad thing.
So I agree, because we've had this discussion before when it comes to, like, when Pal World had just released. We were talking about...
Okay, whoever's, like, pulling things out of a box, either mute your mic or just get it over with.
Yeah. I'll do that sec.
So... Fuck, I lost my talking point for a moment. Oh, when
World.
Pal World had just released, I was talking about how, like, yeah, there's a bunch of lortisms and stuff that is very clearly said that Pokemon aren't slaves and all that kind of stuff. But as far as the normie take is concerned, Pokemon are basically slaves that you can force to do whatever you want, and that's why, like, when I was bringing up Pal World, that was the furthest, to the logical conclusion of that.
Yeah, and the normies are fucking wrong, and they should play Pokemon.
I know they are.
Understand.
I understand that, and that's
probably
why Gramuglia stated this.
But more importantly, N's entire point in Black and White 1 is that he wants people in Pokemon to, like, live side by side in harmony or whatever, and it's like, well, we already do that. And, like, he is a villain in the sense of he is, like, the main antagonist for the most of the game, and then Getsus comes out, and he's actually the surprise final boss and was manipulating things the entire behind the scenes, and everything Team Plasma ever stood for was a fucking lie. Because it was.
Okay.
But,
and who never makes a point.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, play it.
Because everything he believes ends up being the deluded ramblings instilled to him by a lying prick, Imhotep.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was his point supposed to be?
That basically everything that Z did was pointless anyway, so who cares?
No, I meant like Imhotep. His point was, yeah, no, it's okay that I kill these people because I really want pussy.
I was about to say, so, like, Imhotep had a point. It's a shit point. I really want my girlfriend back.
Yeah.
That might accidentally loop back into evil.
Unless the guy making the list is like, you know what, he did have a point. The Jews are a slave race.
I mean, the second he started hearing
that's in that movie, that's legitimately a plot point.
No,
Benny starts speaking in Hebrew, and Imhotep's just like, the language of the slaves.
I was like, oh shit! So that's what you were. Okay, bet. Yeah, I could do with some slaves.
I can work with this.
whose only motivation is reviving his lover, and the evil comes from the fact that he must kill to get it. Molly Hale, who again doesn't make a point and isn't even a villain. Nobody treats her as one. She's just a kid who misses her dad.
Okay,
That's
so
not a
in
villain.
Pokemon 3 the movie, she unknowingly uses the power of the unknown to recreate her dad in the form of Entei. And it's
also even the whole narrative behind a story could bend around a character and say that they're not a villain. We, however, can go, you're fucking wrong, she is the villain.
I think for the criteria of this, I think, like, with the story...
Yeah, no, to answer the question as it was asked originally, villains that have a point, she doesn't qualify. She is the antagonistic force of the movie.
Oh,
not a villain.
Yeah, no, so that's fair. The thing that I'm talking about was also, it doesn't fall within what Lily's points were, what makes someone like a villain who had a good point.
Yeah.
One of them just straight up being like, they're not the villain, which is just stupid.
Anthony, that is a baby. Then there's Long John Silver, who...
No,
okay, again,
he didn't have a point.
We're confusing having a point with being sympathetic.
Yes.
Yeah,
we're sympathetic to him because he is a reflection of Jim, the protagonist. He's chasing a dream. He's just doing it not as the naive, wide-eyed young boy. He's doing it as someone who's been out here looking for treasure for a fucking while as a pirate. So he's doing it the pirate way. And yeah, no, he's sympathetic, especially towards the end when you kind of like get the development of his relationship with Jamie. Realize he is cutthroat. Long John Silver is a fucking shithead, but he also does care for Jim. He's not actually acting. He's not actually a black-hearted fucking.
It's why he
scallywag.
couldn't shoot him.
It's why he couldn't shoot him. It's why he sacrifices the treasure to save his life.
And that's why one of my favorite lines comes from Silver, and it was you give up a lot of things chasing a dream while he's looking at his hand.
Well, yeah, like he's clearly lost pieces of himself, both literally and figuratively, you know, in terms of like the way he's had to compromise who he is underneath. You know, whatever good man he may have been in a different life, he gave that up chasing a dream. And he's talking to Jim, who shares that dream, who hasn't had to make those sacrifices. And who Long John would actually prefer that he not have to make those sacrifices either.
Well, that's why he, by the end of the movie, like as he's basically a Mufasa in the sky, is really proud of Jim when he comes into the party scene. He's wearing that military uniform because he chose to be better.
Yeah. Would you say that Huron Blackheart had a point?
Yes. Tax is theft. Fuck the government.
Taxation is theft.
Now you've done it. Now if we're allowed to mention Warhammer, did Horus have a point?
No.
No. Angron had a bit of a point.
Most of the basis of his rebellion was misconception and a lie as to what the future was.
Yes.
He would have a point if, you know, chaos demons weren't lying. But they fucking were.
Yeah. Would you say Angron had a bit of a point with his observation of the Emperor and what he was doing and how he was trying to correct?
Angron was fucking spitting nothing but facts 24/7.
Yeah.
Even
truly the Alex Jones of Primarchs.
Actually, like this is like
he wants me to eat my neighbors.
I have to caveat that because like I think it was either earlier today or just yesterday when you guys mentioned that like Alex Jones posted on, I think it was like Twitter or something, he would accept an offer to be the press secretary under the Trump administration. And I needed to Google very quick as to whether that was official or it was just him posting shit, because holy fuck.
So I hope that that's not true, and I hope like because as much as entertaining as that would be, we need just the smartest people we can get our hands on to occupy those positions.
Yeah, on one hand, holy fuck, it would be interesting, but for all of the wrong reasons. And
Yeah,
as of recording, if you're listening to this in the future, Jake, and you
Yeah.
hear us talking this shit, and it's like the day of his announcement, based on the way the Cosmos revealed the release of Arcane Season 2 to me, I might actually be a prophet, so be worried.
So what? So
But
you're
if in the future, when you're listening back to this, and Alex Jones is actually the press secretary of the United States Presidential Administration, know that I warned you.
If that's the case, oh, why is profit slur? Will price of minis ever go down?
Oh, fuck no.
They'll only go up. What do you mean?
Am I gonna have to buy a 3D printer?
Yes.
Probably.
Damn it. I don't have room for it.
Find room, bitch.
Honestly, it even would, in the long run, if you intend to like get a lot of minis, obviously the best investment is to like be able to print them yourself. But if you can find someone who has those facilities and you just give them a kickback to print your shit for you, that'll still work out cheaper.
I was going to say, can't you rent one?
You don't even need to rent one. You could just pay people to use theirs.
Yeah, either do that or in my case, because I'd be more comfortable just buying one outright. But so yeah, Long John Silver, he had kind of a point, but not as much as he thinks.
Doesn't make a point and is operating on the sunk cost fallacy. He's a cautionary tale, my guy. Medusa, who is not a villain.
Okay, no, we're gonna have to talk about that one.
Yeah.
The reason that one just kind of got thrown out there, it's because Medusa was punished even though Medusa was wronged. She spoke out against the gods because of like things that had been horrifically done to her, and she was turned into the Medusa to keep everything away. It's kind of like a cautionary thing. She turned into a villain. Again,
Yes.
the villain is sad, but this time Lily is the one falling for it.
Yeah.
What happened to Medusa was incredibly fucked up, but what Medusa became also incredibly fucked up.
Because she wasn't
Now,
trying to make
you
any
can say
greater point.
Yeah. Medusa didn't go out into the world hunting people down to kill them. It's if they came specifically to her house, castle doctrine type shit. I have a degree of sympathy for Medusa. I do think she was done a little bit dirty by the mythology, but even then, she's a monster. She became one, even if she didn't deserve to become one. So there.
Yeah.
Also, what's this weird opacity thing that's going on the left?
Oh, because he's gonna turn into
Miles Edgeworth.
I thought it was.
I see what they're doing. It's the fucking annoying prick from the Polar Express.
Yeah, like the actually guy.
Wait,
Dude,
is that Ace Attorney?
That character is more memorable for that one image than the entire rest of that movie.
Yeah.
I fucking love that. Because everybody immediately knows what that personality type is, and you just fucking hate him.
So to answer your question, Jake, yes, that is Edgeworth from Ace Attorney.
Was
not a villain, but he did have a point. He's like the opposing side of a legal battle. Yes, he's supposed to be doing what he's doing.
His job. Multiple iterations of Dracula, who is a very simple predation and exploitation by the wealthy allegory.
Okay.
Was specifically Dracula stories like Bram Stoker's Dracula, kind of that era, and the ones that were inspired by that. Yes, it was very much an allegory for like, if you're wealthy enough, if you're like aristocracy, you're literally preying and a blood-sucking parasite upon the lower classes, etc., etc. All of that is in there. Not every fucking iteration follows that anymore. We have quite a few different vampire iterations now. Most of them very horny.
Yeah.
In fact, almost all of them for some reason.
What about Dracula Untold?
He's not a villain.
Dracula Untold is a cautionary tale about how if your army is feeling a lot of fear, what you really need to do
is
cover their eyes.
Make sure they don't see.
There's a lot of stupid shit in movies. It happens from time to time. It's rare that you get something that is that stupid. that nearly fucking killed me the first time I saw that movie, man. Like that
I
nearly
didn't
did
even
me
think
in.
about it
I
when
couldn't even watch the rest of the movie. I actually had to stop.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I didn't even realize that's what they were doing in Dracula Untold. I saw that in theaters. I didn't catch it, and so I was just like, why are you guys wearing these things over their faces?
Well, because they can't fear what they can't see.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that stupid line.
Mm-hmm.
And then, even in the movie, you cut to the montage of them all just randomly flailing around.
and all of them still fucking dying, and it's just like, yeah, I'm probably not afraid, but I'm still fucking dying. So, what about Donkey Kong?
Donkey Kong, who villain, the grandmother from Encanto, who isn't a villain.
Anyone seen Encanto?
No.
She's kind of the antagonistic force. So, okay, the
Also-
central conflict of Encanto is that you have this superpower family, right?
Right.
The entire like family, each member has their own power or whatever. But the house they live in, which is magical, which is what enables the area around them to be prosperous and everything be good, the house is falling apart. And the one character that's not special at all, what really makes her special is nothing. Actually, everything she does could have been accomplished by literally any of the other family members. The entire movie would be better without the main character. Like, literally, you take her out of the story and you'd have the other characters that were way more interesting. If you have those have more scenes where they interact and you let their personal dramas like play off of each other, you would have had a way better movie. But that's neither here nor there. The self-insert, who does nothing, kind of guides you through how the house falling apart, like physically, like it's actually fucking cracks appearing and shit, is literally happening to them. But in the medic sense, it's like, oh, there's actually unspoken drama within the family where there's unhealed wounds of tension between different people, and it all gets inherited from the grandmother because the reason they're superpowered and everything is the way it is, the reason they have a house is because she was fleeing for her life. Her country was literally being purged, and she took her children, went into the woods, and like with a wish and a prayer, they were granted magical powers, and she built this enclosed space. But because she went through that shit, she's incredibly withholding and emotionally distant and strict. And there's different ways that that kind of echoes down through the family. For example, the only good, one of the only two good songs in the movie is the super strength chick. You know, she's big, she's fucking strong, she can do everything. But the downside of that is she's expected to do everything. She's expected to be able to shoulder everybody's burden. She's expected to never show weakness, blah, blah, blah. And her whole thing is on the outside, yes, she does have super strength. Inside, she's fucking crumbling under the pressure. Yeah, refer to my previous point about how everyone except the main character actually has interesting shit going on.
I found the 5 minutes I saw of Encanto to be incredibly boring, but that's only because I actually only was glancing over my shoulder, so I've almost no real opinion of it.
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion of the movie. I think it was okay. It could have been a lot better if they tightened it up, but yeah, you know, whatever. It's aight. But yeah, the mother, not a villain, not really. I don't. That movie doesn't really have a villain. It has a central conflict, and the central conflict is unraveling the mystery. Is like, oh, generational trauma is why we're all actually kind of fucked up, and we need to work through that so that we can heal as a family, thereby healing the house and resolving the conflict. There's not really a villain. And then the grandmother, does she have a point? Not really. I mean, what she's doing is basically trying to ignore the damage, never show weakness, never fucking acknowledge that the house is crumbling. Just overcome, just keep going.
Yeah, and that's kind of as we said, because she kind of escaped a fucking war.
Yeah, like you understand how she became the way she is, and like part of it is like the main character learning about that history and like understanding why her grandmother is, let's be honest, a bit of a bitch. Understandable, but still, it happens. And yeah, trying to resolve that with her, and then everybody heals their shit. The house is good again. The main character, even though they're still basically useless, it doesn't feel like they don't have a place or whatever. The main character is the weakest part of the fucking movie, man. I don't know how to like describe the movie without harping on that point. But yeah, no, I wouldn't count her.
Doesn't make a point and is the one who learns in the end. King Kong and Godzilla, who...
Jake,
what
no.
the fuck? Are you... What do you mean a point? Godzilla is a fucking animal!
Yeah,
no. Godzilla has a point. This monkey needs to be shown its place.
I mean,
So,
true, yeah.
I originally was going to go on my whole like anti-Godzilla spiel, but then I realized like, wait a minute. Yeah, at the end of the day, these are wild animals kind of just swinging at each other.
Kong less so because his species is basically as intelligent as people because they literally have architecture, sculptures, and fucking thrones and weird goddamn technology.
Some of his people were as intelligent as people. King Kong, nah.
But whatever. Like Godzilla and Kong, as he was presented in Skull Island as everything after King of the Monsters, I don't consider canon. Yeah, no, they were just animals, like reacting to instincts and what they perceive. Like the only reason Godzilla does anything he did was like, what's his point of killing the Mutos? Well, these things could kill me, so I'm gonna kill them. Okay. Like, what's the point of killing the King Ghidorah? Well, this thing could kill me, and is challenging my and is in my territory, so I gotta kill it. Okay. Why the giggly tits? Why are you using Godzilla and fucking King Kong? Are you retarded?
I mean, we know the answer to that is yes.
Yeah, but like King Kong and Godzilla are not villains at the point. I don't even call Godzilla a villain. He's like, at most in the MonsterVerse, at least, an antagonistic force. Even in like the other movies, I wouldn't call him a villain. He's like the obstacle that needs to be overcome because he doesn't have any villainous ideals or even any ideals in general. Like the closest he gets is GMK, but that's because it's not really Godzilla. It's the angry spirits of those that fought for Imperial Japan in World War II.
We're staying on the MonsterVerse with that.
I'm okay, but I'm trying to whatever. In the MonsterVerse, no, he's not a villain. He's a wild animal doing what he believes, doing wild animal things. Like
who are animals. Yeah. John Kramer, who is a lunatic with a god complex.
This is true. Well, in all fairness, this point was to make people appreciate
appreciate life more, which is a stupid point, but it is a point. But the problem is that that doesn't meet the criteria of and was good.
Yeah, and he broke his rules multiple times, like making Amanda cut open her still alive boyfriend to get the key, which fundamentally breaks John Kramer's entire philosophy. It wasn't his choice.
Satan again.
Yeah. Satan again. And the last one was any entity that exists beyond good or evil with moral structures that cannot be slotted into our human term. Which
that's
well, then they do or don't have points beyond your ability to comprehend human terms, so they don't count. Fuck off.
Exactly. What is Cthulhu? Cthulhu just wants to rule over Earth because he was there first.
Was disqualified because it was non-specific. Human terms are how all of literature is made, so nothing is truly outside the realm of good and evil, and that entire scale from cosmic horror entities to deities aren't real, so they cannot be compared or contrasted to anything. Now,
why does hang on. Why does she keep putting stuff on that she says this doesn't count, they're not a villain? Just do villains.
So the weird thing, Cthulhu is a villain in the sense of like him waking up on Earth spells the end for Earth, and because he's like, I was here first, so I kind of want to be here. But like, he doesn't have a point. He's just like, this is mine. This planet's mine. I was here first. Get out. I like the city of Ralia. Yeah, no, I built it. It's mine. That's essentially it.
halfway through, but it's clear that these two men grossly misunderstood what having a point means. They clearly read this as sympathetic motivation, when that's not what it means. To have a point means to express a correct or valid idea. To say,
no, it's fucking not.
Fucking don't.
It doesn't have to be correct or valid. It just needs to be.
There's such a thing as a good or bad point.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't even part of their criteria. Was that part of her criteria?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so she's breaking her criteria. Neat. Got it.
How does she get herself dressed in the morning? Please, someone tell me.
She probably has
she
wife.
thinks about Gardevoir and then does it.
Listen, in terms of human to Pokemon compatibility,
to concede that they are right. This was something easily looked up, but wasn't as far as these two were concerned. And yes, these two spend their day harassing other people for their media takes because they disagree with them. And when they do, they conveniently avoid giving their own takes on.
So, I don't really ever want to hear you say that these people are harassing them, because as far as your crowd is concerned, saying hello is harassment.
No, hold on. That's a weird guilt by association thing. If Lilly Orchard doesn't do this harassment shit, they're allowed to call each other people out for the harassment shit.
I don't remember if she's ever done harassment in the past. I think she has, but I'm not. I'm just going based off the vague memories, so I'm just going to assume that she hasn't, from what I understand, and that Lilly herself is just a hypocritical cringe lord that has terrible ideas and terrible opinions and is kind of a terrible person. But like,
I mean, all of that can be true, but yeah, we're not.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not watching a video made by like a crowd.
Exactly.
That's fair.
It's a video made by her. So
yeah,
no, I hate that kind of argument.
The thing is, like, Giggly Tits, I don't know if he harasses people. I think he like responds to people with his retarded takes, but it's not really harassment.
I personally just don't like hearing that point of like they harass people. What did they say? Show examples. Show me the evidence that they are actively harassing somebody and aren't just basically going, I disagree. But like,
if
they had a conversation, so it just happened to get said again.
Like, I think Giggly Tits is a liar when he makes, like, especially that one video that EFAP responded to. But I don't know if he's ever harassed anybody online or in any of his videos. So I don't think he has.
Own takes on media, or they get other people to do it for them. And they do that because they don't actually know what they're doing. And looking through their list of villains, their media diet is made up primarily of schlock anime and cartoons, comic books, and action movies. And so they hear the...
I don't... Also,
who cares?
That's just something I find annoying in general. I don't care what your media diet is.
Okay, but what if, like, schlock anime, you never really gave us... So, for example, you said a bunch of anime characters you didn't know, so how can you say it's schlock?
Best villains are the ones that have a point and try to hammer the media they already like to fit into that box so that they can say they like deep and profound media without having to, like, watch a real movie. Or
hold on, no.
Read a book.
You started off having a point. They did just take villains that like and assume that it applied to them. True, that was a mistake on their part. But this second part where it's like, so they can act like they watch deep and profound media, they never said that. That was never the criteria of the question.
No. You can have, like, a villain be very basic, but that's not really deep, but still have something resembling a point that you could go, I mean, I guess I can see that. I mean, your methods are wrong, but I can see why you would think that. I don't.
Look with that.
What define real movie and real book?
Okay, when she says that people whose media diet is exclusively just anime and like comic book shit, there's a weird like elitism kind of thing there, but there is something to be said where if you literally only watch trash, and then we're talking about things that actually do try to be more than that, try to say more than that, have a meta commentary that goes beyond, the lore in universe, you're having almost different conversations. It's like in English class. Sometimes the teacher is overthinking it and the door is blue just because it's blue, but other times it isn't. Other times there actually is some kind of a color theory thing going on. And if you only ever fucking watch movies, or in the example, read poems where the door is blue just because it's blue and it's not deeper than that, then you're kind of ill-equipped for when it is deeper than that. So there's something to be said for watching all kinds of movies. Which, honestly, most people, even if they do mainly watch superhero stuff or anime or whatever, if you watch a lot of media in general, you probably also watch a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah,
people
not not every genre was shit until a few years ago.
Because like if you watch nothing but anime, there is so much anime to watch. So many different styles of writing, styles of animation, styles of storytelling. Like it's so varied. Where even if you only watch anime, I think you would probably have like a decent media diet in the sense of no one anime is the same. Like watching One Piece and then watching, I don't know, Paprika. Those are very different experiences.
Try to hammer the media they already like to fit into that box so that they can say they like deep and profound media without having to, like, watch a real movie, or heaven forbid, read a book without pictures in it. There's another creator whose bread and butter is harassing other people over their takes on...
Alright. Please be wary of this person. They were defending CSA earlier today. No, you see, I follow her, and I know you are a liar or willfully negligent and taking things out of context. Also, probably a troll and not worth my time. Blocked. We really... Okay, I don't know who this person is, but...
Revolutionary girl Utena, and loves talking about how media literacy and critical thinking is dead. But when she has to actually make her own takes, she was...
Yeah, the stop is because this is proverbial devil. Okay, this is just talking about it, and I have no fucking
Okay, you don't need to do this whole page. I do not need to have
the sexual
flashbacks
assault the main
to
villain
English
does
class.
to multiple characters because in their eyes, his grooming of them meant that it was consensual, and therefore not rape. Bear in mind that all of these characters are underage, and he is not, and one of them is his sister. Bear in mind that when he's in the midst of grooming one of them, the road they're driving on literally...
Okay.
Squeak, squeak.
Yep.
It says stop repeatedly. There's a point where she can't move because her foot is broken, and the villain takes that opportunity to assault her. Utena's a show with a lot open up to interpretation, but this ain't even symbolism or subtext. It's straight up text. Akio being a rapist pedophile is the most basic surface level part of the story that literally nobody should be able to miss. You don't even have to have seen the show entirely to know this part. This is the media literacy tutorial level, and she got stuck on, well, technically these 14-year-olds consented, which they can't do. So that's 3 people who love harassing others for their media literacy, having the media literacy of a dead cockroach nailed outside of a crack in the wall as a warning to the other cockroaches. And all because people disagree with their takes. And a lot of people disagree with their takes because their takes are complete nonsense. It's easy to believe that media literacy is dead.
Man, a lot of projection going on here.
Well, what Lily's talking about there with regards to that, I can almost see how this happened because it happens with every fucking anime that comes out, basically. The character who groomed and then fucking assaulted his sister, he looks good and he's probably like the childhood crush of a lot of the people defending him.
Yeah.
And so like, but I like him, therefore he no do bad thing, because bad thing would mean him not good. But I like him, so him am good.
Yeah.
So yeah, these people, if you're gonna like say media literacy is dead, these are the people you point at.
True.
When your takes are so dense, nobody in their right mind would ever agree with you. The call is coming from inside the house, as it always has done. We are not seeing a death of media literacy. What we are seeing is a rise of extremely rude, abusive people using academic-sounding language to escalate their personal grievances to a societal level. It's not enough that people disagree with you about an anime from 1997. There must be some societal damage causing it to happen. We need to teach media.
You're literally guilty of this.
Hey, if we may use Lily's own language, the call is coming from inside the house.
Yeah. Yeah, Lily, you're projecting.
But not projecting.
Critical
What
analysis
Lily's describing and the... areas where she's like recognizing it take place are accurate.
But
She's able to
guilty.
diagnose the problem, maybe just not able to self-reflect so good.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm just so used to attributing one person's own faults onto another. But I guess,
well, yeah, I mean, Aaron the arm breaker can go around having an arm breaking career of 20 years, but when he walks into a room and he sees one guy break another guy's arm, he's like, "Hey, man, you just fucking snapped that guy's wrist. What the fuck?" He's not wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
He accurately assessed the situation. You just don't want to hear it from him.
Yeah, because I believe projection is a fallacy, I believe, as well.
Okay, what is and isn't like a fucking clinical fucking logical fallacy? I couldn't give a fuck.
True.
I hate using diagnostic terms like that. I feel like they dilute any kind of conversation. If you have to like defer to like some kind of you did an upsy dupsy category A B, fuck, get wrecked, retard. Like, no, dude, use your own words. Describe why what I said was wrong.
Yeah.
You didn't know True Scotsman. Tisk tisk tisk. Fucking shut up.
I mean, as I literally called someone out for one True Scotsman, someone for
you can use it as a colloquial shorthand, but then once you throw it out, you have to follow up with a description of how and why what they did was the no True Scotsman. Like, why are you using that as your reference point? And why, in this instance, does it make them wrong?
For context,
if you just say, aha, no True Scotsman, get fucked, and then you just move on, you've kind of said nothing.
I was like, so the context of it was shortly after the 2024 election, and basically people were, bitching and whining, and Birdman tweeted out that America's like, I'm paraphrasing here, that this is the place that hates the intellectual. And they were basically talking about like how, you're in a blue area of what is mostly a red outline. And like he said, like, oh, I don't want to hear somebody who's not in my state. The guy went like, I do live in California, I'm just not telling you where. And he pulled up a district map of California saying like, oh, this is all deserts and national parks. A real Californian would know this. And he did the point and the clown emoji. And I was like, I was so like dumbfounded by what just happened. I went one true Scotsman, no one true Scotsmanning a state is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, it is remarkably textbook example. Yeah. And say, hey, a California would know this. I'm Californian. I disagree. No, but a real Californian, like, dude, yeah, that is pretty textbook. But in any kind of like conversational thing, I would still try to like actually explain. It's like, dude, that's fucking silly. Here's why.
Mm-hmm.
But then that's the difference between having a conversation and shitting on each other on Twitter. Twitter is not a bed of conversation. It never should have had the reputation as such.
Yeah. And it's funny how Lilly says that all the 4chan people went to Twitter when it's like, nah.
There is some truth to that.
How so?
Some. Okay, so from around about 2015, post 2016-ish, 4chan basically kind of completely fell off. And then there's like this dead zone. And then Elon bought Twitter. And all of the people who really just like typing the N-word on the internet, they just live for that shit. Guess where they turned up? Guess what term saw record spike in usage on one specific platform? It's like, hey, where did all of 4chan go? This site's kind of dead. Oh shit, no, there they are. I see the N on the horizon. So no, yeah, I do think Lilly is a little bit on the money there. That is where those, especially like when you look at age demographics, the people who were on 4chan circa like 2014, 2015, they're not fucking edgy teenagers anymore. They're generally pissed off or just disaffected late 20s, early to mid 30s people, and most of them are just going to use Twitter because it's more convenient.
That's fair.
All right, I'm
All right,
giving.
I have been convinced.
I'm just gonna lay this right here. I'm giving us since it's 8:45 p.m. my time. I'm giving us a 9:30 cutoff or 9:15, 9:30 cutoff. So if we're not done by then, with the video, then we're still gonna be done.
All right, so no more tangents, or you'll be put to bed.
Yes.
Apparently.
I don't want it. So the last time we did one of these things, we were here till midnight my time.
Also refer to what's on screen, not a different version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Literacy and critical analysis in school, except we do. It's called English class. Maybe the subject eluded you because they use books instead of anime, but that is something we do. There's a similar version of this in the way Gen Z throws derision on Generation Alpha for having skibbity toilet syndrome, despite the fact that singing nonsense songs has been a time-honored childhood tradition since Ring Around the Rosie.
Also, yeah, based and true. People getting weirdly fucking aggro about Skibbity Toilet as if nonsensical Gmod animations were the bedrock of the YouTube poop era.
Yeah.
Clown behavior.
I think it's because
shut up.
I think it's because since it the joke is just it's singing a song. That's why I personally am just
Yeah,
it's
the
whatever.
joke is that it's weird and absurd, and now you're old and you don't get it anymore. That's what annoys them.
Yeah.
And Irreverent Gary's mod videos are older than most of you. But instead
Hey! Me and Lilly agreeing again.
Hey,
High
Das.
five, girl. High five.
Also, this is Das Bullshit's work. This is Gmod Idiot Box.
Yeah.
God, I'm so sick of hearing the annoying toilet song. It has to be escalated to, the tablets are melting children's brains because I don't understand what they're saying.
I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it, and what's it seems weird and scary to me.
It'll happen to you.
That is my single, that is my most favorite Simpsons quote. Like, my most favorite. Like, it's not the funniest. It's not even, like, the most iconic or anything. It's the one that just sticks in my head the most. It's the one that floats into the back of my mind in regular, everyday conversation more than any other. It's so good.
I think mine either has to be "You'll have to speak up, I'm wearing a towel," or from the episode where the planet goes nuclear and Mr. Burns is getting in the escape pod. It's for God's sake, sir, there are 2 seats. I like to put my feet up.
Okay, see, that's a more funny. Or when Mr. Burns opened a casino and went fucking insane. It's like, we will escape on my plane. Get in, Smithers. Sir, that's a model. I said, get in.
The kids are saying Riz. Clearly their brains are melting. This generation is doomed. Yeah, I fucking heard that one before. The word was shoddy back in my day. Remember back in the 90s when TV was rotting our brains
Oh my
because we were
God.
watching flashy cartoons about ninjas
Oh my God.
and calisthenics instead of the cartoon?
I remember that. That's Real Mummies, I think, or it's basically it's Mummies Alive. Mummies Alive is basically
you're thinking of Real Monsters, which is a different thing.
Yeah, Mummies Alive, which is basically what if they were mummies, but if they were Power Rangers.
Oh my God. Moving on.
Badass concept. Should have done
rabbit
more.
Tricks a duck into getting his face blown off with a gun, and that dissonance was making them feel old and out of date. Or when the Game Boy came out and it was ruining children who had their face in a screen all day. Or when Facebook came out and the plague of 13-year-old girls posting duck face was the worst thing ever and was destroying a generation.
Oh my God, get back to the fucking point.
It's gotta be bad for their brain.
Just gotta pause for copyright-tisms.
Also
this movie was really kind of shit.
Okay,
I liked it.
I don't like most of Million Ways to Die in the West. However, some of my favorite jokes are from this movie. It's like, that is our mayor. He is dead. He has been dead for the past several days. No one has done a thing. And then it's like, hey man, shut up. You shut up. And then he's immediately Cut immediately to him being thrown out the window. The physical comedy of that movie is pretty fucking good.
And the father and the son, and the father was saying, "Take his hat off to the dollar bill."
Oh,
Like,
take
Dad,
your hat.
no, take your hat off.
Take your hat off, boy. That's a dollar bill right there. Let us see the dollar.
Yeah, it stunts their attention span. I read an article in the paper.
Yeah, I saw that. It's like they lose the power to innovate because they're staring at the stick hoop all day.
Or hell, how about the over-medication of society? Back in the 2000s, you couldn't blink without finding some late-night talk show host, or animated squirrel apparently, bitching about how everyone has ADHD now, every child's on drugs, when in reality, the ability to adequately identify and treat ADHD meant that more people were getting diagnosed who would have otherwise been left to struggle and slip through the cracks of the system. In reality, old fucks were just cranky, that the world was changing, and people who would...
Kinda.
Yeah.
Like, I'll give some roses in that there was a lot of bitching when, hey, we didn't have fucking ADHD in my day. Yeah, no, back in your day, they just put you in the retard class and you never had a future. That wasn't better.
Yeah.
However, at the same time, it's not even like some rant about how, it's overdiagnosis, but it is a case. It does happen where medication is being given as a substitute for addressing the root cause of misbehavior or maladaptation in kids. If they're not able to settle into a class, if they're not able to, socialize properly with other kids, maybe they don't need medication. Maybe they need better social services. But if those aren't available and medication is, guess what they get? Medication.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's massively overprescribed, it's that it's being used as a treat-all when adequate diagnosis of these things, good. Just sweeping a bunch of other shit and other larger factors that might influence why a child is having trouble in school into this rug and just treating it all with the same bullet and hoping for the same results. Not so good. The system is doing what it's supposed to. It's refining over time to, do the most amount of good for the most amount of kids, but it's an ongoing process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Previously been left to just rot weren't acceptable to abuse anymore. Like, no, Janet, your kid's problem isn't that she doesn't apply herself. Your kid's problem is that she needs medicine. People take their personal grievances, be that annoying children, children you can't bully anymore, kids being...
So, remind me, what does this have to do with media literacy and why it isn't dead?
So the point was that she was replying to a comment that said this is why we need better critical thinking classes, and she said like that's what English class is for.
Okay, and then move on to the next point about media literacy then, instead of going on this diatribe of like, by the way, old people do dumb things sometimes when society changes.
The original tie-in was like a few paragraphs back when we were talking about how you can't just have different opinions on the internet. You have to ascribe them to some broader societal thing. It's not just that other people don't get the media like I get it. It's that media literacy is dead. These kids today don't know how to watch things. So that was like the closest we got to actually addressing the title of the video.
Okay, but would you agree that going down this fucking autistic rabbit hole of kids with ADHD was unnecessary?
Oh yeah, I don't even know where we are now.
I'm confused. She's just like this. She's just writing down random shit and just going with it.
This video should have been about like 10 minutes by all the crap that it's just loaded onto it.
Kids, black apparently, or being
What?
What? Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Hold on. I think we missed something.
We're gonna hear that again.
Her kid's problem is that she needs medicine. People take their personal grievances, be that annoying children, children you can't bully anymore, kids being kids, black people apparently, or being disagreed with.
Riz is such a stupid word means you think black people are a societal problem?
The St. Stephen Universe is bad.
How do you even have joints to make a reach like that?
Not even the gum fruit can make you stretch that much.
bird app for the brain damaged and spin that into a culture that...
What if Kuma, Bartholomew Kuma, just like said, "Where do you want to go on vacation?" and then just like smacks you? Can you reach it then?
No.
Because that's not reaching, that's just going to a place.
I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about.
Don't worry about it.
What if
It's
Kuma
fine,
arrived
no,
on
but-
Thriller Bark, stepped off that boat, loomed over Perona, took off his glove, and said,
Wait, is he
"Skibbity Riz."
is he the Jaguar
What?
Man?
Bink.
Is he the Jaguar Man?
No.
Is he the Iceman?
What about with Go-Go Gadget arms?
No, what about... No, imagine... he looks at that book and then just goes... Are you media literate?
Go media literacy.
This is what the death literacy really is. It's what it's always been. And to that end, who the fuck cares if media literacy is dead anyway? What's the real cost of people's
Right,
media
but you do
literacy
because you
dying?
made
have
an
to see their takes on
affirmative
things.
assertion.
I'm sorry. That's on you if you get so angry about.
Yeah, you care about it. You made an.
You're the one who said media literacy wasn't dead, though.
You're making the argument as to why it's not dead, and but you who say, well, who cares? You do. You made the video.
So the title of my essay is "Media Literacy Isn't Dead." The conclusion of my essay is, "Oh my god, literally, who the fuck cares? Like, oh my god."
Yeah, you click on the freaking video, just think, hang on, how does he come to that conclusion? Prove it.
Who the fuck cares if media literacy is dead anyway? What's the real cost of people's media literacy dying? You have to see their takes on your feed? I'm sorry.
No.
That's on you if you get so angry about that. I'm a YouTuber. I have to see awful takes in my feed every goddamn day.
Shut the fuck up.
Right, but that wasn't the
What are you
question, though.
talking about?
Well, you said who cares? You do. You're the one that made the video.
Okay, if the title of the video is "Stupid takes on my feed aren't dead," you'd be right in the fucking money. But that's a whole different conversation.
Like, seriously, if I were to make a video in Dragon Age for the Veilguard, and I go, anyways, who cares if Veilguard is bad? I certainly don't. It's like, I made the video about it. You wasted.
I just remembered this, Jake. You know the character you was talking about earlier, who was meant to die at 60 on TNG.
Yeah.
That's Winchester from MASH.
I've never seen MASH.
Oh. I know who that is because I watched MASH because I'm an old man. My body's just waiting to catch up to my brain.
Well, I'm even older than you.
No, you're
Just
not.
this morning, I had to read through a 10-paragraph essay on how an entire human history of art and literature peaked with some 20-season show about pirates for 12-year-olds.
What?
And it did.
How is it for 12
You're welcome.
year-olds?
No, don't take the bait. Do not take the bait. That's this is a movie.
So
about space
basically,
between
Lily
10
watched a whole
children.
video about how One Piece is peak and is mad because it was right. Moving on.
Holy mother.
Lily, you dumb bitch.
I had to read through that list of villains that completely missed the point of what we were trying to talk about
Many
in the first
of-
place. And
okay,
that weird...
okay.
Now, hold on. You asked for that list. You don't get
asked-
to be mad about that. You literally asked.
You yourself.
Also, I hate to be that person's like, oh, free will and all that stuff. You could have just not read the list.
Or no, you're missing the.
Well, no. Lily asked for the list. Lily doesn't get to be mad about the list.
No, I'm also like not only that, but they're also she genuinely, despite asked for it, could have just not read it.
Yeah,
Okay,
if you're
but-
going to be the person who's bringing the video out,
no.
you've asked for a resource and you think that resource might not is incorrect, then
You're-
don't
you're-
put it in your video.
You're missing the greater point. She literally admitted, and a lot of them were anime characters she'd never fucking heard of. So she has no. So she can't say that if she didn't know about anything about a good portion of the list.
Again, don't read it out. Don't even put it in your video. Just dismiss.
pro-pedophilia arguments. I'm no stranger to the fact that the average person taking part in discourse has as many brain cells as they do eyeballs. I have watched people look me dead in the eye and say, maybe you just don't like RPGs, because I criticized the writing in a crappy JRPG in a video where I cited as comparison some of the greatest RPGs ever made.
So first off, fuck off. Pokemon slander does not go in this. Does not fucking stand in this house. I will not watch your 6-hour video about Pokemon, though.
Persona's better.
I don't care if Persona's better. I unironically could give less of a flying fuck if Persona is better than Pokemon. The amount of fucks I care about Persona being better... The amount of fucks that I care about Persona being better than Pokemon cannot be quantified.
You know, I'm probably gonna pay for the subscription so I can continue watching One Piece just to get this video out my bloody mouth.
You know Punk Hazard's on Netflix now, right?
I do.
You could just not pay for it.
No.
Yes, do it. Don't pay for it. Do it.
I mean, given the show in question, it does feel like paying for it is missing the point.
Exactly. It's about pirates. Join us. Join us.
Yeah, but I actually like what I'm seeing, so therefore I want to give it my money so that I can get more of it.
It'll get more money regardless.
Along all your torrent seeds.
I have had people tell me films like Riding in Cars with Boys are boring because they don't have villains, indicating that they have literally never matured past the age of 12. I have discussed anime on this channel, which means having to deal with weebs and all the bullshit therein. At a certain point, it stops bothering you. It becomes expected. When covering the...
Except it clearly bothers you. You constantly reference it, constantly...
How many times have weebs caught strays in this video that's not even about them? This is the behavior of someone who's bothered. Now, if Lily said, hey, weebs are fucking annoying. I don't like them. I don't like having to deal with them. I find them very annoying whenever I try to make a video. If you just admit to being annoyed, I'm right there with you. Weebs are fucking annoying.
They are.
Yeah, the most annoying people on the
You're
planet.
talking about a fandom that like cares a whole lot, thinks a whole little. It's endemic and it always has been. But what is this thing, this internet thing people do where they treat everything like it's a competition to be the most unbothered?
I don't know, and the thing is, I don't believe
they think if you're apathetic and not in the normal way apathy states where you're more monotone or any of this kind of stuff. No, the apathy of I don't even care. I don't care.
So why are you here?
Exactly.
Yeah, why are you here?
Like,
if you don't care, why should I listen to you?
I'm still hung up.
Surely my time would be better spent listening to someone who's actually very passionate.
I'm still hung up on like on that point of like somebody told her One Piece was good. They were right, and she got it.
She watched a video about how One Piece is peak. They were right, and now she's mad about it.
Discourse around Hazbin Hotel and how a lot of people thought that the depiction of sexual abuse was fetishistic. Hearing people jump to that wasn't even surprising.
Okay.
People lash out.
Moving on. Moving on.
Super stupid.
Works that make them uncomfortable all the time. It doesn't really matter. Give them a couple of months, they'll have. I think there's this fear in some people that that kind of discourse.
What happened?
Don't worry about it. Nope, moving
discourse
on.
Might
don't worry.
sanitize media because that's another paranoia of these people. And first of all, media is already sanitized, and it's not because of imaginary purity.
Whoa! Is that Baldur's Gate 3?
That was Baldur's Gate. I don't know why it was on screen.
Yeah.
By saying media is already sanitized, but Baldur's Gate 3 is not sanitized. What do you mean?
It's actually the whole opposite.
There's Have you seen like
Oh,
the ultimate
I found
Verge ending?
I found the clip, by the way, Slur. I had to find it for Jake of that whole safe horny thing in relation to Baldur's Gate. And I'll let you hear it in a moment, but let's finish this. We're almost here.
We're almost there.
Profit means trying to hit the largest possible audience, and the streaming ghetto has killed niche audiences. It's capitalism all the way down, baby! But second of all, complaining about something doesn't equate to trying to destroy it. If people bitching on Twitter or a single YouTube video can completely and utterly destroy a piece of media's reputation, you were probably overvaluing it in the first place. In reality, people
Not necessarily. If it's hypothetically possible that a good piece of media can essentially, through basically a massive amount of people either not understanding it or refusing to understand it, essentially kind of kill any momentum it has and spread like a undeserved perception of it, Like, that is hypothetically possible.
I mean, that is possible, but best faith interpretation of what Lily said is like, if one video of criticism about a piece of media can ruin it for you, then maybe you were putting your eggs too much in one basket to begin with.
True.
Hey,
Yeah.
you remember all those people who were making entire books worth of cope for Last Jedi? Hey, maybe if one video pointing out that a lot of this shit doesn't really track, doesn't make sense, its production was a fucking mess, the writers and directors are contradicting each other. If one person pointing all that out can send you into an absolute fucking tizzy, maybe you're being a bit defensive. Just a touch.
True.
Bitch on Twitter about all kinds of things that bother them and likely only them all the time. That's kind of the point of Twitter. Less than 4% of the global population uses Twitter. Its opinions don't matter and never have.
Then why are you bitching about it? Like, I do an occasional jab because I hear stupid and I think my brain just automatically reacts. But like that's only like a quarter of what I used to when complaining about Twitter.
You know what? I don't even think that she has actually proved her point that media literacy isn't dead.
She hasn't done a thing.
If other people's boneheaded, or let's be honest here, personal and subjective takes bother you so deeply in the first place.
But what if those personal and subjective takes are wrong because they read the media wrong?
Or in a lot of cases, they also just don't view the way you view movies, and thus like it creates this divide.
Whatever, we're almost done.
The analysis is supposed to be fun. You're supposed to be having fun coming up with ways to analyze media.
Now, to be fair, I do have a lot of fun being a hater.
So do I.
So first off,
being a hater is amazing. Yeah, she like put her hands over her mouth when she was talking there.
Also, I'm gonna just fucking say it. No, you don't have to have fun. Some of us could be completely taking this from an educational standpoint where we want to teach people, and sometimes that involves saying things that people aren't gonna like. So that's not necessarily fun all the time.
Yeah, but being a hater is
why we're doing this.
But being a hater is really fun.
It's good to make it entertaining, but it's not necessarily fun. You're just literally so angry about something, about an injustice, for example, that you want to shed light on it to people. It's not always fun.
True,
or
but
you could
sometimes...
be, or it's a general perception of how you view life. Work's not supposed to be fun. If this is your job, then you're not having fun.
That's not all.
I think you might have that with your job is not necessarily fun, but it's always your job, but it can be fun.
Yeah.
The fact that it's your job doesn't mean
no. I'm saying
you're doing it wrong.
Because there are people that no matter, even if it is something you actually enjoy, because it is now work, it has now sucked the joy out of it completely.
I mean, that's a real thing that does happen.
Yeah, but there are some people that believe that's just the default. It's not even a gradual stage. It's just the second boom. Work's not supposed to be fun.
It's more like it's a con that you accept.
It should be fun.
Yeah, even if it's something that is making art. Art is something you can be very passionate about, but when it becomes work, you may still always have that part of yourself that takes joy and fulfillment in making art. But the fact is, there's going to be cons to the fact that you made it your source of income.
Yeah.
But it's not a one or the other.
Exactly.
Your time deconstructing other people's takes instead of making your own, well, you're a grifter. This just isn't a real problem. The general public has overwhelmingly preferred simple thrills in media since the dawn of media itself, and that hasn't stopped good art from being made. The rise of the blockbuster never killed unique and interesting and profound films. Streaming did. The rise of peak TV didn't kill off interesting shows that had interesting things to say. Streaming did. And the rise of the 100-gigabyte mega game with eyes bigger than its belly hasn't stopped good games from being made and doing well.
Did she just insult Baldur's Gate 3?
And saying it was mediocre but with eyes bigger than its belly or something? That doesn't really make sense.
I want to hear it again.
It was packed to the gills.
Yeah.
Interesting things to say, streaming did. And the rise of the 100 gigabyte mega game with eyes bigger than its belly hasn't stopped good games from being made and doing well.
I see what's happened there. There's a weird... Yeah, no, the reason it didn't compute, it's because the dichotomy doesn't make fucking sense.
Yeah.
So, you know how like some big, AAA releases or just big games now, they can be like 100 plus gigabytes as a download?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is being presented as like the opposite of a game being good. You see how like those two things actually have nothing to do with each other?
Yeah, no, absolutely nothing in common with each other.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And Baldur's Gate 3
moving
is
on.
good, so fuck off.
Also, streaming has produced some TV shows that are like legitimately incredibly good, and some movies that are legitimately incredibly good. It's just a funding model.
Yeah.
I do like, so streaming has been a bit odd with some cases, like it's in the way that it's affected Hollywood's way of thinking. Both Matt Damon and Vince Vaughn both said this on Hot Ones when he was talking about like how why films pretty much need to make all the money like right off the bat. It's because they don't have like the secondary DVD release funds like they used to when films back in their beginnings would come to home video. Like and in Vince Vaughn's case, it's just all about IPs. Like you can't make an old school anymore because there's nothing attached to it. Like that's pretty much the only, like, one of the only real negative effects that streaming has had, and that it's just it's fundamentally changed the business in a way that the business was not expecting to change.
Yeah.
And I feel like the consumer has kind of suffered because of it.
True.
Yep, you're never going to get a 26 episode Star Trek series ever again. Actually, shouldn't say ever, but not soon.
Right.
Conversely, when was the last time the supposed Puritans, which are definitely real and not you just being a drama queen about people disagreeing with you, ever managed to successfully kill anything? The Hays Code ain't coming back, honey.
Dragon Age, the Veil Guard. Literally Dragon Age, the Veil Guard. Your choices don't matter. You are well, it's not, some matter, but like in terms of like dialogue, in terms of dialogue choices, you are either straightforward good, sarcastic good, or pragmatic good. You can't be an asshole. You cannot tell Tosh to fuck off with her stupid self-pity, like dumbass respect my identity bullshit, because you can't tell her to fuck off with that. Whereas in previous games you could. You can't tell your party members to fuck off and go away because you actually need them for certain level to traverse certain levels. Like for example, the guy with the demon in him can use the demon to make platforms to get to places. Like, so you need him to do that, because if you were to get rid of him, then you wouldn't be able to traverse these levels, which is fucking stupid. So yeah. And this whole weird sanitized, as many people have put it, like this HR is constantly looking over your shoulder version of writing in a game series that was all about molding how your character would act to the point where you could do absolute heinous shit, is sanitization like for reasons to, like, for what? Like, why are we getting rid of this? So it comes off as less offensive to a certain group of people. So yes, the Puritans can completely kill shit. And yeah, the Hays Code may not come, there isn't any kind of officialized code like the Hays Code, but with a lot of movies and games and stuff that are produced by certain kinds of people, there's like this unspoken rule that we can't have disparaging depictions of certain groups of people. Fucking, what do you mean? Of course that's happening. I'm sure there are other examples too. Star Wars Outlaws is another example. You're an outlaw, but you can't do outlaw things, like, for the most part. You can't steal from people. Or no, I think you can steal from. Can you steal from people, Wyatt?
You can steal from stormtroopers. You can steal from random citizens, and you can steal from other outlaws.
But you can't go and drink alcohol.
You can do a quick time event where you eat food.
Yeah, like you don't.
Holy
You're not
fucking shit! Let me pick up this game.
You can't. You can't betray the rebellion.
Yeah, you can't say fuck the rebellion. You know, the people who used you multiple times.
Yeah, like you can't do that stuff because, and that is a level of sanitization where it's like we can't have these characters be any kind of shade of gray. Not even just like shades of gray, but we definitely can't have them be bad. Cause like, you know, even if in a game like Veilguard, we're giving you dialogue options, but they're effectively the same thing. What the fuck?
Meanwhile, you compare that to something like Baldur's Gate 3, which, for all of the efforts it makes towards things like inclusion and stuff, I can personally attest that there is almost no one in that game that you can't kill.
Yeah.
If you decide to go wrong, if you decide to be a shitter, the game will allow you to make that choice. It allows you to play the role. It is an RPG in the truest sense. It's great.
Yeah, it values player agency. You could kill pretty much all the party before you've even talked to them.
True.
Like meaning,
And,
like,
yeah,
you could just see Asterion just hanging out near his pod, and you could just fucking kill him.
By the way, the capacity to kill NPCs is not the metric for a good RPG.
No.
We're using it as like a metric of choice.
No, yeah.
As in, you're not railroaded into your personality type. You're not railroaded into your allegiance.
Yeah, player agency is very, very important in that game.
Which, given you know, we've been dabbling in that game a little bit here and there, and we've certainly exercised a bit of agency.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm perfectly saying you guys are fucking crazy.
You're just being hysterical. All the works we talked about as examples were chosen for a reason. They're all pop culture icons. Their status is legendary. They are beloved works of art. There's no chance in hell a single tweet or YouTube video is going to change that, no matter how influential you think it might be. If you think CinemaSins or the Nostalgia Critic or, hell, me, can single-handedly destroy a piece of art's reputation...
Oh my god, you're still on the fucking Steven Universe shit. She's still on this. She's still salty that people didn't like her Steven Universe video and think that it destroyed the reputation. Get over it, Lily.
I mean, if anything, if that was actually a thing people thought about a video I made, I would own the shit out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I single-handedly made the show shit. It was a masterpiece before I got here. Make me sound more important.
People don't take Nostalgia Critic or CinemaSins seriously. They haven't for years.
And also, here's the thing, Lily. Even if you only change one person's mind, you still changed their mind. Like for example, it was her Steven Universe video is what really made me look deeper into the show, and it's like, oh my god, this is fucking horseshit. Steven's a horrible protagonist.
Didn't the Plinkett videos change a lot of people's perception of the prequels to the point where at that point in time we all acknowledged that they were bad, whereas the general perception
this is
before that,
kind of the thing about being a YouTuber or creative or just putting your ideas out there. You run the risk that somebody might find you convincing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you are fucking insane. There's always going to be people who don't like the things you like, and no amount of screaming and harassment is going to change that. So maybe just relax.
I'm relaxed right now. I took my edible. Like I've been chill, Lily.
I'm relaxed as well, Lily, but you didn't explain why media literacy isn't dead. You failed to do that.
Yeah, I was just about to say, am I the only person who just isn't getting the point of this video? without
No.
looking at the title.
No, again, it's a Lilly Orchard video. It's literally her venting her fucking grievances against other people in the guise of a generic topic because she's fucking retarded.
Yeah, this is how all of her videos go, Mayo. Like she like starts with a point and then she just divulges into whatever bitter nonsense she's feeling this week.
Yeah, because it went from Star Trek being bad, and then freaking what's his face Archie being good, and just a load of bollocks of freaking villains and shit. Then it was why does it all matter anyway? And now it's all calmed down. It's fine. Like what's going on here in this fucking video?
The emotional whiplash enough to need to put you in a neck brace.
Yeah.
That's the Lilly Orchard experience. She started with the thesis. And then throughout the essay, she didn't bother to support it at all. It's just some people just have, like, the best you can say is some people just have different opinions of you. What if literally somebody said that the Lion King is about Mufasa eating the entire animal kingdom and then becoming Satan to then piss in the sun to destroy the universe?
Based.
What fucking drugs were you on? Because I want them.
It's like, I know, it's like, would you say that person, that's just their opinion, or would you look at them and say, you are fucking insane and wrong, nothing supports this? You have no media literacy.
Or would you cry on the internet that, oh my god, this guy thinks that Mufasa pissed on the sun. He clearly took a shit. Media literacy is dead. We need to teach this in schools.
I thought you were gonna ask, like, would you do it? As in, would you piss on the sun?
Oh hell yeah!
I'd piss in the sun, of
No
course.
hesitation.
I want to see what happens when piss goes into what is basically a nuclear furnace.
I have the opportunity to make anything that comes from my dick nuclear. I'm not even hesitating.
I just thought it would be the other hole.
Well, no, you're like, all right, baby, you ready for this radioactive seed to go inside you so we can have the Hulk, baby?
Stop talking about Spider-Man.
Put extra fuel in the ship. I want to bust a nut in the moon.
Maybe this is why Elon is doing the whole star thing.
Yeah, Elon wants to
bust a nut in the moon.
He wants
No,
to
he
fucking
just wants to piss on the sun.
No, he wants to fuck an alien.
He wants to fuck a cat girl. Remember the lore, people.
He promises cat girls.
Yeah, he's gonna make anime legal.
Yeah. Fuck off.
And
out. No, don't tell me to calm down.
Anyway, Revolutionary Girl Utena is actually Stalinist propaganda. In this essay, I will...
Was that supposed to be a joke? You don't fucking. It's over. Who cares?
Yes.
Who cares? Who cares? It's over.
Oh my god, that fucking explains it. Fucking Steve Chives is the freaking. Okay. Yeah.
That what? Like, finish the thought. Is it that Steve Shives is her opponent in this analogy?
So basically,
No.
she says stolen observations, and Steve Shives.
Yeah.
made a video
So
about...
the way that she was talking about Star Trek at the start of the freaking video is taken from Steve Chives from what this looks like, and no wonder she's got it all wrong because he's a complete moron as far as Trek's concerned.
Fuck Steve
Sorry,
Shives.
I'm both tired and pissed off by this person.
Remember when Dark Matter? What was it? Dark Matter. I can't remember like the numbers, but he basically apologized for making Steve Shives popular because he helped boost Steve Shives early when he was making atheist content, and then he's just like, I'm sorry I ever did this. I didn't mean to. I didn't know. Anyways, we're done. So, Mayo, plug now. Do it.
Hi, I am Unbridled Mayo. I do similar-ish content. I try to do nice content. Nice movies and TV shows and shit like that. Currently making a video that's rising people up being Mauler instead of taking him down. So it's appreciation video, long one in a mix. Link in description, yeah.
All right, Wyatt, plug now.
So I have the best plug. I have a plug in video form.
He's got a butt plug. Sorry, go on.
Okay. Wiener party, wiener party. One wiener next to another wiener, 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 wiener.
We're back.
Wiener party, wiener party.
Okay, so you realize that without any kind of primer or warning, it sounds like you said, I have the best plug, and then instead of responding out loud, Jake just projected the voices in his head.
Yes. But yeah, it's a playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 coming soon.
I also have the best plug. You see, by about 1910, the first 3-pin Earth grounded plugs appeared. Over time, for other safety reasons,
All right.
I hope. Oh, you didn't end it. I was hoping you
no,
ended it
it's not.
right.
It's not, no. Anyways, Zilla Kong is being very slowly worked upon, as per usual. Anywho's, that will be out whenever it's out. Whatever. Anyways, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Say goodbye, everybody.